Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. The inferno blazed, painting the sky in hues of fiery destruction. His gaze dropped slightly, the weight of realization settling in. Now he understood. It was no mystery why the puppet brigade he dispatched had been obliterated by Kakuzu. Against such an overwhelming surge of fire, the greater the number of puppets, the more vulnerable they became, a fatal flaw. But Shaman wasn't about to concede so easily. His hands trembled ever so slightly as he moved his fingers, and with a thunderous shout, he barked 2 words: "Sand! Rise!" Whoosh! The roaring flames first collided with the puppets, blazing ferociously, only to flow over them like a rushing torrent. When the firestorm finally dissipated, Kakuzu's sharp eyes narrowed instinctively. Of the 100 puppets, the vast majority remained unscathed. Only a small number bore minor scorch marks, but the damage was negligible. Kakuzu's gaze lingered, scrutinizing the scene until he noticed what had changed. Unseen amidst the chaos, the dormant sand scattered across the ground had risen, forming a protective shield around the puppets. It was the sand that had absorbed the brunt of the flames. As the fire's power waned, the sand fell back to the earth as if nothing had happened. "Hey, so you can manipulate sand too? Looks like I underestimated you." Kakuzu allowed a fleeting smirk to play across his face, genuinely impressed. Today, it seemed, he'd encountered a rare talent. Not only was Shaman the founding master of puppeteering, but he was also proficient in controlling sand, wielding it as both shield and weapon. These 2 techniques, pioneered by Shaman, would go on to define the identity of Hidden Sand Village for generations to come. The second Kazekage's impact on Hidden Sand Village, Kakuzu mused, was beginning to mirror that of Tobirama Senju's legacy in shaping Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 134, Facing 2 opponents alone. With a simple wave of his hands, Shaman deftly manipulated his 10 fingers, controlling over 100 puppets. They swarmed toward Kakuzu from every direction, forming a perfect encirclement. One advantage puppeteers have in battle is that their puppets don't fear death, they don't have lives to lose. Under Shaman's precise control, the puppets launched relentless attacks, sacrificing themselves without hesitation. Kakuzu found himself facing a 360-degree onslaught with no blind spots. The puppets' weapons varied widely, each was a deadly tool designed to kill. Yet, no matter how numerous or fearless, harming Kakuzu was an entirely different matter. Kakuzu's body activated its Earth-style, Earth Spear once more. His fist struck out, shattering 7 or 8 puppets in a single blow. The remaining puppets' strikes landed on his hardened body, but they were no more than scratches. Despite holding the upper hand for now, Kakuzu knew better than to lower his guard. With every shattered puppet, Shaman pulled out new ones from his scrolls, replacing them effortlessly. Who knew how many puppets the second Kazekage had in reserve? A prolonged battle like this was not in Kakuzu's favor. He wasn't here to waste time. Kakuzu's hands came together in a swift series of seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Whoosh! A raging windstorm burst forth, carrying sand and debris in its wake. The fierce gale swept up more than 10 puppets, twisting and smashing them into fragments. Those not caught directly in the storm were flung away violently. Kakuzu's vision cleared as the battlefield opened up before him. His eerie green eyes locked onto Shaman. Strike the head to kill the snake. Taking down Shaman would mean completing half the mission. Shaman, however, remained calm despite Kakuzu breaking through his forces. His fingers flicked, and several puppets formed a protective wall in front of him. "Shukaku, what are you waiting for?" Shaman shouted. In the distance, Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, had been silently observing, his piercing, dart-shaped pupils narrowing at the sight. "Shaman, you don't need to tell me what to do. I'm no servant of yours." Shukaku's claws moved in fluid motions as he formed hand seals. Beneath Kakuzu's feet, the sand began to stir violently, churning like a living thing. Suddenly, the sand erupted, forming massive walls on all sides. The dunes surged upward, converging into a single point above Kakuzu. Boom! The sand crashed down like a tidal wave, submerging Kakuzu completely. From a distance, it appeared as though the sands were building a miniature pyramid around him. Desert-layered imperial funeral seal. Shukaku roared, his chakra surging as he manipulated the sand to condense further. The pyramid solidified, the golden granules sparkling ominously in the light. But it wasn't over. To ensure the seal held, Shukaku began inscribing black sealing runes along the pyramid's four faces. These symbols mirrored the intricate patterns that adorned his body, radiating a dark, oppressive energy. The runes started to spread from the base, creeping upward. Once all four faces connected, the seal would be complete. "Hey, you annoying pest. It's too kind to just seal you away, but this'll do for now." Shukaku's voice dripped with disdain. The thought of Kakuzu's eventual fate, a desiccated corpse locked in this sandy prison, brought a sadistic grin to his face. Decades later, when the seal weakened or someone foolishly broke it open, all that would remain of Kakuzu would be a lifeless husk, forgotten and discarded. However, as the sealing runes neared completion, something unexpected happened. The black markings faltered, halting just centimeters from joining. "What's going on?" Shaman barked, his tone laced with irritation. "Finish the seal, Shukaku." Shukaku's confidence wavered as confusion clouded his expression. No matter how much chakra he poured into the technique, the runes refused to complete. Why? Why isn't it working? My sealing technique. Failing at a time like this? Panic seeped into Shukaku's voice. His sealing jutsu and wind style were his pride, his proof of superiority. How could they betray him now? The battlefield fell silent as the tension mounted. Not to mention, they were in the desert. With home field advantage, there was no way he couldn't complete the sealing technique. Sand. Sand, you bastard, don't rush this great lord. Shukaku grumbled, cursing under his breath, his gaze fixed on the pyramid seal in front of him. There was something strange about it, an unusual power that seemed to flow continuously into the pyramid, blocking the completion of the seal. What exactly was that power? Shukaku suddenly recalled sensing something similar from the Sage of Six Paths himself. Boom. The pyramid exploded like an overheated boiler. The scorching energy within sent the lid flying into the sky. A steel fist punched through the seal's confinement, shattering it completely. In the next instant, a wave of violent chakra burst out, radiating from the pyramid in all directions like a raging storm. Crack. The nearly completed pyramid seal broke apart, collapsing into scattered fragments of yellow sand that fell across the desert. Kakuzu stood once again, his figure now transformed. He had activated the ultimate form of the Earth Grudge Fear technique. 5 masks, each a different color, stood prominently on the threads of Earth Grudge Fear. Kakuzu's appearance had also undergone a drastic change. Dark runes encircled his eyes, and 2 winding black lines stretched across his forehead, resembling a third eye. The technique representing pure strength had manifested. Chapter 135. The battle ends behind Kakuzu. The black tendrils of his Earth Grudge Fear unfurled, electricity crackling ominously as a storm of lightning style surged from the mask on his back. The attack shot directly toward Shukaku's feet, crackling with violent energy and splashing water everywhere. Though Shukaku wasn't defeated outright, the searing pain spreading across his sandy body made him howl in fury. Meanwhile, Kakuzu unleashed his fire style and wind style techniques toward Shaman. Fire style. Wind style, pressure damage. A massive torrent of flames, large enough to scorch thousands, engulfed the battlefield. Shaman's expression darkened. He swiftly extended all 10 fingers, summoning nearly 100 puppets to shield him. Simultaneously, the sand beneath his feet rose, forming a defensive barrier, just as he had done in a previous skirmish. But could the same trick work twice against Kakuzu? The answer was a resounding no. The blazing inferno tore through the puppets, and the intense heat forced beads of sweat to cascade down Shaman's face. A sharp crack echoed as the puppets shielding him began to fracture. Damn it! Shaman cursed, attempting to salvage the situation. But battles rarely unfold as planned. Crash. The puppet wall crumbled entirely, exposing Shaman to Kakuzu's relentless onslaught. His iron fists hurtled forward, unyielding and merciless. The dull gleam in Kakuzu's black pupils locked onto Shaman, and with a feral push, his attack surged forward. If this blow landed, even if Shaman survived, he'd be grievously wounded. You won't get away with this. Shaman roared in defiance. At the critical moment, he bit down hard and bellowed, rise. The sand beneath him surged upward, forming a thick shield between him and Kakuzu's punch. Bang. Though Kakuzu's iron fist pierced the sandy shield, it failed to shatter it completely. Shaman had managed to halt Kakuzu's advance, if only just. Not bad. Kakuzu muttered calmly from behind the shield. The legacy of the second Kazekage was indeed profound. His sand manipulation and mastery over puppetry techniques would echo through hidden sand villages' history. Breathing heavily, Shaman stared at Kakuzu's iron fist, mere inches from his face. Though he'd bought himself a moment of reprieve, he knew he had to counterattack swiftly. But just as Shaman began to make his move, Kakuzu's voice cut through the tension. This is where you fall. Kakuzu's open palm emitted a red glow, and in that instant, Shaman's nerves snapped taut. His pupils dilated as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. The sand beneath Shaman stirred violently, rushing to form another barrier, but it was too late. Dark style. Boom. A devastating surge of energy erupted from Kakuzu's hand, utterly obliterating everything in its path. Even with his sand armor in place, Shaman couldn't withstand the sheer force at such close range. His upper body was vaporized, reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. The violent energy swept across the battlefield like a hurricane, leaving destruction in its wake. Shaman's remaining body stood eerily still for a few seconds before finally collapsing, scattering dust into the air. And just like that, the second Kazekage was no more. It all felt so abrupt, almost anticlimactic. Under normal circumstances, Shaman wouldn't have fallen so quickly. But with Hidden Sand Village engaged in wars on two fronts, their forces were stretched thin. Shaman couldn't spare the troops necessary to deal with Kakuzu properly. He hadn't even brought his personal guard, knowing that doing so would only add to the casualties. But Shaman had also gravely underestimated Kakuzu's strength. Despite being one of the world's top puppet masters, capable of executing the 100-puppet performance, Shaman's inherent vulnerabilities as a puppeteer were exploited. Allowing Kakuzu to close the distance had sealed his fate. In the end, Shaman's death was not undeserved. With the Kazekage dispatched, Kakuzu turned his attention toward Shukaku. The one-tailed beast was grumbling loudly, attempting to shake off the lingering lightning bolts clinging to his sandy exterior. Suddenly, Shukaku's gaze locked onto Kakuzu, and for a moment, a chill ran down his spine. Something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu launched himself toward Shukaku at a breakneck speed. "You bastard," Shukaku roared, but Kakuzu had already closed the gap. Using Shukaku's arm as leverage, Kakuzu climbed rapidly, timing his movements with precision. In one fluid motion, he leaped, appearing right in front of Shukaku's whirling, shuriken-shaped pupils. With a clenched iron fist infused with the natural energy of Shikatsu Forest's sage arts, Kakuzu drove his punch forward. Gra! Shukaku's piercing scream reverberated across the battlefield as the force of the punch sent him staggering backward. For the first time, Shukaku realized the gravity of his mistake. Though Kakuzu wasn't on the same level as Madara or Hashirama, he was still more than capable of handling him. The shinobi world was about to witness the rise of yet another monstrous force. Shukaku was feeling utterly miserable. Once upon a time, he dreamed of breaking free from his seal and finally experiencing the outside world. Now that he was out, he had the misfortune of running into Kakuzu, a fate far worse than anything he had imagined. Shukaku really didn't want to take another beating. Kakuzu's iron fists rained down on him mercilessly, each strike more painful than the last. It was almost enough to make him wish for death. "Bunpaku, wake up!" Seeing that Shukaku was about to rouse the slumbering Bunpaku perched atop his head and retreat back into the sealed space, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly. In a flash, he stepped forward and transformed his hand into a blade. With precision and speed, he struck Shukaku's tail. The sharp pain in his tail made Shukaku scream louder, his efforts to awaken Bunpaku growing even more frantic. But Kakuzu didn't let up. One strike followed another, relentless and unyielding. Just as Bunpaku's eyes began to flutter open, groggy and unfocused, Shukaku's body started to melt away like flowing water, retreating into Bunpaku's form. At the last possible moment before Shukaku vanished completely, crack! The very tip of Shukaku's tail landed heavily on the ground. Kakuzu didn't waste any time. He pulled out a sealing scroll, formed a few hand seals, and sealed the severed piece of Shukaku's tail into the scroll. With that done, Kakuzu turned his intense gaze to the side. Bunpaku was now fully awake. He surveyed the battlefield, which was in utter disarray, and then glanced at the headless corpse of the Kazekage lying not far away. A flicker of pity crossed Bunpaku's calm eyes. Without a word, he sat cross-legged on the ground, brought his hands together in a prayer pose, and closed his eyes, as though he were offering a suture for the departed souls. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest sparking in his otherwise detached expression. You're not afraid of me?" The battlefield had been a scene of utter carnage just moments ago. Life and death had hung in the balance with every passing second. The stench of blood still lingered in the air, sharp and suffocating. Yet here Bunpaku was, calmly praying amidst the chaos. Was he trying to put on a show in front of Kakuzu? Chapter 136, Farewell, Senju Momoka. Kakuzu wondered if Bunpaku really had no fear of death. His response to Kakuzu was simple: everyone who comes into this world has their own mission. I'm just doing what I must. With that, Bunpaku stopped speaking and closed his eyes, silently reciting a mantra. Kakuzu chuckled softly. Everyone had their beliefs. In the original tale, Shukaku once remarked that Bunpaku embodied the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps Bunpaku truly was a man of boundless compassion. However, Kakuzu's inquiry was merely a casual one. He had no real intention of testing Bunpaku further. His interest lay not in Bunpaku's words but in the tailed beast within him. After all, if a Jinchuriki were to die, the tailed beast would disappear, only for its chakra to gradually reform elsewhere and eventually be reborn. The revival point of a tailed beast wasn't random. Their chakra would gravitate towards something intimately connected to them. For Shukaku, the severed tail Kakuzu had just secured was likely the beast's next resurrection point. Sealing a true tailed beast into one of his partners was a challenge Kakuzu had long considered. But his partners were hardly ideal vessels. Controlled by his will, they lacked independent thought and could only perform basic reflexive actions. Compared to genuine Jinchuriki, they were imperfect containers. For the tailed beasts, an unstable vessel could be an opportunity. If given the chance, they would rip through such a host and escape. Thus, Kakuzu decided to seal Shukaku into a physical object for now. It was the safest option. The idea of turning his partners into true Jinchuriki wasn't impossible, but it hinged on one critical factor: Hashirama cells. These cells held a natural suppression over tailed beasts, and coupled with sealing techniques, the chances of escape would be minimal. However, for this plan to succeed, the Hashirama cells needed to be strong, stronger than what Kakuzu currently had at his disposal. His mastery of wood-style techniques was still far behind even Yamato's level. For now, slow and steady progress was the best approach. Kakuzu dusted off his hands and adjusted his cloak. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake arrived, his breathing ragged, his face lined with exhaustion. "What's this? Did a few sealing nin really push you to your limit?" Kakuzu teased with a smirk. While it was true that a few hidden sand village sealing squads wouldn't normally pose such a challenge, Tsukumo was only in his 20s and had already endured multiple high-stakes battles. He was both physically and mentally drained, with little left to give. "Kakuzu-sama, we should leave," Tsukumo said, his voice steady but weary. Kakuzu nodded in agreement. There was nothing more to be done here. Staying any longer was pointless. With a flicker of movement, the two disappeared into the distance. The death of the second Kazekage, shaman, was bound to send shockwaves through the shinobi world. The ones most affected would undoubtedly be the shinobi of Hidden Sand Village. In the White Tree Town battlefield, where Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village still stood at odds, Hatata Semen of Hidden Sand Village received the devastating news. Without hesitation, he ordered a full retreat, taking his forces back to the village. The chaos caused by Shaman's death had disrupted Hidden Sand Village's supply lines and thrown the village into disarray. Continuing the battle was no longer an option. Stabilizing their home front was now the priority. Although Hidden Sand Village's forces withdrew, White Tree Town remained far from peaceful. When Kakuzu and Tsukumo returned, they found the area embroiled in conflict, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village forces clashing bitterly. Inside the Hidden Leaf Village camp, the atmosphere was tense. Guards at the entrance stood on high alert as 6 teams of shinobi blocked Kakuzu and Tsukumo's path. Seeing their wary expressions, Tsukumo sighed inwardly. He stepped forward and said, "Look closely, I'm not the enemy. Can I not even enter the camp?" The captain of the guards gave Kakuzu a suspicious glance before turning his attention back to Tsukumo. "Tsukumo Hatake, you're not part of this battlefield's unit. Since you've completed your mission, return to the village immediately. You don't belong here." Kakuzu stood by with his arms crossed, silently observing the exchange. It was natural for these shinobi to be wary of him. After all, this was a time of war, and vigilance was paramount. That they had allowed Kakuzu to approach the camp at all was already a significant concession. But the fact that Tsukumo, a rising star renowned even in these chaotic times, was being denied entry suggested something was amiss within Hidden Leaf Village's ranks. Tsukumo seemed ready to argue further when suddenly, a high-ranking Hidden Leaf Village shinobi emerged from the camp. He cast a glance at Tsukumo Hatake and Kakuzu before addressing the captain of the defense squad with a calm tone. "Let them in. This is the commander's order." "Yes, understood." The captain of the defense squad gestured with a wave, and the members of the team promptly stepped aside to clear the way to the camp. Meanwhile, the messenger ninja shifted his gaze to Kakuzu, his eyes carrying a subtle, meaningful expression. "The commander wants to see you." Kakuzu said nothing. Once the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had moved aside, he stepped forward, making his way into the camp one deliberate step at a time. The atmosphere in Hidden Leaf Village's central base was somber. Everywhere he looked, Kakuzu could see the signs of despair. The expressions on the faces of the passing ninjas were heavy with defeat, their energy drained. It was evident that they had suffered a crushing loss in battle. But this wasn't just the aftermath of a single defeat. No, what truly weighed on them was the absence of hope. The war seemed unwinnable, and the realization had sunk deep into the hearts of those fighting. Kakuzu observed it all, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. Following the messenger, he eventually arrived at the central tent of the camp. As he stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a somber scene. A figure lay on a sickbed, surrounded by 3 medical men, tirelessly channeling chakra into her fragile body. The exhaustion etched on their faces left no room for optimism. Seeing this, Sakamo Hatake's throat tightened. Slowly, he approached the bed. Lady Momoka. Yes, the person lying there was none other than Senju Momoka, the leader of the Senju clan after the eras of Hashirama and Obirama Senju. Gone was the radiance she once carried. The years had not been kind to her, and streaks of gray now framed her temples. The sight stirred something deep within Kakuzu, a sense of time's relentless march. When he first came to this world, it had been year 6 of the Hidden Leaf. Now, it was year 32. 26 years had passed, slipping through his fingers like sand. Chapter 137, A Farewell. The front lines of Hidden Leaf Village had suffered a crushing defeat, and the Supreme Commander, Senju Momoka, was on the brink of death. The entire frontline camp was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. They had sealed off all information to the outside world and fortified their position, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving without strict orders. If not for Senju Momoka's personal decree, neither Kakuzu nor Sakamo would have been allowed inside. As for why Momoka had given such an order, it was simple. She wanted to see the people she was familiar with one last time before leaving this world. Uzumaki Mido, Saratobe Hiruzan, Mitakato Hamura. All of them were fighting their own battles on different fronts, unable to return. But she had the chance to witness the rising genius of Hidden Leaf Village, Sakamo. And Kakuzu? For Senju Momoka, that was enough. Momoka-sama. Sakamo's voice trembled slightly. He would never forget what he had been taught in the academy. A shinobi must always prioritize the mission above all else. A shinobi must learn to conceal their emotions. A shinobi must never be swayed by personal feelings. He had memorized these teachings well. Yet, when faced with the imminent loss of someone so familiar, an unbearable sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but question, was the success or failure of a mission ever truly more important than a comrade's life? In that moment, the rigid doctrines he had followed all his life clashed violently with his own emotions. If the same situation were to happen again, what choice would he make? Sakamo. Momoka looked at him with a faint smile. The final words she left him were simple, live well. You will become a great shinobi. Sakamo nodded silently, stepping aside. Then, Momoka's gaze fell upon Kakuzu, who moved closer to her bedside. With his enhanced Hashirama cells, Kakuzu's perception had become incredibly sharp, especially when it came to sensing the ebb and flow of life. He didn't need to check her pulse to know that Senju Momoka's life force was rapidly fading. The wounds she had sustained in battle were simply too severe. No amount of advanced medical ninjutsu could save her now. It reminded him of the past, of Hyuga Tenin, and Hashirama Senju himself. No matter how powerful a shinobi was, in this war-torn world, none could escape fate's cruel judgment. Momoka, about before. Thank you. On the battlefield of White Tree Town, nearly 10,000 shinobi from Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village had fought tooth and nail. Had they desired, the town could have been razed to the ground countless times over. The only reason Kakuzu's laboratory had remained intact was because Senju Momoka, upon learning of its existence, had resolutely deployed a squad to protect it. Momoka naturally understood what Kakuzu was referring to, but to her, it was a trivial matter. Just a simple gesture. Looking at him, her gaze softened with nostalgia. Kakuzu? How many years has it been? You haven't changed at all. And you? Kakuzu replied, are as beautiful and sentimental as ever. Hearing his words, Momoka chuckled softly. She knew it was nothing more than a dying person's comfort, yet she still found joy in it. Having survived from the Warring States period to now, she couldn't help but envy Kakuzu. His body remained the same as when they first met, while she had long been weathered by time. She had some theories about the nature of his abilities, but she chose not to voice them. Instead, she simply looked at him and, after a long silence, murmured, "We have grown old." Kakuzu nodded, half kneeling beside her bed. Time had flown by, decades in the blink of an eye. Though he appeared unchanged, the truth was, he had already lived far beyond a normal lifespan. In the Warring States period, the average life expectancy was barely 30. The establishment of shinobi villages had undoubtedly prolonged people's lives, but in this world, even reaching 50 was considered elderly. For decades, Kakuzu had spent most of his life in pursuit of strength, unraveling the mysteries of ninjutsu and survival. And Senju Momoka had done much the same, dedicating herself to her clan and village until the very end. Enough of this. Kakuzu said at last. Leave the rest to me. Don't. She weakly shook her head. This has nothing to do with you. She knew what he intended to do, But she didn't want him to take such risks. Kakuzu stood up, offering her a rare, reassuring smile. "Don't worry." Then, he turned his gaze toward the battlefield in the distance. The chaos that had engulfed his territory was, in the end, the result of the three great powers clashing. While Hidden Leaf Village was part of the conflict, Momoko had chosen to shield his laboratory rather than destroy it. In the end, she had helped him more than she had harmed him. And Kakuzu always repaid his debts. Momoko's life was nearing its end, and there was nothing Kakuzu could do for her. Perhaps the only thing left was to honor the oldest tradition from the Warring States period, avenging the dead. That, at least, was something he could still do for her. Kakuzu let Senju Momoko rest, then sought out the deputy commander of the camp to get an overview of the battlefield situation. The mere mention of the ongoing war was enough to leave Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups deeply anxious. After all, this war was a 1-against-4 struggle for Hidden Leaf Village. On the front lines against Hidden Clouds Village, the battle was led by Denzo Shimura, Kagami Uchiha, and Torafu Akimaki. At this point, Hidden Clouds Village was under the rule of the third Raikage. Whether he was reckless or not was debatable, but one thing was certain: during his tenure of over a decade, Hidden Clouds Village had aggressively expanded its military power, significantly increasing its ranks of shinobi. His efforts had not gone to waste either. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hidden Clouds Village had finally demonstrated a staggering level of military strength. Even while facing both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village simultaneously, they handled the war with ease, maintaining the upper hand despite being outnumbered. It was in this context that the Third Raikage sent an invitation to Hidden Stones Village, urging them to deploy forces and join the fight against Hidden Mist Village. If Hidden Stones Village agreed, Hidden Clouds Village would then be free to focus all its military might on Hidden Leaf Village, intensifying the pressure on them even further. Fortunately for Hidden Leaf Village, their former ally, Hidden Stones Village, did not respond to Hidden Clouds Village's request. Political tensions and strategic interests kept them from committing to the battle, a rare stroke of luck for Hidden Leaf Village in an otherwise dire situation. Even so, Hidden Leaf Village had already invested a massive amount of military resources to counter Hidden Clouds Village's offensive. Over in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen Saratobe had dispatched his 3 personal disciples in an attempt to keep Hanzo of the Salamander occupied. As for the battles against Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village, Senju Momoka, Kakashi Hatake, and others had been deployed just to barely hold the Western Front together, preventing a complete collapse. Now that Hidden Sand Village's forces had finally retreated, it should have been a much-needed relief for Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the Western Army's Supreme Commander, Senju Momoka, had been gravely wounded. And the one who struck her down was none other than Hidden Stones Village's commander, Gari. Chapter 138, Explosion Style and Steel Style. Half a month later. On the western defensive line of Hidden Leaf Village, thousands of shinobi clashed in fierce battle. A man with spiky pineapple-shaped hair stood at the front, continuously issuing commands. All units, form the formation I laid out earlier: earth, fire, and lightning users, establish a 3-pronged attack. He bellowed to the surrounding Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Earth-style users will handle defense in teams of 3, fire-style users focus on large-scale attacks, and lightning-style users will carry out precision strikes. It was hard to say whether the Hokage of past generations had truly mastered fire-style techniques, but one thing was certain: they had at least dabbled in various jutsu. Perhaps due to this influence, most Hidden Leaf Village shinobi followed suit, never specializing too deeply in one element but instead learning a bit of everything. This versatility became their greatest advantage. When properly commanded, their coordinated attacks could be incredibly effective. The man orchestrating the battle was none other than Naruto, the newly appointed commander of the Western Front. Nearing 50 years old, Shoraku listened to the endless clash of blades and the deafening war cries around him. Truth be told, he felt utterly exhausted. At his age, he had already passed down the position of clan head. He never expected to step onto the battlefield again, forced to witness this blood-soaked chaos once more. The glint of steel, the spray of blood, it all served as a cruel reminder of time's merciless passage. He could feel it now: he had truly grown old, no longer possessing the ruthless decisiveness of his youth. The brutality of war unsettled him in a way it never had before. But there was no helping it. His eldest son had died young, leaving behind only his grandson, Narashikaku, who had just graduated from the academy. A boy of 15 or 16 could hardly be expected to command an entire battlefield. So, the old warhorse had no choice but to ride once more. As the Hidden Leaf Village forces advanced, the Hidden Stones Village shinobi retaliated in kind. Coordinating their efforts, they unleashed large-scale earth-style techniques. The ground quaked, rock formations crumbled, and deep pits formed beneath Hidden Leaf Village's feet. Many shinobi plummeted into these sinkholes, only to be crushed beneath falling debris. Life snuffed out in an instant. Yet there was no time for grief. As commander, Shotoraku knew that hesitation meant more lives lost. His priority was the shinobi still standing. Our formation has been disrupted. Adapt immediately, form groups of 3 with the nearest allies and establish triangular defenses. He commanded. No need for reckless assaults. Remember, survival is victory. Pressing a hand to the head of the Yamanaka sensory ninja, Shotoraku relayed his orders. The Yamanaka channeled chakra furiously, broadcasting the commands to every Hidden Leaf village shinobi in range. The scattered forces reorganized quickly. Their new defensive formation significantly bolstered their resilience, making Hidden Stone's village's earth-style techniques far less effective, and with every failed attack, Hidden Stone's village shinobi were not just expending chakra, they were losing morale. From a tactical standpoint, the tide was beginning to shift in Hidden Leaf village's favor. However, Hidden Stone's village's commander was not about to let the battle slip from his grasp. Boom. A section of the battlefield erupted in a violent explosion, sending Hidden Leaf village shinobi flying. From the chaos emerged a figure, moving at lightning speed toward Shotoraku's position. The Hidden Leaf village shinobi instinctively moved to defend their commander. But they severely underestimated their opponent. This intruder was a whirlwind of destruction, maneuvering effortlessly through the battlefield. Any shinobi who attempted to engage him found themselves inexplicably blasted backward by sudden explosions. Wherever he passed, chaos followed, severed limbs, anguished screams, and craters of smoldering earth marked his path. Ha ha ha. Is this all Hidden Leaf village's shinobi have to offer? The attacker, a man named Gari, let out a crazed laugh, reveling in the carnage. The sensation of cutting through enemies like wheat beneath a scythe sent a thrill through his veins. He was invincible, unstoppable. Or so he thought. Whoosh! A shadow stretched from the ground, slithering toward him like a serpent. In an instant, it connected with his feet. Just as Gari was about to trigger another explosion, he found himself frozen in place. Shadow imitation jutsu, success. Shotoraku stood with his hands pressed together, maintaining the technique that bound his opponent. At his side, 2 elite Hidden Leaf village shinobi swiftly took their positions, ready to protect him. You thought I'd just let you run wild? Shotoraku said, his voice steady. Gari, despite his predicament, smirked. Hey. So, you're Nara Shotoraku, the new commander of this front? Not bad. I wonder. Is your predecessor, that woman, still alive? Even restrained, his mocking tone remained unchanged. There was no fear in his eyes, only disdain. Shotoraku's brow furrowed as he tightened his grip. More chakra poured into the jutsu, reinforcing the shadow's hold on Gari. You should worry about yourself first, he retorted. Because the next ones to fall will be your Hidden Stone's village shinobi. Nara Shotoraku's shadow imitation jutsu shifted. The shadows on the ground stretched out like countless hands, swiftly crawling onto Gari's body. However, Shotoraku knew that his shadows alone wouldn't be enough to kill him. His 2 Hidden Leaf village guards immediately understood his intent. One wielded a katana, the other gripped a kunai, and both sprinted toward Gari, aiming to finish him off with a decisive 3-pronged attack. Yet, despite being seemingly immobilized, Gari's expression remained calm and confident, as if victory was already in his grasp. Hidden Leaf village shinobi. Do you think too little of me? A sly smirk curled at Gari's lips as his outstretched palm suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Explosion style, detonation. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from Gari's palm, sending shockwaves across the battlefield like a raging tidal wave. The sheer force of the blast engulfed Nara Shotoraku and the 2 Hidden Leaf village shinobi charging at him. What? Shotoraku's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Gari to be so reckless, to detonate himself at such close range. There was no time to react. The impact sent Shotoraku flying backward, his jutsu instantly dispelled. He crashed onto the ground in a disheveled heap, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to stand. His internal organs felt like they had been shaken into chaos, but at least he was still alive. I have to keep commanding the battle. Shotoraku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze toward the explosion's epicenter, where thick smoke billowed into the sky. If this guy is that reckless, that means Hidden Stone's village is leaderless now. Hidden Leaf village can take advantage of this. Just as he was strategizing the next move, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Through the black smoke, a figure emerged, unhurried, unfazed. It was Gari. His arms had been raised in defense, and now, as he lowered them, they gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a metallic sheen. The smirk on Gari's face deepened as he looked at Shotoraku. Not bad. You actually got to witness my second KK Genkai, steel style. Now you can die without regrets. Chapter 139, A bloodbath over a piece of clothing. Naruto. Ever since you arrived, Hidden Leaf Village's momentum on the battlefield has surged. I have to admit, you're an outstanding commander. But the more capable you are, the less I can afford to let you live. This is our fate. Gary offered a candid evaluation of Naruto while making his stance clear. On the battlefield, they stood on opposing sides, only by killing the other could this battle truly end. Clang. Clang. Gary clenched his fingers into a fist, repeating the motion twice. Each time, a metallic clashing sound rang out. Then, with a single leap, he launched himself toward Naruto. If his iron fist struck, not only would Naruto be impaled by his steel style, but he would also have to withstand Gary's infamous technique, explosion style, landmine fist. This technique concentrated chakra into a single point, triggering an explosion upon impact. The destructive power of explosion style was immense, though not enough to shatter Gary's own steel style. However, any ordinary ninja's flesh and blood would be reduced to ashes under its force. Die. With a furious roar, Gary's iron fist closed in. Naruto's pupils dilated as the deadly strike approached. Just as disaster was about to strike, a black fist suddenly blocked Gary's attack. Clang. 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 The metallic reverberations echoed across the battlefield as two iron fists clashed like blunted weapons in a fierce collision. Gary narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected anyone on this battlefield to rival his steel style in pure hardness. This was an unexpected turn of events. Not bad. So you know advanced Earth style. But my ability surpasses Earth style, it's a KK Genkai. Can you really stop me? As Gary's voice fell, boom. Boom. A chain of violent explosions erupted from his fists, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were caught in the blast's radius, hurled away like broken kites. The area around them was completely cleared. Amid the swirling smoke and debris, Gary's figure emerged. His body still gleamed with an unyielding metallic sheen. The synergy between his explosion style and steel style was formidable. He could trigger explosions without hesitation, knowing his body could withstand them. Countless enemies had perished by his hand because of this terrifying combination. He dusted off the residual debris from his body. Clang. Clang. Once again, the metallic ringing resonated as he moved. Gary had great confidence in his KK Genkai and combat style. However, he wasn't reckless. He could sense that Hidden Leaf Village's hired reinforcement was no pushover. About 30 meters away, Kakuzu slowly straightened. The hardened earth-style armor covering his body had completely dissipated. His cloak, once intact, was now in tatters, barely hanging onto his frame. Exhaling a thick breath, Kakuzu muttered to himself. Throughout his long years in the shinobi world, he had fought countless battles, but this was the first time someone had actually managed to destroy his cloak. It seemed he needed to take this fight seriously. Casually, Kakuzu tore away the remaining scraps of cloth and flicked them aside. The fabric fluttered in the air before settling onto the ground. This was made from high-grade materials. The shopkeeper said it was crafted using 9 tails fur, 8 tails hide, 7 tails silk, and 6 tails fibers. Gary furrowed his brows in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Kakuzu remained unfazed, replying at a leisurely pace. I'll keep it simple, this cloak was expensive. It was custom-made for me. You ruined it, so you'd better be ready to pay up. Oh? Is that so? Gary smirked, crossing his arms. Fine, name your price. As long as you're willing to leave this battlefield, I'll compensate you. From Kakuzu's chakra signature, Gary could tell that he wasn't a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. If he could be bought off, then the remaining Hidden Leaf Village forces would be easy pickings. Settling this matter with money wasn't a bad option. Hearing this, Kakuzu raised a hand and pointed at Gary's head. The bounty on your head in the black market should be enough to cover my losses. Gary's brow twitched. Are you kidding me? My bounty is 88 million ryo. Are you saying your cloak was worth that much? Hey, I never said the cloak was the only thing I was charging for. Kakuzu rolled his neck, his green pupils gleaming with a dangerous light. The price he had in mind wasn't just for the cloak, it included compensation for his lab, as well as a request from Senju Momoka. There was no room for negotiation. Gary shrugged. He could tell that Kakuzu was a formidable opponent, but so what? With his 2 KK Genkai, even against a Kage-level shinobi, he had the confidence to fight on equal footing. Since they couldn't come to a deal, there was only one solution: battle. Standing behind Kakuzu, Naruto took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. He gazed at Kakuzu's back, his tone filled with a hint of guilt. Kakuzu-san. My apologies. We haven't seen each other in years, and the first thing I ask of you is to fight for Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, no need for formalities. You go ahead and continue commanding the battle elsewhere, I'll handle things here. Narasharaku fell silent for half a second before replying, Kakuzu, be extra careful of his steel style and explosion style. I understand. Kakuzu nodded. As if he needed the reminder. An opponent with steel style and explosion style was a tough one, no doubt. And from their brief clash just now, Kakuzu had already assessed the situation. Steel style was similar to his earth style in some ways, they both hardened the body to enhance offense and defense. Their principles were fundamentally aligned. However, he had to admit, in a direct comparison, his earth style fell short. If he had to quantify it, his earth style could harden his body about tenfold. But Gari's steel style? At least 30-fold. Their fists had collided, and though Kakuzu seemed unharmed, that was only because his earth grudge fear threads had swiftly repaired his shattered arm. His opponent's defense was practically maxed out. If he tried to go head-to-head in a pure contest of strength, he might actually suffer a loss. Against enemies like this, Kakuzu had a simple approach, play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Swoosh. 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 The earth grudge fear threads on Kakuzu's body suddenly snapped apart, and from his back emerged a black figure. It was Water Style, the masked entity with a blue face. Seeing this, Gari frowned slightly, his mind already racing. What exactly did he summon? He couldn't figure it out immediately, but one thing was clear, whatever this thing was, its physical durability wasn't on his level. Even if Kakuzu and his summon attacked together, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. And if they couldn't even breach his defenses, what did Kakuzu plan to fight him with? Chapter 140, Continuous Tailed Beast Bombs. Under the sunlight, Gari's body gleamed as he activated his steel style to its maximum limit, hardening his entire body 30-fold. He refused to believe that Kakuzu could break through his defense. Partner. Kakuzu's gaze remained calm as he issued a command to the figure behind him. Glug. Glug. Dark red bubbles rose from Water Style's body. The sight made Gari's pupils contract violently. That was unmistakably Tailed Beast Chakra. It wasn't just Gari who reacted, every surrounding shinobi instinctively halted their battles, turning to witness this shocking development. Kakuzu can control a tailed beast? What the hell is going on? A chilling sense of foreboding surged through Gari, but it was already too late. Boom. A tailed beast bomb formed in Water Style's mouth. Bang. The sphere of destruction shot out like a cannonball. At that moment, Gari's expression shifted to sheer terror. He wanted to evade, but the speed of the tailed beast bomb was too overwhelming, there was no chance to dodge. There was only one option left. With a crazed determination, Gari braced himself, reinforcing his defense with steel style while shifting his body to the side, attempting to minimize the impact zone. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted at the center of the battlefield, sending black smoke and dust billowing into the sky. Swish. Kakuzu leaped into the air with Water Style, distancing themselves from the explosion's range the moment the tailed beast bomb was released. As the shock wave dissipated, he lowered his arms, revealing an unhurried smirk while surveying the battlefield ahead. The tailed beast bomb was one of the most powerful attack in the shinobi world, but that didn't mean it was unstoppable. Opposing forces, yin against yang, softness overcoming hardness, offered ways to counter it. Jutsus like Kakuzu's dark style could seemingly absorb its destructive force. Even some specialized Water Style users had means to withstand it. But if one chose to meet it head-on, that required an unimaginable level of toughness. If they lacked it and still tried to endure, they would end up just like him. As the smoke and dust settled, the battlefield revealed a scene of utter devastation, charred earth and shattered debris. Oh? That's sturdy, huh? Kakuzu's eyes flickered with surprise, though his expression quickly returned to indifference. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration. Up ahead, Gari wavered unsteadily, his entire body still smoldering. His once impenetrable steel style had been completely shattered. His left arm had been blown off, the severed stump still glowing from the intense heat. Yet, despite the gruesome injury, Gari barely registered the pain. His body was already so severely wounded that his nerves had numbed most of the sensation. He had survived a direct hit from a small-scale tailed beast bomb, not purely through brute force, but also by cleverly avoiding vital areas. Even so, his steel style was undeniably formidable. Unexpected, but reasonable. A defense of this level, Gari, you have my acknowledgement. Kakuzu smirked and took a step forward, ready to formally recognize his opponent's resilience. However, before he could act, a squad of Hidden Stone's village shinobi surged forward like the wind, catching Gari and stabilizing him. As they did, they erupted in furious outbursts. Damn Hidden Leaf Village bastards. How dare they use a tailed beast? Hidden Leaf Village broke the rules first. If that's how they want to play, we won't hold back either. Shit. Damn it all. Gari-sama, you have to hold on. Their voices carried unrestrained fury. In the battles between the five great nations, an unspoken rule had always existed: a nation would not deploy a tailed beast unless the enemy did so first. Tailed beasts were considered strategic weapons, akin to nuclear warheads in the modern world. Their mere presence could wipe out thousands of shinobi in an instant. The loss would be catastrophic for any nation. Thus, despite their deep-seated rivalries and the brutal nature of war, the five nations had exercised restraint, rarely resorting to their ultimate weapons. But today, Water Style had unleashed a tailed beast bomb, an attack belonging to the Three Tails. To the Hidden Stones Village shinobi, this was an unforgivable provocation. Their hatred for Hidden Leaf Village boiled over. Watching the enraged Hidden Stones Village shinobi, Kakuzu simply shrugged. After all, their fury was directed at Hidden Leaf Village, it had nothing to do with him. But when he saw them trying to carry away the barely breathing Gari, his expression darkened. Put him down. Kakuzu's voice was cold and final. Then the rest of you, get lost. Gari was his target. There was no way he would allow him to escape. But the Hidden Stones Village shinobi had no intention of backing down. Even if we have to fight to our last breath, we must bring our commander back. Gari wasn't just their squad leader, he was their explosion corps captain, a vital figure in their ranks. Even if today's battle against Hidden Leaf Village ended in failure, they couldn't allow Gari to fall here. However, they still wanted to show their last bit of resolve. The dozen or so Hidden Stones Village shinobi in front of Kakuzu formed hand seals in unison. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. With a loud rumble, torrents of mud and stone poured from their mouths like flowing streams. As the multiple streams converged, they formed into a massive, surging river of earth. Rumble. The immense mudslide roared forward, rising to a height of 7 or 8 meters. This was the true power of a large-scale cooperative jutsu, its sheer momentum alone was breathtaking. Boom. The enormous wave of mud crashed down, completely engulfing Kakuzu's body. Without hesitation, the Hidden Stones Village shinobi swiftly formed new hand seals. In perfect synchronization, they shouted in unison, "Ignite!" Sizzle, the mudslide reacted as if subjected to extreme heat. The moisture within it rapidly evaporated, hardening into a solid mound. In mere moments, a small hill stood where Kakuzu had been buried. Gazing at the earthen hill, the Hidden Stones Village shinobi's eyes flickered with hope. They clenched their fists tightly. Did we finally kill him? The same thought echoed in every one of their minds. However, the answer came in the form of a crackling sound. ZZT, sparks of blue electricity flickered across the surface. A few seconds later, boom. The small hill exploded violently. Chunks of hardened earth blasted into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. Emerging from the debris, Kakuzu strode forward, his body crackling with the lightning of storm style. He pulled his legs free from the ground, stepping out alongside Suai, who had remained unscathed. Before him, the Hidden Stones Village shinobi were frozen in shock. Some reacted quickly, realizing that their attack had failed. Without wasting a second, they formed hand seals, preparing for a second assault. But Kakuzu had no intention of wasting time on them. His sharp eyes locked onto a group of Hidden Stones Village shinobi retreating at full speed, carrying their injured companion, Kari, on their backs. They think they can escape? That his prey could just slip away? Did these Hidden Stones Village shinobi really take him for a fool? A cold glint flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. Fire off consecutive tail beast bombs. Behind him, Water Mask obeyed immediately. Bending down, he revealed the 3 chakra tails floating behind him. In front of his mouth, a tailed beast bomb rapidly began to form again. Chapter 141, Sorry, it's nothing personal. Boom. 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 3 consecutive tailed beast bombs detonated, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. The explosions tore through the ranks of Hidden Stones Village's forces, leaving the ground scarred and bodies scattered. The battle had reached a turning point. Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi merely needed to maintain their momentum, and victory would be within reach. But for Kakuzu, the outcome of this war was irrelevant. Hidden Stones Village's forces might have been fighting tooth and nail, but all the destruction they caused had to be accounted for. And Kakuzu had already set his sights on his bounty. No one, not even the first Sushi Kage himself, could stop him. With a swift motion, his water mask surged back into his body. Kakuzu's foot barely touched the ground before he shot forward like a shadow. The battlefield was in ruins, and Hidden Stones Village's shinobi lay dead or wounded from the sheer devastation of the tailed beast bombs. None had the strength to stop him. He swiftly exited the war zone, setting his sights on a retreating squad of Hidden Stones Village shinobi. Realizing Kakuzu was pursuing them, the remaining Hidden Stones Village squads felt immense pressure. As they fled, they quickly made a decision: 3 would stay behind to stall him. Hey! Seeing three hidden stones village shinobi abruptly changed direction to intercept him, Kakuzu didn't even bother to slow down. Fire style. A massive wall of flames erupted, sweeping across the battlefield like a giant net. The three hidden stones village shinobi were instantly incinerated. However, their sacrifice bought their comrades some time. Another squad further ahead dispatched a few more shinobi to block Kakuzu's path. This time, they launched powerful earth-style jutsu the moment they engaged. Though their techniques were relatively small-scale, they were layered defensively, creating formidable barriers against Kakuzu's advance. But against Kakuzu, defense was meaningless. His body instantly hardened with earth grudge fear, and in a single breath, he shattered three rising earth walls. In less than half a minute, he had cut down the shinobi standing in his way and resumed his pursuit. Again, Hidden Stones Village sent more shinobi to intercept him. Again, they failed. This pattern repeated over and over for 30 minutes. Finally, on an open plain, Kakuzu stood victorious. In his grasp, barely clinging to life, was his bounty target, Gari. Scattered around him were three more Hidden Stones Village shinobi, all beaten and unable to resist. They lay on the ground, staring at Kakuzu with hatred burning in their eyes. But Kakuzu didn't care for their glares. He didn't even bother speaking. Forming a single hand seal, he prepared to finish them off with a casual storm-style attack. Then, out of instinct, his gaze shifted toward the horizon. A figure, short but incredibly stocky, appeared in the distance. His arms hung loosely by his sides, his body leaning forward slightly as he sprinted toward them at breakneck speed. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and momentarily paused his jutsu. This one's trouble. This area was already beyond the borders of White Tree Town. Given that the war was still ongoing, it was inevitable that Hidden Stones Village had stationed troops nearby. But the chakra signature he was sensing from this newcomer intrigued him. Interesting. The approaching figure rapidly closed the distance. In mere moments, he had arrived just 10 meters away and finally slowed to a walk. It was a teenager, no older than 15 or 16. He was clad in thick, heavy crimson armor, his head covered by a matching red hooded cloak. A black cloth concealed the lower half of his face, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Didn't expect someone to be rocking this look already. For the three Hidden Stones Village shinobi on the ground, however, the sight of this young man was nothing short of salvation. Han. You're finally here. We're saved. Han. That bastard, he has Gari-sama. You have to take him back. The front lines were hit by the tailed beast's attacks. Right now, you're our only hope. Desperation gave their voices strength, their pleas filled with urgency. As soon as they realized Hidden Leaf Village's forces had gained the upper hand, they had immediately reported to headquarters. They never expected backup to arrive so swiftly. And though it was just one person, this particular individual carried immense weight in Hidden Stones Village. If Han was here, then they had a chance, not only to defeat Kakuzu, but to turn the tides of battle entirely. The thought alone filled them with hope. Han, however, simply nodded at his comrades before motioning for them to step aside and focus on treating their wounds. He then shifted his gaze toward Kakuzu, his eyes filled with silent killing intent. But Kakuzu barely acknowledged him. Instead, he methodically pulled out a sealing scroll and stored away his hard-earned bounty. Only after securing the scroll and tucking it into his robes did he finally turn his full attention to Han. His eyes, cold and calculating, took in the teenager's presence. The chakra flowing through your body. It's different. Kakuzu's voice was calm, almost indifferent. I take it you're Hidden Stones Village's secret weapon. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Han's brow furrowed slightly. To be honest, he didn't like being called a weapon. It was an insult to his pride. Humphrey, word is that you summoned a tailed beast on the front lines. But I don't sense that kind of power from you at all. Looks like you're not as strong as the rumors say. Han's retort didn't faze Kakuzu in the slightest. He merely chuckled. Young men, when weren't they arrogant? He didn't mind in the least. In fact, this pursuit had brought an unexpected bonus. Since the Jinchuriki had delivered himself right to the door, it would be foolish not to take advantage. Cracking his neck, Kakuzu spoke with an air of indifference. Alright then, since you're here to reinforce the battle, why don't you show some real skill? Unleash that energy inside you. Han's expression darkened. What the hell do you mean by that? It was one thing for Kakuzu to know he was a Jinchuriki. But the fact that he was demanding Han to use that power right away, was he implying that Han had no chance of winning without it? Kakuzu let out a dry chuckle. Oh? You're a proud one, huh? He didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm simply stating the facts. Whether the kid understood his words or not was another matter. Calling Han's secret weapon earlier had been a bit generous. If he couldn't use the tailed beast's power, to be honest, he wasn't much of a threat. To be clear, Kakuzu wasn't saying Han was weak. He was saying that aside from himself, everyone else here was. Chapter 142, Ignoring the words of the experienced. You dare underestimate me? Sizzling chakra vapor erupted from Han's body, forming a dense, red aura. It wasn't just chakra, it was steam, evaporating from him in waves. In the next instant, his foot barely touched the ground before he launched himself forward like a cannonball, closing the gap between himself and Kakuzu in the blink of an eye. Ha! With a sharp battle cry, Han leaped into the air, twisting his body mid-flight. His foot shot toward Kakuzu with blinding speed, the crimson steam surrounding him forming a shimmering, red barrier against the wind resistance. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, his mind flashing back to another fighter, someone whose kick nearly ended everything in an instant. This technique was eerily similar. But there was a crucial difference: that man had used pure taijutsu, opening the 8th gate to unleash a god-slaying strike. Han, on the other hand, relied on ninjutsu, using his chakra to generate high-pressure steam that drastically boosted his physical strength, like an engine, harnessing raw power through sheer force. Yet, despite the overwhelming power behind the attack, Kakuzu merely smirked. Without a hint of panic, he reached up and caught Han's leg with one hand. Clang! The impact rang out like metal striking metal. Kakuzu's grip was unyielding, his confidence absolute. Is that all? Han didn't flinch. Even with his leg restrained, his chakra surged wildly, the steam intensifying. The red vapor thickened like the thrusters of a rocket, amplifying the force behind his strike as he pushed forward with renewed determination. He was certain, this time, he would break through Kakuzu's defenses. But then, something was wrong. Han's eyes widened as an unsettling sensation crept over him. His chakra wasn't just fueling his own power, it was being siphoned away. Like a stream diverted from its course, a portion of his energy flowed unnaturally into Kakuzu's hand. Here, have it back. Kakuzu abruptly released his grip and stepped back, his left palm opening toward Han. Boom! A shockwave exploded outward as the very same red steam that had been stolen was now hurled back at Han like a raging torrent. Han's heart pounded. He had no time to evade. With no other choice, he raised his armored arms to shield his face. Bang! The impact sent him hurtling through the air like a broken kite. Twisting mid-flight, he barely managed to regain control before landing, skidding backward for several meters before coming to a stop. Huff! Huff! Half kneeling on the ground, Han lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kakuzu. He had underestimated him, badly. Kakuzu was a monster in his own right. But Kakuzu wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. Let's end this. Release what's inside you. His words weren't taunts, they were command. Han might have been formidable among his peers, but against Kakuzu, he was outmatched. Han clenched his fists, his knuckles pressing against the dirt. Frustration burned in his eyes. He refused to be dismissed so easily. After a long moment of hesitation, a single tail of chakra materialized behind him, swaying ominously in the air. He took a deep breath. This is the most I can handle. Don't fail me now. Kakuzu watched impassively, arms crossed over his chest. Only one tail? TCH. Disappointing. He took a step forward. With each step, his fists darkened, the earth chakra coursing through his body reinforcing his limbs like living iron. Damn it. Han gritted his teeth, unwilling to back down. He wasn't just any shinobi, he had fought for his village, earned his place, and he wouldn't allow himself to be humiliated. But before he could finish his thought, whoosh! Kakuzu vanished. Han's instincts screamed. The air shifted, a gust of wind brushing against his face. His eyes darted upward, Kakuzu was already above him, hands forming seals in an instant. Han's stomach dropped. He barely had time to react before an inferno roared down from above, engulfing everything in its path. He had no choice but to brace himself, releasing a surge of red steam in an attempt to counter the flames. But the firestorm didn't end there. Through the blazing heat, a single iron fist shot forward. Crack! The punch landed square on Han's face. Teeth shattered. Blood sprayed. His vision blurred as his head snapped backward, his body crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. He barely had a moment to recover before a shadow loomed over him. Kakuzu stepped through the dissipating flames, unfazed. He wasted no time, straddling Han's battered form and raising his hardened fists high. This fight wasn't over. The next blow was coming. Boom. With a single punch, Han's face was completely distorted. Then came the second, the third. Kakuzu didn't stop, landing 7 or 8 blows in quick succession. By the time he was done, Han's face was a mangled mess of blood and flesh. The 3 Hidden Stones village shinobi nearby, barely clinging to life, had held on to a sliver of hope, but that hope was utterly shattered in this moment. They watched in horror as Kakuzu relentlessly beat Han, too terrified to even think about intervening. A man who had taken down their elite Jonin in an instant. How could they possibly stand against him? Even the killing intent radiating from Kakuzu was enough to paralyze them. As Kakuzu delivered his final punches, Han's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Kakuzu finally stopped, muttering to himself in disappointment. TCH. How boring. He hadn't even hit that hard, yet Han was already done for? It only proved once again that, aside from a few prodigies, the new generation of shinobi just wasn't worth much. Shaking his head, Kakuzu got up from Han's body and dusted off his hands, already turning to leave. But then, he paused. His green eyes flickered toward Han's unmoving form. Gurgle. Small, pale red bubbles of chakra began to seep from Han's body. At first, it was just a trickle, but in the next moment, it was as if a floodgate had been opened, waves of crimson chakra poured out, surging across Han's body. And then, behind him, originally, there had been only one tail. Now, 4 more had begun to sprout. Kakuzu took a few steps back, watching with intrigue. Han had already lost consciousness. His body no longer belonged to him. Which could only mean the tailed beast was about to emerge. Chapter 143, even the tailed beasts are competitive when a Jinchuriki completely loses control of their body. The tailed beast sealed within them begins to stir. In such situations, whether or not the beast can break free depends primarily on the strength of the sealing technique. The Uzumaki clan's 8 trigram seal is one of the most stable sealing techniques, even if the Jinchuriki is on the verge of collapse. The tailed beast may not necessarily find an opening to escape. What kind of sealing jutsu Hidden Stone's village used on their Jinchuriki was unknown, but it was certainly inferior to the 8 trigram seal. Previously, Han had drawn upon his tailed beast's power to grow a single tail in his battle against Kakuzu. That moment of weakness gave the beast an opportunity, and now, with Han completely unconscious, this was the perfect time to break free. A faint reddish chakra began to darken, intensifying as it formed a menacing tailed beast cloak. The oppressive chakra pulsed outward, expanding Han's body. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions echoed as the massive form of the tailed beast unfurled, its presence overwhelming the land and toppling trees. As the transformation completed, the dark red cloak receded, revealing thick snow-white fur. Kakuzu instinctively stepped back, putting more distance between himself and the enormous creature now looming before him, the 5 tails, Kakuzu. Towering over the battlefield, its 5 tails swayed menacingly. Though its body resembled a horse, it wasn't quite equine in nature. Kakuzu's gaze shifted to its face, 4 sharp horns protruded from its head, and its chin was unnaturally large, almost oval-shaped, giving it an odd, bloated appearance. Not quite a horse's face. Kakuzu stroked his chin, mulling over the creature's features before coming to a conclusion. If I had to compare, your face kinda looks like a pufferfish. Kakuzu's massive eyes locked onto Kakuzu, filled with contempt. Insolent human, what did you just say? Nothing. Kakuzu shook his head, pushing aside unnecessary thoughts. He decided to shift the conversation to something more interesting. So, 5 tails, I've always been curious, what kind of elemental release do you specialize in? Each tailed beast possessed a signature chakra nature. Shukaku wielded wind style and powerful sealing jutsu, Matetabi specialized in fire style. But Kakuzu couldn't recall what made Kakuzu unique. Humphrey. And what makes you think you're worthy of that knowledge? Kakuzu sneered. Kakuzu merely shrugged. Doesn't matter. I'll figure it out soon enough. His casual threat made Kakuzu scoff, its lips curling into a mocking grin. I've been watching from within Han's body, observing everything. I admit, you're strong. But that's all you are. Kakuzu's voice rumbled. Don't tell me you actually believe you're still fighting that steam-clad fool? Kakuzu smirked. Oh, I'm well aware I'm not your strongest opponent. Compared to the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, I must seem insignificant. At those names, the air grew heavy. Kakuzu's massive eyes narrowed dangerously, a flicker of killing intent flashing through them. Kakuzu chuckled. Looks like you tailed beasts aren't too fond of that part of history. Humphrey. Spare me your pointless chatter, human. Summon the beast within you. I'll crush Isabu first, then I'll tear you apart. Unlike ordinary people, a tailed beast could sense the presence of another beast's chakra. Kakuzu had already recognized the lingering traces of Isabu's power within Kakuzu. For centuries, humans had sought to steal their strength. To Kakuzu was no different, strong, yes, but still another human trying to harness what wasn't his. Kakuzu raised a brow. So you look down on Isabu, huh? Kakuzu let out a low chuckle. Ha. He's nothing special. Even if you had his full power, you'd still stand no chance against me. His words made it clear, the tailed beasts had their own pecking order. It seemed even within their ranks, Competition was fierce. Isabu, being large and primarily aquatic, lacked the land-based agility that Kakuo possessed. In a pure battle of speed and maneuverability, the Three Tails was at a disadvantage. But in terms of raw chakra reserves, Isabu was hardly inferior to Kakuo. Kakuzu crossed his arms. You tailed beasts really love to rank each other, huh? So tell me, who do you consider your boss? At that, Kakuo's gaze flickered to the side, avoiding the question. You don't need to know that. The only thing that matters is, you are absolutely no match for me. The Five Tails, Kakuo, was clearly growing irritated. With a powerful leap, its front hooves came crashing down. Boom. Like a meteor slamming into the earth, the impact sent shockwaves through the ground. Dust billowed into the air, and shards of rock flew in all directions. The sheer force of the blow left a massive crater in the ground. From within the cloud of debris, Kakuzu sprang out, landing safely at a distance. His lips curled into a smirk as he eyed Kakuo with amusement. Looks like you're not the boss of the tailed beasts, he remarked. I wonder, has your leader ever beaten you into submission? Human. Enough with your prattle. Kakuo's patience had finally snapped. It lunged forward, rage burning in its eyes. But Kakuzu simply raised a hand, making a casual gesture. I can see you're getting worked up, he said, unfazed. I can't summon the Nine Tails on such short notice. But I can still find you a playmate. A knowing smile tugged at his lips. Water Mask had already used up his reserves of tailed beast energy, about 4 tailed beast balls in total. Until he recovered, he wouldn't be able to tap into its power again. That was fine. Kakuzu had something else in mind. His hands blurred through a rapid sequence of hand seals, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. The moment his palms pressed against the ground, intricate black summoning seals spread in all directions. Summoning jutsu. The instant the technique activated, 9 rings materialized behind him. Strange white characters glowed on each ring, inscribed with the words, azure, white, vermilion, black, sky, south, north, 3, jewel, 9 masked beasts. Minma Uzumaki is a character that appears in Road to Ninja, Naruto the movie as the main antagonist. He is the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze in the alternate universe of Hidden Leaf Village, thus making him the Naruto Uzumaki of that world. Chapter 144, Kakuo's strongest weapon. The power of the 9 masked beasts was something the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers had stolen from the Nine Tails. Later, Kakuzu extracted it using his dark style and had kept it sealed away until now. Only when he felt his own strength was sufficient did he begin the process of fully assimilating it. As Kakuo watched Kakuzu summon the power of the 9 Tails, his already large, lantern-like eyes widened even further. Emerging from 9 different spatial rifts, 9 monstrous figures took shape. Kakuo could feel it immediately, the unmistakable aura of malice and hatred, identical to that of the 9 Tails. How is this guy connected to the 9 Tails? A chill ran down Kakuo's spine, and a bead of sweat, large enough to rival a small pond, rolled down his forehead. His instinctive reaction was to retreat, stepping back 2 paces to put some distance between himself and Kakuzu. Who the hell are you? Kakuo's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp and wary. Kakuzu crossed his arms, his expression as indifferent as ever. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9 Tails is the strongest. After all, the more tails a beast has, the greater its power. Bastard! Kakuo's hooves slammed into the ground, his 5 tails rising aggressively. He let out a furious roar. Don't judge our strength by the number of tails alone. Kakuzu chuckled. Ha! Looks like all tailed beasts share the same personality. None of you like hearing that kind of talk. Fine, I won't use tails as a measure, but that doesn't change the fact that the 9 Tails is the strongest. I originally thought that with your presence and overwhelming aura, you'd at least be second in command. But now, I've only unleashed a fraction of the 9 Tails' power, and you're already trembling. I must say, this is quite the eye-opener. Kakuzu's words pushed Kakuo over the edge. His back legs dug into the earth, his front hooves bracing forward, like an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. You bastard! Shut up! With a deafening roar, Kakuo charged at Kakuzu. But before he could close the distance, Kakuzu simply lifted his right hand and gave a subtle wave. In an instant, the 9 monstrous figures, 9 masked beasts, rushed toward Kakuo from all directions. Kakuzu, unfazed, leapt back and landed atop a nearby hill, watching the battle unfold with a detached amusement. Having summoned these creatures to fight for him, Kakuzu could afford to stand aside as a spectator, much like someone who had paid for a front row seat to witness a clash of titans. Make no mistake, 9 masked beasts was far from weak. Back when Kakuzu had subdued them, it had been a near-death struggle. Each of the 9 creatures had its own distinct form, Some bore tiger-like stripes, some were humanoid, and one even wielded a scythe reminiscent of the Shinigami itself. Unlike normal summoned creatures, the 9 masked beasts were manifestations of the Nine Tails' hatred. They did not possess true life, only an unyielding drive for combat. They resided in a separate dimension, emerging only when called upon. Their individual strength could be compared to that of the Akatsuki members. In fact, each of the 9 entities corresponded to the rings worn by the Akatsuki: azure, white, vermilion, black, sky, south, north, 3, jewel. While they wouldn't stand a chance in a one-on-one duel against Akatsuki members, their collective power was nothing to scoff at. Each creature was at least as strong as a high-ranking Jonin. Some could even walk on air, and, crucially, they lacked physical bodies, making them nearly impossible to kill. The only way to defeat them was to completely exhaust their chakra, at which point they would return to their dimension. In essence, the 9 masked beasts was a younger, less refined version of the Akatsuki, less terrifying, but still formidable. Even a Kage-level opponent would struggle if caught in their relentless assault. From his vantage point, Kakuzu observed the battle with a calm detachment. 10 minutes passed. Finally, with a furious bellow, Kakuo's sharp horn impaled the last of the masked beasts. The creature's form wavered, becoming translucent before dissipating into a gust of wind, retreating back into the final gate, Jewel. The battlefield fell silent. The 9 masked beasts had been vanquished. Standing atop the hill, Kakuzu stretched his neck and rolled his shoulders, his joints cracking from the motion. Though the battle had lasted only 10 minutes, the fact that the masked beasts had managed to hold their ground against an actual tailed beast for that long was proof of their formidable power. Even though the summons had disappeared, Kakuo was left battered. His tails, legs, and torso were covered in wounds. The pristine white fur of the 5 tails was marred by numerous cuts and bruises. Kakuzu pushed off the hill with a light step, landing gracefully on the ground. Kakuo turned to face him, his breath coming out in visible puffs of hot air. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Kakuzu. A fresh scar ran across his otherwise unblemished white face, a lasting mark from the masked beasts' combined assault. A battle that had ended with him scarred, an affront that Kakuo could hardly tolerate. Yet Kakuzu paid no mind to Kakuo's seething anger. He took a slow, deliberate step forward and spoke, his voice calm and analytical. 5 tails, your chakra reserves do exceed that of the 3 tails. I'll give you that. During our fight, you even utilized wind style. But that's not your true affinity, is it? That must be your strongest attack, right? Kakuzu halted his steps and extended a hand, pointing directly at Kakuo's head. 4 sharp horns gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a bright luster. Those 4 things, Kakuo's greatest weapons and his trump card. Kakuzu had witnessed it firsthand, even towering mountains crumbled to dust when struck by those horns. Their sharpness was terrifying. He suspected that even a tailed beast's hide wouldn't stand a chance against them. This must be Kakuo's deadliest weapon. Just like the 9 tails. The 9 tails rarely used jutsu in battle. No one would believe a centuries-old fox didn't know ninjutsu, he simply had no need for it. With his massive chakra reserves, a single-tailed beast bomb could reshape the landscape. No jutsu could compare. That was why he didn't bother using them. And against weaker enemies, a casual swipe of his tails was enough to flatten an entire forest. Gazing at Kakuo's most prized weapons, Kakuzu's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Those 4 horns of yours. They cut through iron like butter. Mind sharing one with me? The moment Kakuzu spoke, a thunderous roar shook the skies. Roar. Kakuo bellowed furiously, feeling as if he were being mocked. You bastard, stand still. I'm killing you today. With an explosive temper, Kakuo dove at him once more. Kakuzu wasn't about to humor him. Pressing his hands together, he activated his technique. Sage Mode, open. Chapter 145, just to deal with a massive opponent like the 5 tails, Kakuzu didn't just rely on senjutsu, he also used summoning jutsu. But there was a bit of an awkward problem. Most summoning jutsu work instantly, bringing forth a summoned beast the moment the technique is activated. However, Kakuzu's summoning ritual took an embarrassingly long time. He spent half a minute inscribing the summoning sigil on the ground before anything even happened. Then, boom. A massive cloud of smoke, towering dozens of meters high, exploded outward. A sharp, shrill voice echoed through the battlefield. Finally. I'm free. From the thick smoke emerged a towering, milky white figure. 4 antennae twitched atop her head as she gazed up at the boundless blue sky and the vast, open landscape. Ah, how wonderful. After spending so much time in Shikatsu Forest, I've been longing to see the outside world. And now, my wish has finally come true. Swoosh. Kakuzu wasted no time. With a single step, he landed right on top of the giant slug's head. Why the hell did it take you so long to come out? He asked, frowning. Ah, well, the slug, Katsu, swayed slightly beneath him. You see, getting bigger takes time. Since this is my first time fighting for you, I wanted to leave a good impression. So, I summoned a few extra lickspittles to make sure I looked impressive. Naturally, that took a bit longer. Katsu's true body wasn't actually that large, her massive form was composed of countless smaller slugs stacked together. Kakuzu sighed but didn't dwell on it. With his summon now present and senjutsu activated, he was ready. Katsu, curious about their opponent, turned her gaze forward. When she finally saw what they were up against, her entire body stiffened. Oh dear. Why in the world did you provoke that guy? Before them stood the colossal beast known as the Five Tails, Kakuzu. From what I recall, the tailed beasts aren't exactly known for their patience. If one of them holds a grudge against you, they'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Kakuzu, are you sure about this? Enough. Kakuzu cut her off. I'll handle the direct assault. You provide support from the side. We will tame this beast today. Understood? The moment he finished speaking, Kakuzu vanished from Katsu's head, reappearing right in front of Kakuzu. He wasn't just relying on senjutsu. He had also activated the final form of his Earth Grudge Fear technique. Fire style, intelligent hard work. Wind style, pressure damage. The flames, amplified by the wind, surged into a blazing inferno, engulfing everything in a firestorm that could consume an army of 1,000. The scorching heat turned the battlefield into an ocean of fire. The senjutsu chakra infused into the blaze made the flames even wilder, more ferocious. Whoosh. 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 The flames spread, expanding endlessly until they swallowed up nearly half of Kakuo's enormous body. Roar. The Five Tails let out an earth-shaking roar. To ordinary shinobi, a fire style of this scale was apocalyptic. But to a tailed beast? TCH. Nothing more than a warm breeze. Kakuzu charged forward, its thick, snow-white fur slicing through the flames. It emerged completely unscathed, its polished, razor-sharp horns gleaming under the fire's glow. Boom. The beast tore through the sea of flames, but instead of Kakuzu, another massive figure appeared before it. Let me show you what I can do. Katsu announced gleefully. Sage art, tongue-tooth sticky acid. She puckered her lips and exhaled a thick, yellowish mist that spread in all directions, rapidly engulfing Kakuzu. Sizzle. Sizzle. The corrosive fog began to eat away at Kakuo's fur, making the beast's pristine white coat shrink at a visible rate. Damn it. Kakuo's eyes narrowed. If it inhaled too much of this mist, even as a tailed beast, it would suffer serious damage. The beast had to act fast. Kicking off the ground with all its might, Kakuzu lunged straight at Katsu. Boom. Its fearsome, mountain-flattening horns rammed directly into her enormous body. Katsu exploded on impact. Or rather, she split apart. There was no blood, no agonized wailing. Instead, her gigantic form fractured into thousands of smaller slugs, each the size of a brick, their blue and white bodies wriggling across the battlefield. Among them, one stood out. A slightly larger slug with a distinct golden hue. Katsu's true self. Straightening her tiny body, she quickly issued orders. All right, everyone. Swarm this big guy. Don't let him get away. The mass of miniature slugs began their assault. Kakuo's face contorted in anger. You're asking for death. Its horns glowed brilliantly as it prepared another charge. But the moment Kakuzu lifted its legs, something felt off. A chorus of tiny, squishy noises rang out. The beast looked down. Its entire lower half was covered in slugs. Countless little katsuyas clung to its legs and waist, their soft mouths suckling onto its thick hide. Individually, their bites were harmless. But when multiplied by thousands, tens of thousands, Kakuo's muscles twitched involuntarily. At first, it tried to ignore the sensation. A few tiny slugs weren't going to hurt a tailed beast. But there were too many. By the time it realized, its entire lower body had been overrun. An unbearable, numbing irritation spread across its limbs. It was everywhere. For the first time in centuries, the Five Tails felt an itch it couldn't scratch. The most important thing to remember, these slugs' greatest weapon is the acidic mist they spew from their mouths. Its corrosive properties and toxicity constantly eat away at the tailed beast's body and will. As a faint purple hue spread across Kakuo's face, a figure suddenly appeared before his massive, lantern-sized eyes. Kakuzu? Fall. With a thunderous roar, Kakuzu's hardened fist came crashing down. Boom. Boom. Even with the might of a tailed beast, Kakuzu had no way to dodge the unexpected strike. The pain coursing through his body, combined with the acidic paste seeping into his lungs, left him completely vulnerable. His towering form collapsed, bringing countless small slugs down with him, sending dust billowing into the air. When the dust settled, Kakuzu was already standing atop Kakuo's head. His eerie green pupils reflected the sharp horn protruding from the tailed beast's skull. Well, since I need to take something from you to replicate, I might as well go for the most valuable part. Bear with me for a moment. Bastard! Get your damn hands off me! Kakuo's furious roar echoed in the air, but Kakuzu only smiled coldly. Raising his right arm, his fist morphed into a blade, coated in a black metallic sheen. Then, he brought it down with full force. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking an impossibly hard surface rang out. Oh! Kakuo let out a pained, furious howl. Even Kakuzu couldn't help but pause for a moment at the sheer intensity of the cry. Just endure it a little longer. I'm almost done. He increased the force behind his strikes. Clang! 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 After dozens of consecutive blows, Kakuzu finally straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked down at the horn, only a few centimeters of damage. TCH. Damn, your head is tough. With a resigned sigh, he glanced down at Kakuo. Alright, just endure a little more. At this rate, I'll only need to hit you a few thousand more times. Hang in there. Chapter 146, Threat. Being hammered 70 to 80 times by Kakuzu's iron fists would be enough to take down over 90% of Kage-level shinobi in the ninja world. But today, he had met a true tough opponent. Kakuzu wiped his sweat once again. The cracks on the horns of his adversary had already reached over 40 centimeters. Yet, compared to the massive body of the tailed beast, it was still insignificant. No choice, looks like I really have to hit a billion times. Kakuzu had already prepared himself. If he wanted the treasure, he had to go all out. As for the bound Kakuo under his foot, whether he had any objections was irrelevant. After being hammered and inhaling the poisonous mist from the slug, he could no longer move. Returning to his Jinchuriki's body was also nearly impossible. Since his opponent had resigned to his fate, Kakuzu had no reason to hold back. After another 20 or so strikes, Kakuzu was just about to take a breather when, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky above him. It was like a star shining in broad daylight. The next moment, a massive surge of chakra solidified in the air. A rectangular beam of light shot downward at an incredible speed. It came so fast that Kakuzu barely had time to react. Just as the beam was about to strike, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, in the very spot he stood, an explosion occurred at a near microscopic level. This explosion was unlike any grandiose art or the typical detonation of explosive tags. It was silent, yet its power could only be described as annihilation. When Kakuzu landed, his left arm had been completely obliterated. The black threads of earth grudge fear immediately started repairing it. In his right hand, he clutched a chunk of metal-like material. It was a broken piece of Kakuo's horn. Glancing at his regenerating left arm, then at the severed horn in his hand, Kakuzu instinctively looked toward the sky. He had struck that horn 70 or 80 times without breaking it, yet someone else had shattered it with a single technique. There was no doubt, the newcomer was a formidable opponent. At that moment, the five tails finally managed to break free from Kakuzu's grip. The beast glared at him furiously but didn't dwell on its broken horn. Without hesitation, it quickly shrank down like a whirlpool of water, retreating into Han's body. Han, now back to his human form, lay on the ground in the same half-dead state, his breathing shallow and weak. As for the three Hidden Stones village shinobi who had been there earlier, they had long since vanished, likely hiding in some far-off corner. Now, only Kakuzu remained, staring up at the figure in the sky. Onoki, get down here. Kakuzu's voice boomed as his left arm finished regenerating. Hey hey. A chuckle echoed from above. Onoki slowly descended, controlling his flight, finally hovering about 20 meters away from Kakuzu. The Onoki before him was no longer the youthful, carefree boy obsessed with luxury. Time had left its mark, he was now nearly 40, his face showing the traces of age. Once, Kakuzu and Onoki had shared a somewhat amicable relationship. During the 5 Kage summit, when Madara had mercilessly beaten Onoki, Kakuzu had even lent him a hand. But in this world, there were no eternal friends, only shifting alliances. Now, circumstances had changed. If it was time to turn against each other, so be it. I sincerely apologize. If you continue this slaughter, you'll cross into the borders of the land of Earth. I must stop you here. Hey, stop me? You sound quite confident. Kakuzu's tone was indifferent. Onoki's words might have seemed arrogant, but in truth, he did have the strength to back them up. Among the 5 Kage of later generations, Onoki stood above the rest. His mastery of particle style was unparalleled. Even Madara's Susanoo had been torn apart by it. This time, Onoki had tried to ambush Kakuzu from a distance. Fortunately, Kakuzu's quick reflexes had minimized the damage, costing him only an arm. Had he taken the attack head-on, he might not have walked away from it. Onoki was indeed a real threat to him. However, there were two others in the ninja world that Kakuzu had to be wary of. One of them was the elusive Madara. By age alone, Madara should be nearing 60 now. He was likely past his prime, no longer at the peak of his power. Yet, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his immense physical prowess remained formidable. Kakuzu wasn't even sure if Madara had awakened the Rinnegan by this point. If he were to fight Madara now, what were his chances? Hard to say, but one thing was certain, it would be a dangerous battle. Aside from Onoki and Madara, there was one more person who could pose a real threat to him. The third Raikage. Kakuzu had never personally met the man, but his reputation was well known. During the Third Great Ninja War, the third Raikage had single-handedly fought 10,000 Hidden Stones village shinobi until he died of exhaustion. Of course, there might have been some exaggeration in that story. But even with a bit of embellishment, the third Raikage was still a monster on the battlefield. No matter what, however, there was no denying the third Raikage's incredible strength, on par with the Eight Tails, Juki. If the opportunity arose, Kakuzu was determined to spar with him. These three individuals posed a certain level of threat to him. But only a certain level. Kakuzu bent his knee slightly, resting his palms on them, his sharp gaze locked onto Onoki, who floated in midair. Let's see how much you've improved over the years. Hey, you're still as impatient as ever. Despite the smile on his face, Onoki couldn't help but feel a weight settle in his heart. He knew that a fight with Kakuzu would be a battle to the death. But as the Sushi Kage, he had no room to retreat. Slowly, he brought his hands together. A vast amount of chakra gathered in the vacuum created between them. Boom. A transparent cube of particle style began forming in his palms, its target locked onto Kakuzu below. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately readied himself. The power of particle style was terrifying, anything caught in its blast would be reduced to nothing but dust. Since that was the case, Kakuzu's gaze swept across the battlefield. The best way to take down Onoki was a trade, life for life. Use a single life as bait to lure Onoki into attacking, while his hidden partners struck at the same time. Chapter 147, Can't Fly? My apologies, hee. Onoki's lips curled into a smirk as he unleashed his particle style. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly. The situation on the battlefield wasn't quite what he had expected. No, more accurately, it was Onoki's devious tactics that had thrown things off. In a clash of warriors, the braver one usually prevails, yet Onoki had no intention of engaging in a direct fight at all. Boom. Everywhere the particle style passed, the ground disintegrated into nothingness. As it neared Kakuzu, now only a few meters away, he leaped backward with ease, dodging the attack. But the technique continued forward, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Since Onoki's particle style was indiscriminate in its destruction, Kakuzu had no choice but to withdraw his ambush units from their hiding spots. He retreated for nearly 70 to 80 meters before the destructive force of particle style finally dissipated. When he looked up again, he saw Onoki floating in the air, gripping the half-dead Han, swiftly flying toward Hidden Stones village. During his flight, Onoki even took the time to turn back and laugh. Ha, my apologies, but I'll be taking my leave. If we get another chance, let's fight again. Ha. Onoki's laughter echoed through the air, every note ringing crystal clear in Kakuzu's ears. Beyond the triumph of a successful rescue, Kakuzu could hear another layer to it, mockery. Blatant, undisguised mockery. What gave Onoki the confidence to taunt Kakuzu so openly? Simple, he was certain that Kakuzu couldn't catch him. And why couldn't he? Because Kakuzu couldn't fly. Couldn't fly. Couldn't. Kakuzu's green eyes reflected Onoki's retreating figure. He could technically pursue him and strike him down with ninjutsu, but for someone like Onoki, a Kage-level opponent, such attacks would be little more than a minor inconvenience. Chasing after him would be meaningless. Still, as he watched Onoki's smug expression up in the sky, Kakuzu felt a strange urge bubbling inside him. Onoki dares to mock me for not being able to fly? One day, I swear, I'll bring you crashing down. At that moment, Kakuzu's resolve was firm. He calmed his thoughts and sealed away the horns of Kakuo into a scroll. He had obtained what he came for. Hidden Stones Village's forces had been thrown into disarray by Hidden Leaf Village due to his presence. His revenge was complete. There was no longer any need to press forward. Kakuzu knew that Hidden Stones Village had laid numerous explosive Earth-style traps along the borders to defend their territory. Anyone unaware of them would be blown to smithereens upon stepping into those zones. Given that his Earth-style, Earth Spear was no longer as effective as before, it wasn't worth the risk. Better to return first, absorb the Steel style, and then consider navigating Hidden Stones Village's minefields. With that thought, Kakuzu turned around and began walking back at a leisurely pace. Now that there was no immediate target to chase, there was no need to rush. As dusk fell, a piercing cry echoed across the sky. Kakuzu looked up. Against the crimson horizon, a majestic eagle soared with its wings spread wide. It was a breathtaking sight, particularly the massive bird gliding through the heavens. He couldn't determine its exact size, but by estimation, the eagle's body was no less than 5 meters in length, with a wingspan extending beyond 10 meters. This was no ordinary bird, it was a high-altitude predator, a ruler of the skies. Blood vessels bulged at the corners of Kakuzu's eyes as his vision shifted. His dark green pupils took on a hint of white, turning the world around him monochrome. In an instant, the distance between him and the eagle seemed to close. Every vein running through the bird's body was laid bare before his enhanced sight. The truth was, awakening the Byakugan was no easy feat, it was far more difficult than merely assimilating Hashirama's cells. Kakuzu had spent over a decade refining the bloodline of Hyuga Tenin within himself before finally succeeding. Unfortunately, he had yet to advance beyond the standard Byakugan to the mythical thousand-eyed Byakugan. Hyuga Tenin himself had required decades to achieve that evolution, so it was only natural that Kakuzu needed more time as well. Moments later, the veins around his eyes gradually faded, and his white irises returned to their usual green hue. A look of intrigue crossed his face. This was no ordinary beast, it was a summoning creature. Chakra flowed through its body, differentiating it from common wildlife. In that case, you, big guy, should come down and have a little chat with me. Kakuzu raised his hand. Whoosh! A tendril of earth grudge fear shot out, aiming straight for the eagle soaring above. The scene of Anoki taunting him for his lack of flight was still fresh in his mind. Achieving Rinnegan in the short term was impossible. The best alternative? Using a summoning creature to make up for the deficiency. This eagle was perfect? Kakuzu was determined to make it his. The eagle sensed the hostility from below. It merely lowered its head slightly, scanning the ground with sharp eyes. Everything below was clearly visible within its keen vision. With a slight tilt of its body, the eagle evaded the grasping tendril, allowing only a few loose feathers to be caught in the gust created by Kakuzu's attack. Kakuzu tilted his head at the scene before him. Truth be told, this was a bit troublesome. After all, the sky wasn't exactly his domain. Capturing this summoning beast would require a different approach. As he was considering his options, several feathers from the eagle above began drifting down, swaying lightly in the air. Just as they were about to touch the ground, mere meters away, something strange happened. The feathers suddenly froze midair, standing upright as if suspended by an invisible force. Swish! In the next instant, they shot toward the ground at extreme speed, landing mere inches from Kakuzu's feet. A dazzling light erupted. Boom! Boom! The earth cracked open, thick smoke billowed into the sky, another work of art had bloomed. As the dust settled, Kakuzu, standing at the very center of the blast, slowly lowered the arms he had raised to shield himself. He opened his palm, glancing at his hands. The blackened surface of his skin hadn't completely faded yet, but his earth style had held up against the explosion. Still, this incident revealed something interesting. The eagle's feathers could trigger explosions. Now, that was intriguing. If just a few falling feathers could cause such destruction. What if more of them rained down? What if someone plucked the bird bald? A certain old artist might just be out of a job. Kakuzu dispelled the hardened state of his arms, then pushed off the ground and broke into a full sprint. That eagle was his now. High in the sky, the eagle noticed Kakuzu giving chase. A sharp glint flashed through its eyes, but instead of stopping to attack again, it let out a piercing cry, spread its wings wide, and soared swiftly in another direction. Chapter 148, A Strange Summoning Jutsu. A sharp cry echoed through the sky, an eagle soaring high above, cutting through the air with effortless grace. Below, Kakuzu was in relentless pursuit, but the bird barely spared him a glance. After all, it belonged to the proud feathered eagle clan. Their greatest assets were twofold, their feathers, which grew at an astonishing rate, shedding and renewing daily, and their ability to carry the unique earth elemental chakra infused within them. Once detached, these feathers became explosive projectiles, making them formidable rulers of the sky. The eagle glanced at Kakuzu with clear disdain. To him, the shinobi below was nothing more than an insignificant human. A summoning contract? Laughable. With a powerful beat of its wings, the eagle propelled itself forward. The wind howled around it as its speed soared to an unprecedented level, and in mere moments, it had vanished beyond the horizon. Minutes later, the eagle neared a vast canyon. High-altitude flight here was treacherous, narrow aerial passages and dense foliage meant ambushes could come from anywhere. Begrudgingly, the eagle lowered its altitude to navigate safely. Just as it was about to pass through the gorge, a figure leaped out from behind a rocky outcrop. Green eyes locked onto the eagle's sharp gaze. For the first time, shock flashed through the bird's pupils. Instinctively, It tried to halt its momentum, but it was too late. How could this ninja possibly match its speed? Impossible. But that didn't matter anymore. Kakuzu smirked, an amused glint in his eyes. Earlier, the eagle had mocked him from above, sneering at his inability to fly. At the time, he truly had no way to retaliate. But now, with a single bound, Kakuzu landed squarely on the eagle's back. One large hand reached out and grabbed a fistful of its sleek feathers, yanking hard. "You bastard. Let go of me. I don't have time for this nonsense." The eagle squawked in protest. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. "Oh? You can talk? Not bad, most summon beasts aren't this articulate. I don't care. I have someone to save. Let go." Kakuzu chuckled darkly. "And why should I care? Now, tell me, are you going to detonate your own feathers, or should I pluck them out one by one?" With a cruel twist of his fingers, he ripped out a handful of feathers, exposing the tender skin beneath. A piercing shriek filled the air. Pain seared through the eagle's body, fury rising in its chest, but there was nothing it could do. It wasn't a match for Kakuzu. After a brief struggle, it begrudgingly conceded. "Fine. Listen, human, I have an urgent rescue mission. If you help me, the Feathered Eagle clan will acknowledge your strength." Kakuzu made a noncommittal sound but said nothing. Without wasting another moment, the eagle spread its wings and surged forward at full speed. The air screamed past them as they cut through the sky, heading straight for their destination. Minutes later, they emerged from the gorge. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at the sight before him. The landscape was familiar. He recognized this place. It was within the borders of Hidden Waterfall Village. The battlefield was a scene of chaos. Smoke billowed into the air, debris littered the ground, and corpses lay scattered across the war-torn land. Though the Second Shinobi World War primarily involved the 5 great nations, many smaller countries had been dragged into the conflict. Hidden Waterfall Village, a minor village caught between Hidden Lee Village and Hidden Stones Village, dared not openly challenge a major power. However, that didn't mean it was free from internal strife. Old grudges and power struggles within the village had only been exacerbated by the war. On the ground, more than 20 warriors clad in matching uniforms brandished swords. They stood atop a pile of rubble, sneering at their lone opponent, a ragged 15-year-old girl. A shinobi among the group stepped forward, blade in hand, his expression cold and merciless. "Hand over the secret technique, or you'll end up like the others." Scattered around them were lifeless bodies, the girl's family, tortured and slain. Tears brimmed in her eyes, but she did not falter. Biting her lip, she stood her ground, her voice unwavering. "This is the last relic of my clan. Even if I die here, I will never give it to you." The shinobi smirked. "Then we'll just have to capture you and extract the information through Ganjutsu." With a nod, he signaled his men. "Take her." The group surged forward. The girl had no chance against them. Just as they were about to strike, a massive shadow descended from the sky. The eagle dived sharply toward the battlefield, its presence igniting a glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes. She wasted no time. Forming hand seals, she slammed her palm onto the ground. Summoning symbols flared across the earth. As the eagle entered the summoning formation, a plume of white smoke erupted around them. When the smoke cleared, the bird had undergone a remarkable transformation, or rather, the girl and the eagle had fused into something entirely new. From his vantage point in the trees, Kakuzu watched with mild interest. A human merging with a summoning beast. It reminded him of Hidden Leaf villages in Yuzuka clan and their secret techniques, where shinobi and their ninja hounds combined to create a hybrid combat form. Things were about to get interesting. The fusion between the girl and the eagle was different from the Yuzuka clan's techniques. Rather than forming a new hybrid entity, their combination was more akin to forcibly merging a human with a summoning beast. It was as if they had been stitched together rather than achieving true integration. There was another strange detail: when the girl performed the summoning jutsu, she didn't need to draw her own blood. Normally, summoning required a contract sealed in blood to connect the summoner with their creature from another dimension. This meant that what she was using wasn't a standard summoning jutsu. Or rather, she had some other secret connection with her summon beast. Kakuzu sensed something else as well, during their fusion. Forcing the fusion of a human and a summoning beast. That was one of the core concepts behind that technique. The battle below continued fiercely. The girl and the eagle shared chakra, instantly amplifying her reserves to their peak. Perched on the eagle's back, she formed hand seals rapidly, unleashing jutsu after jutsu. Meanwhile, the eagle soared through the sky, shaking its feathers loose, each one triggering an explosion upon detachment. Their coordination was impressive, but their enemies were well aware of their fighting style. Since their opponents fought as a man-beast duo, their enemies simply adapted, attacking from 2 fronts simultaneously. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Minutes dragged on, Though the Takinen had sustained casualties, their relentless assault was wearing the girl down. She was now barely holding on, her movements increasingly desperate as she dodged incoming blades. If she lost this fight, what awaited her would be nothing but interrogation and endless torment. Realizing this, the eagle couldn't hold back anymore. It turned its gaze toward Kakuzu and finally called out, "Hey! Stop watching and help us. If you do, we'll sign a summoning contract with you afterward." At those words, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. "Hey!" Chapter 149, The Spirit Beast Clan. Hearing the eagle say this, Kakuzu was pleased. However, he didn't appreciate the bird's tone. Was it trying to teach him how to do things? That said, Kakuzu wasn't a stubborn man. Everything and everyone needed to have value. Only those with value were worth investing in. Whoosh! Kakuzu leaped from the tree and, with a flicker, appeared at the center of the battlefield. His sudden arrival was like a ticking time bomb, causing the attacking Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi to halt their assault. Just by standing there, the sheer presence Kakuzu exuded made the Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi swallow nervously. A truly powerful ninja didn't need to make a move, his aura alone was enough to instill fear. Gulp, the leading Hidden Waterfall Village ninja swallowed hard, mustering the courage to ask, "May I ask who you are?" "Kakuzu." The simple, indifferent response carried an overwhelming sense of authority. That name, both familiar and foreign, struck the Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi like a thunderclap. Their pupils dilated, and they exchanged nervous glances. They had all heard this name before, and... So it's Lord Kakuzu? W.E. The leader of the Hidden Waterfall Village squad pressed a hand to his chest, sweat pouring down his face. He would never forget that Kakuzu's legend had always loomed over their village. In recent years, Kakuzu's reputation had only grown more fearsome throughout the ninja world. It was impossible for them not to be terrified. "Leave. And when you return, send my regards to that old man, Kimu." Hidden Waterfall Village, Kakuzu's birthplace. He had no personal grudge against these shinobi, so he had no intention of killing them. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas felt as if they had been granted a divine pardon. To survive an encounter with Kakuzu was a blessing beyond measure. "Thank you, Lord Kakuzu, for sparing us." However, Lord Kimu passed away 10 years ago. Oh? This news made Kakuzu raise an eyebrow slightly. Over 20 years ago, he and Kimu had reached an agreement. That was why he had never been officially branded a missing nin. Time had passed. Decades later, his immortal body remained unchanged, yet many of his old acquaintances had long since perished. The current Hidden Waterfall Village leader was no one he recognized. From the way the shinobi spoke, there seemed to be more to the story. However, Kakuzu didn't dwell on it. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi to leave. Perhaps, one day, on a whim, he would return to that hometown for a visit. After the Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi had departed, the eagle, who had been tending to its wounds, looked up at Kakuzu. Without another word, it spat out a scroll. "Our Feathered Eagle clan honors our word. We will fight for you." Kakuzu walked over calmly and unrolled the scroll. The Eagle clan wasn't particularly strong in combat. Kakuzu was interested in them for two reasons. First, they were stylish mounts. Second, they could fly. Flight held significant tactical advantages in a ninja battle. However, as Kakuzu examined the list of individuals who had signed summoning contracts with the Eagle clan, his brows furrowed slightly. The names were strange. Monkey, deer, spirit fox, giant serpent, butterfly. What the hell is this? He didn't question it further. He would be using the Eagle clan soon enough. Without hesitation, he bit his thumb, pressed his bloodied finger onto the scroll, and completed the contract. After returning the summoning scroll, Kakuzu was about to leave when a hesitant voice called out to him. "Lord Kakuzu? Can you take me with you?" The speaker was the young girl from earlier. She looked about 14 or 15, with a striking appearance and a well-developed figure for her age. As for why she wanted to follow Kakuzu, one glance around made it obvious. In these chaotic times of war, her family was gone. She is from the Spirit Beast clan, born in the summoning realm. She possesses a unique secret technique that allows us summoning beasts to fuse directly with a ninja. The eagle beside her explained. Born in the summoning realm, capable of fusing with summons. Another one of those mysterious ninja clans. Kakuzu wasn't surprised. The shinobi world was full of strange bloodlines. Some clans were even made of smoke, one gust of wind, and they would vanish. Lord Kakuzu, I can do anything. I can cook, wash clothes. Please, just let me follow you. The girl looked at him pitifully. Perhaps, after witnessing Kakuzu's strength, she simply wanted a safe place to stay. "What's your name?" Hearing his question, the girl immediately answered, "We are all born in the summoning realm. Ever since I was born, my clan has called me Puppy. Puppy. A cute name. But it didn't quite suit the girl. Kakuzu studied her for a moment. She was still young but already well developed. When she grew up, she would probably rival Hinata in appearance. She had long, curly brown hair, and 3 tribal markings on her left cheek. From now on, you'll be called Ni. A name was just a designation. But since Kakuzu had personally given it to her, it carried a different meaning. The girl's eyes lit up with joy. This meant Kakuzu had accepted her. With a single step, Kakuzu leaped onto the eagle's back. Kakuzu reached out his hand to the girl, who grasped it firmly as they both stepped onto the back of the feathered eagle. The bird soared into the sky at incredible speed, the landscape below flashing by like a film on fast forward. The rapid movement of the scenery was accompanied by fierce winds, forcing Kai to cling tightly to Kakuzu's back. Ni, for those unfamiliar, is one of Hiroko's female subordinates from the Naruto movie. If you're curious about her appearance, you can look it up online. I won't include an image here to avoid any restrictions. With Hidden Sand Village's Kazekage dead and Hidden Stones Village's front lines in complete disarray, Kakuzu's revenge was nearly complete. There was little point in continuing the fight. After all, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to truly contend with the 5 great nations. Even the weakest among them, Hidden Sand Village, still had an army of thousands of shinobi as their foundation. Small-scale ambushes were one thing, but clashing head-on was another matter entirely. In the shinobi world, if one truly wanted to stand against an entire army alone, Kakuzu saw only 2 possible paths, either reaching the peak strength of Madara and Hashirama or awakening the Rinnegan. The fierce wind battered against Kakuzu's face. It was time for him to begin his journey toward that realm of power. But before that, there was one last thing he had to take care of. At the Hidden Leaf Village encampment, every shinobi present looked at Kakuzu without a trace of hostility. Instead, many of them held expressions of gratitude. They understood that Hidden Leaf Village's decisive victory over Hidden Sand Village and the successful repulsion of Hidden Stones Village had been opportunities brought about by Kakuzu. In a way, they owed him. Once again, Kakuzu found himself face to face with Senju Momoka. Perhaps fate truly had a strange sense of humor. The moment Momoka laid eyes on Kakuzu, she finally let out the last breath she had been holding in. Then, peacefully, she passed away. Chapter 150, The Fall of the Senju Clan. Senju Momoka, a formidable warrior from the Warring States period, had slain countless enemies in her lifetime. She never feared death. Yet, in her final moments, she found herself worrying about something unexpected. What would become of Kakuzu in the years to come? How would he endure the seemingly endless passage of time? As Senju Momoka looked at the newly taken-in child, Ni, she finally smiled in relief. Grasping Kakuzu's hand tightly, she seemed to find solace at last. The warmth of life slowly faded from her palm, and then, she closed her eyes forever. Another powerhouse of Hidden Leaf Village had fallen. The Hidden Leaf Village encampment was draped in mourning. White funeral curtains billowed in the breeze, whispering a sorrowful elegy to the departed. Kakuzu-san, thank you for your assistance this time. Dressed in white, Kakashi Hatake bowed respectfully to Kakuzu. Hidden Leaf Village's entry into White Tree Town was an accident. On behalf of Hidden Leaf Village, I am willing to compensate you for any losses. Kakuzu merely smiled without responding. The damage Hidden Leaf Village had inflicted on White Tree Town had largely been smoothed over by Senju Momoka. As for the remaining issues, they were beyond Tsukumo's authority to resolve. Kakuzu would need to seek out the real decision-makers. The Hokage's office from here, one could overlook Hidden Leaf Village's broad streets. Children ran about, playing without a care, immersed in the joy of their youth. Despite the war raging across the ninja world, Hidden Leaf Village's children still had the luxury of innocence. It wasn't that they were naive, it was simply that the foundations laid by Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were too solid. However, no matter how strong those foundations were, they would eventually be exhausted. Unless Hidden Leaf Village produced another powerhouse on Hashirama's level, their golden age would inevitably come to an end. Before reaching the office door, an intense argument could already be heard from inside. Denzo stood firmly in Saratobe Hiruzan's path, his voice sharp and unyielding. Hiruzan, Hidden Sand Village has been crushed, and Hidden Stones Village is in no position to retaliate. We must take this opportunity to press harder against Hidden Clouds Village. Deploy all available forces, I want those barbarians to learn a lesson. Denzo, that's too reckless. Hidden Sand Village only collapsed due to internal turmoil, and Hidden Stones Village has merely retreated temporarily. We're still engaged in battle with Hanzo in a land of rain. We've been at a stalemate with Hidden Clouds Village for so long without breaking through their defenses. A full-scale attack now will only lead to heavy losses. Hiruzan. This is our chance. Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village's struggles buy us time. If we concentrate our forces and strike Hidden Clouds Village hard, we can catch them off guard. A fleeting opportunity, once lost, never returns. As for Hidden Rain Village, just a tiny nation. Haven't your 3 students already pinned Hanzo down? If necessary, send someone to negotiate with him, hold him off temporarily. Once I've crushed Hidden Cloud's village, we can deal with Hanzo at our leisure. The argument grew more heated. There was no clear right or wrong, war was unpredictable, and no one could foresee what the next moment would bring. Hiruzen was cautious, unwilling to take risks without absolute certainty. Denzo, on the other hand, was aggressive. As long as he had even a 50% chance, he was willing to gamble. 2 men with fundamentally different ideologies, how could one possibly persuade the other? By the time their argument reached its peak, both were red-faced and fuming. Realizing that Hiruzen wouldn't budge, Denzo decided to play his trump card. Taking a deep breath, he fixed Hiruzen with a piercing glare and roared, "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." Hiruzen, now thoroughly incensed, shot back without hesitation, "I am the Hokage." Boom. The sheer force behind those words struck Denzo like a tidal wave. He stood there, stunned, momentarily speechless. Seeing his opportunity, Hiruzen grasped the office door handle, ready to make his escape. Denzo, unwilling to back down, hurriedly followed, determined to continue their argument inside the office. However, the moment the door swung open, Hiruzen froze, immediately on high alert. Denzo, confused at first, soon realized the severity of the situation. Sitting in the Hokage's chair, facing away from them, was a lone figure. A person had entered Hidden Leaf Village undetected and made it all the way to the Hokage's office. This was no ordinary ninja, this was a true master. One neither Hiruzen nor Denzo could handle alone. In that instant, their rivalry was set aside. Moving instinctively, they positioned themselves on either side of the office, ready for battle. The figure in the chair slowly turned. The moment they saw his face, Hiruzen exhaled in relief, a look of realization dawning upon him. "So, it's you, Kakuzu-san." There was a tinge of shame in Hiruzen's voice. He had always regarded his teacher and senior as the standards he aspired to reach. But standing before Kakuzu now, he finally understood how far he still had to go. To be fair, Hiruzen wasn't weak. At the dawn of the Second Shinobi War, when Hidden Cloud's village's forces had stormed Hidden Leaf Village's borders, what had stopped their overwhelming assault? It was said that Hiruzen had personally led the troops on the front lines, stabilizing the situation. His reputation as a great ninja began to rise from that moment. His mastery over all 5 chakra natures had undoubtedly left the shinobi of Hidden Cloud's village wary. But against a true powerhouse, mere elemental mastery meant little. If Hiruzen Saratobe had truly mastered the forbidden techniques left behind by his teacher, he might actually be able to hold his own against Kakuzu. Unfortunately, his understanding of forbidden jutsu was likely inferior even to Denzo's. As for Denzo, when he saw Kakuzu, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly, as if lost in thought about what would come next. Kakuzu took in their subtle expressions without missing a beat. But dealing with Denzo could wait, he was here for Hiruzen first. He placed a stack of documents, over 60 pages thick, on the table. "I recall that Momoko had a younger sister. Why isn't she listed among the surviving Senju clan members?" "That's right. You heard correctly. Kakuzu had investigated the current state of the Senju clan. According to the records, there were barely over 60 people left. If he remembered correctly, back in the Warring States period, the Senju clan had been on par with the Hyuga in terms of numbers, boasting at least 1,000 members at their peak. Though many had perished in that era, by the time Hidden Leaf Village was founded, there had still been at least 600 to 700 of them. Now, their numbers had dwindled to barely a tenth of that. It was a sobering reality, one that didn't quite add up. Hearing Kakuzu's question, Hiruzen let out a helpless sigh. The first Hokage issued a decree that forbade the Senju from using their surname. And then? Kakuzu had been present when Hashirama Senju announced that order, so he knew about it. But that alone couldn't explain why there were only a few dozen Senju left today. Chapter 151, The Little Blonde Kid. Kakuzu, you should understand what the Senju clan means to us in Hidden Leaf Village. Saratobe Hiruzen's words made Kakuzu frown slightly. Of course, I know. Without the Senju, there would be no Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, without them, the entire system of one nation, one village might never have come to be. But why was Hiruzen bringing this up now? Seeing that Kakuzu hadn't fully grasped his meaning, Denzo stepped forward, his gaze dark and severe. The Senju are not like the Uchiha. They have inherited our teacher's will, willing to nurture Hidden Leaf Village with their lives and blood. Good grief. Seeing Denzo clench his jaw so hard it might break, Kakuzu understood. Denzo had fully embraced the ideology of their teacher, Senju Dobirama. That naturally evil Uchiha brat. Old man, I'll personally deal with him. Any Uchiha under Denzo's watch was bound to suffer terribly. At the same time, Kakuzu finally understood the full context. The Senju, Hidden Leaf Village's founding clan, saw the village as their responsibility to protect. During the First Great Ninja War, nearly every other major clan in Hidden Leaf Village suffered little loss. Why? Because the Senju bore the brunt of the casualties. And now, in the Second Great Ninja War, the same was happening again. From the elder Senju Momoka to the youngest child still bearing the Senju name, Senju Nawaki, all had fallen on the battlefield. Of course, these deaths alone weren't enough to wipe out the Senju completely. The real turning point was that their surname had been abolished. Many of the newly born children didn't even realize they carried Senju blood. Now, among the remaining Senju who were still alive and battle-capable, only a little over 60 remained. In the coming days, they would either perish in war or change their names and fade into obscurity within Hidden Leaf Village. Why did the Senju treat themselves so ruthlessly? One reason: damn Sarutobi Hiruzen's incompetence. Hidden Leaf Village went 1v4 in the Second Great Ninja War. Who knew how many Senju had been thrown into the meat grinder to ensure the village's children could grow up safely? Next time, with no Senju left to sacrifice, those children wouldn't be smiling anymore. The second reason was their name. The Senju bore a unique mission, a duty that demanded sacrifice. Their dedication and willingness to give everything forged what later became known as the Will of Fire. In contrast, the Uchiha had contributed during the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, but far less than the Senju. Unfortunately for them, being compared to the Senju made their efforts look like cowardice. No wonder Denzo already harbored such resentment toward the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew why Kakuzu had come today. He pulled a file from a stack of documents and handed it to him. Momoka indeed had a younger sister, named Senjurika. Momoka was powerful, but her sister was frail since childhood. To protect her, Momoka never let her become a ninja. Over 10 years ago, Senjurika was married off. Following the ideals of the first Hokage, she abandoned the Senju surname and took her husband's name instead. Taking the file, Kakuzu nodded. Preserving Momoka's last remaining family was the only thing he could do for her now. Not a ninja, married, staying within the village, this should be safe, right? But as he scanned the documents, Kakuzu's green pupils suddenly contracted. He had just discovered something astonishing. Maintaining his composure, he asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, what was Senjurika's husband's name? Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before flipping through the file again. Denzo glanced at the page and spoke up. Just a civilian ninja from the village, named Namikaze Genya. Unfortunately, he died 4 months ago on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Namikaze Genya and Namikaze Riko had a child, who is now 11 years old. He'll graduate from the academy in a year. His name is Minato Namikaze. Hidden Leaf Village Training Grounds. Children, remember this: where the leaf stands, the fire burns. The fire's light will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sermon about the Will of Fire had begun. His words stirred the hearts of the children before him, filling them with fervor and admiration for that sacred will. After the speech, the students were dismissed, but one particular boy was called to stand before the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen ruffled the soft blonde hair of the child before him, a warm smile on his face. Minato, how have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama has been teaching me wind-style jutsu, and I've learned quite a lot. I will continue to work even harder. Hearing Minato Namikaze's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. This boy was the most outstanding student of his generation. During a recent academy event, he had been chosen to represent his class and speak before the crowd. That was when Jiraiya, who happened to be passing by, noticed him immediately. Jiraiya had since repeatedly told Sarutobi Hiruzen that once Minato Namikaze graduated, he would take him on as his personal student. Jiraiya had taken a liking to Minato Namikaze at first sight, seeing great potential in him. But Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't buy into the words of this wandering rogue. Jiraiya was either off fooling around or on his way to do so. What kind of good student could he possibly train? Still, one thing was undeniable: Jiraiya's fondness for Minato was genuine. He had even used his own military achievements to exchange for a forbidden jutsu scroll left behind by the second Hokage, allowing Minato to study it in hopes that he might gain some insight. As for whether Minato had actually learned any forbidden techniques from it, Hiruzen never asked. After all, his own thoughts on the matter were simple: I'm the Hokage, and even I haven't mastered those techniques, how could Minato have learned them? Of course, no matter what he thought deep down, Hiruzen didn't let it show. He simply maintained his usual smile and gave Minato words of encouragement. Then, Hiruzen shifted his gaze toward Kakuzu. His meaning was clear: the answer Kakuzu sought was right in front of him. Senju Momoko had never married and had no children. Her only remaining blood relative was her younger sister, who was now Namikaze Rika. That meant, by bloodline, Minato Namikaze carried the lineage of Senju Momoka as well. Momoka might not have been on the same monstrous level as Hashirama, but she had still been one of the top-tier powerhouses in the ninja world. Even though the Namikaze name was that of an ordinary civilian family, this blonde-haired kid's future was boundless. What everyone had once assumed to be the line of the commoners turned out to be something else entirely. Kakuzu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This world truly revolved around talent and bloodlines. And if one didn't have them, simple. They would have to create their own talent and forge their own bloodline. Chapter 152, The Strong and Their Fate. The underground chamber of Root was now fully constructed. Hidden in the shadows, Root's operatives silently observed everything that transpired within. In this dark and oppressive atmosphere, countless secret dealings and unspeakable schemes would unfold. Inside Denzo's personal office, the lighting was dim. A single beam of light seeped through a narrow crevice, intermittently illuminating the room. The glow happened to cast over half of Denzo's face while fully lighting up Kakuzu's. Seated at his desk, Denzo handed a sealed scroll to Kakuzu. The contents required no explanation, it was Hashirama's cells. Among those in Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo used them the most extensively. Having obtained what he needed, Kakuzu nodded slightly and was about to leave when Denzo spoke. Kakuzu-sama, I have another request. Oh? Kakuzu raised an eyebrow and halted his movement. What is it? Leaning forward slightly, Denzo's expression darkened further. I have an unspoken favor to ask. Hidden Stones Village has always been a significant threat to Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo stopped there, leaving the statement incomplete, an approach befitting someone in power. Kakuzu chuckled. It had been more than a decade since Tobirama Senju's passing, and the once young boy before him had risen to Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelons. Time truly flew. As he tapped his fingers lightly against the desk, Kakuzu studied Denzo with a half-lidded gaze. Are you negotiating with me? Denzo hesitated momentarily. Indeed, he was no longer an ignorant child. He had his own ambitions and ideals. Even when dealing with elders and predecessors, his mindset had shifted. Kakuzu-sama, I am merely requesting your assistance. Seeing Denzo's serious expression, Kakuzu leaned back slightly, absent-mindedly toying with the sealed scroll in his hand. His eyes held a mixture of amusement and calculation. Fine. Since he still needed a continued supply of Hashirama cells, it wouldn't hurt to humor Denzo's request. Still, he intended to add a condition of his own. A few days later, in a secluded corner of Hidden Leaf Village, an underground chamber was suddenly raided by Root operatives. From within, they dragged out the tall man with pale skin, appearing to be around 24 years old. He never would have imagined that, despite his efforts to remain hidden, he had still been discovered. Panic crept into his heart. His entire life had been dedicated to the study of forbidden techniques, particularly those involving human experimentation. Now, being hauled before the Hokage, his fate was sealed. He would undoubtedly be sentenced to death. Despair, helplessness, and resentment filled his heart. He had only pursued these experiments to strengthen his frail body, to overcome his own mediocre talent. And now, just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, his path had been completely severed. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes and fell silently to the ground. From a distance, Denzo and Kakuzu watched the scene unfold. This entire capture had been orchestrated by them. Kakuzu needed someone competent to manage his future laboratory. While the infamous scientific madman Orochimaru might have been the ideal choice, he was too unpredictable and difficult to control, especially in his youth, when his mind was brimming with wild ambitions. Orochimaru was the best choice, but not the most suitable one. Instead, Kakuzu had selected this desperate man, Haruko. At this stage of his life, Haruko was fixated solely on overcoming his own limitations. He had reached a crossroads, making him the perfect candidate to be manipulated. Kakuzu had chosen his fate for him. After all, in the grand scheme of things, Haruko was merely an ordinary chunin of Hidden Leaf Village. Too weak to even step onto the battlefield, his fate could be altered with just a few words from someone powerful. Calling it cruel would be pointless, this was simply the reality of the world. Besides, Kakuzu's intervention in Haruko's destiny might even be a blessing in disguise. At least, under his guidance, Haruko wouldn't harbor delusions of starting a world war simply because he had mastered a few KK Genkai. As for the issue of a missing chunin in Hidden Leaf Village, would Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, suspect anything? Kakuzu wasn't concerned in the slightest. After all, standing beside him was none other than the shinobi world's most infamous scapegoat, Denzo. If Hiruzen ever uncovered the truth, Denzo would have no hesitation in pointing fingers and berating him. Hiruzen, I did this for Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen, your indecisiveness will be the village's downfall. Kakuzu had made his decision regarding Haruko. With that settled, he took the opportunity to visit an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in years, Murabashi Kazuki. Kazuki hadn't changed. He still possessed the heart of a child, holding on to his unwavering beliefs. The failure of past missions and the loss of his comrades remained obstacles he could never truly overcome. He was still Hidden Leaf Village's eternal Gain-in. Kakuzu had no intention of changing that, at least, not for now. After all, in Hidden Leaf Village, who were the strongest shinobi? The Gain-in, of course. And being a Gain-in came with its own perks, namely, staying out of life-threatening situations. The two shared a few drinks before Kakuzu bid Kosuke farewell. There was another eternal Gain-in in Hidden Leaf Village that Kakuzu hadn't forgotten, Might Nui. When he saw Dewey again, the man was grinning as always, flashing a thumbs up while showering praise upon his comrades. He remained the same, outwardly strong, yet evoking a sense of pity in those who truly understood his situation. But Kakuzu wasn't planning to intervene just yet. The time to change Might Dewey's fate had yet to come. Acting prematurely would only be counterproductive. Before Kakuzu left Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi Hatake personally came to see him off. And he wasn't alone. Standing beside Tsukumo was someone else. Kakuzu-sama, thank you for all the guidance and training you've given me these past days. Tsukumo's words carried sincerity. After fighting alongside Kakuzu in Hidden Sand Village, cutting through enemy lines together, he had unknowingly grown closer to the man. In his heart, Kakuzu was already half a mentor, half a comrade in arms. Kakuzu merely nodded slightly in response. His attention, however, was drawn to the person beside Tsukumo. Realizing his lapse in manners, Tsukumo quickly made introductions. Ah, I forgot to introduce you. This is my wife, Sato Sakuragi. The woman before him wasn't particularly tall, but her delicate features were striking. What stood out the most was the slight swell of her abdomen. You sure work fast, Tsukumo. Tsukumo scratched his head sheepishly and let out an awkward laugh. Kakuzu-sama, don't put it like that. Sakuragi is already 3 months pregnant. Hearing this, Kakuzu said nothing more. He knew that soon, the legendary Kakashi would be born. Chapter 153, Kakuzu's New Faction Strange. Kakashi was about to be born, yet Kakuzu felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Could it be that this kid was cursed with misfortune? If that were the case, should he eliminate him right now? What a joke. In the original timeline, Kakashi was only able to hold his own against Kakuzu due to tactics and surprise attacks. Now, however, Kakuzu was far stronger than he had been back then. This concern was entirely unnecessary. After bidding farewell to Tsukumo, Kakuzu set off back to White Tree Town. On the way, he still had to deal with Haruko. Solving the problem of Haruko wasn't difficult. Abandoned by Hidden Leaf Village, everything he had worked for had crumbled. He was now nothing more than a stray wandering the shinobi world, lost and without purpose. Eventually, Kakuzu tracked him down. Kakuzu orchestrated an accident and acknowledged Haruko, not for his strength, but for his research. To a man in despair, being recognized was a powerful thing. It could give rise to immense strength. Haruko wept once more, but this time, it was because he had finally found a new home after leaving Hidden Leaf Village. With that, Kakuzu took Haruko back to White Tree Town. The lab had been destroyed, leaving everything in ruins, and it would be up to Haruko to rebuild it. After this incident, Kakuzu realized a crucial problem: establishing the lab there wasn't completely safe. It was time to relocate. The new arrangements were set. Haruko would oversee the laboratory, while the task of building a new force fell to Heisei Rokuno. Heisei was one of Kakuzu's longest-serving subordinates. Once a clueless boy, he had now grown into a middle-aged man in his 40s. Under Kakuzu's training, his strength had reached near Kage level. While he might not be able to defeat a Kage-class opponent outright, he could at least stall for time in an emergency. Meanwhile, the newcomer Ni would stay by Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu intended to train her personally. Her contract with the Spirit Beast clan made her summoning creatures particularly outstanding. Kakuzu planned to help her sign more summoning contracts. When it came to large-scale battles, the sheer size of summoned beasts could be a tremendous advantage. Much like Pain's animal path, she would be instrumental in wide-scale destruction. The rebuilding process proceeded steadily and efficiently on Kakuzu's side, while the Second Shinobi World War raged on. However, after Hidden Sand Village suffered heavy losses and retreated, and Hidden Stones Village also withdrew, the most intense period of the war had largely passed. The remaining fierce battles were concentrated in Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo, the so-called demigod, had initially joined the fight to protect Hidden Rain Village from invasion. The great nations could fight their wars, but he wouldn't allow his village to be drawn into their conflicts. However, as the war continued, Hanzo's reputation grew. He no longer minded expanding the Land of Rain's territory. After all, The most fertile land in the shinobi world belonged to the land of fire. Thus, clashes between the two nations escalated once again. In response, Hayaru's and Saratobi's 3 disciples took to the battlefield. Rumor had it that the commanders on both sides engaged in a one-on-one duel, though the outcome remained unknown. However, since all 4 combatants survived, many speculated that the battle had ended in a draw. Following this, hostilities between the Land of Rain and Hidden Leaf Village gradually subsided. Hidden Leaf Village's war with Hidden Cloud's village remained fierce, but it had become a routine conflict. Once both sides realized they couldn't decisively defeat the other, the front lines gradually stabilized. Small skirmishes continued, but large-scale battles became rare. Meanwhile, Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Mist Village were also engaged in war. However, Hidden Mist Village's situation was unique. With 70% of its territory consisting of ocean, it was difficult for foreign forces to invade. Moreover, Hidden Mist Village preferred internal purges over external wars. With the rise of the 3rd Mizukage, the ominous signs of the Blood Mist era had begun. Many clans with KK Genkai were being systematically eradicated. To achieve this, the 3rd Mizukage needed manpower. Thus, Hidden Mist Village relied on its elite assassination squads to deal with Hidden Cloud's village. Although both sides suffered casualties, no major battles erupted. Over time, the two nations tacitly agreed to a truce, focusing on recuperation instead. With this, the Second Shinobi World War finally drew to a close. The smaller nations still clashed sporadically, but they were inconsequential. Once the great nations ceased fighting, the smaller ones naturally followed suit. The war had lasted nearly 2 years, longer and bloodier than the First Shinobi World War. The death toll was staggering. Historians would later analyze the outcome of the war. The biggest loser was undoubtedly Hidden Sand Village. They had waged war against both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, only to end up antagonizing both nations while failing to claim victory. More importantly, their homeland had suffered devastating damage. Hidden Sand Village had gambled away nearly all of its good fortune. Under the leadership of Ritu, the village had once been able to develop slowly and steadily. But now, they had lost everything. For the next several decades, Hidden Sand Village would remain at the bottom among the 5 great nations. As for the biggest winner, many believed it was Hidden Leaf Village. Defending its land while facing off against 4 nations was a remarkable feat. This war gave rise to legends such as the White Fang, the 3 Sannin. However, beneath Hidden Leaf Village's triumph lay untold hardships that only Hidden Leaf Village itself could fully comprehend. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the laboratory, Ni stood gracefully, her figure fully matured. Now an adult, she had grown increasingly beautiful, her body developing in all the right ways. Her dark red wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a mature and alluring charm. Age-wise, she wasn't particularly old, just a little younger than Tsunade, and only by a tiny margin. As a member of the Spirit Beast clan, her physique was somewhat unique compared to ordinary people. Their natural heat dissipation was superior, making them more prone to feeling hot. Because of this, Ni dressed lightly, her red battle dress was all she needed to deal with the issue. At this moment, she stood with a worried expression, her gaze locked on the figure behind the glass door, Kakuzu. Standing beside her was Haruko. But don't get the wrong idea, this time around, Ni was not under Haruko's command. In fact, they were both working under Kakuzu. Haruko was in charge of experimental matters, while Ni handled Kakuzu's personal affairs, essentially serving as his private secretary. Inside the glass chamber, Kakuzu stood stark naked, his right hand gripping his left wrist with an ironclad grip. Every ounce of his strength was concentrated on this single point. The relentless exertion caused veins to bulge violently across his forehead, thighs, and arms. Pain racked his body. 2 conflicting energies clashed fiercely within him, colliding like fire and water. One moment, an icy chill swept through his body, the next, an unbearable heat surged within him, leaving him restless and agitated. This torment was far from what an ordinary person could endure. Even someone as physically formidable as Kakuzu found himself uncertain at this moment. Huff. 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 His labored breathing echoed throughout the chamber, heavy and erratic. Sweat poured from his body like rain, streaming down in rivulets. His strength was being drained bit by bit, his legs growing weaker as his body slowly crouched lower. But could he afford to give up? No. If he wanted to obtain something he never had before, he had to do things he had never done before. This world was full of passion and bloodshed, but it was also cruel. Without the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, one would eventually end up strung up like a trophy, waiting for some protagonist to come and rescue them. Kakuzu refused to be that person. This was the best way to draw closer to the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 154, Arrangements Ha. A deafening roar erupted from Kakuzu's throat, his bloodshot eyes filled with relentless determination. He couldn't afford to falter, he had to see this through to the end. It was all or nothing. Slowly, Kakuzu bent his knees, his entire body trembling under an immense force. With gritted teeth, he pushed himself up again, struggling against his own limits, waging an all-out battle against fate. Watching from behind the glass, Ni had a different perspective. What she saw wasn't Kakuzu's unyielding determination, it was his agony. Every person had a threshold for pain, and once that limit was breached, only death awaited. Ni grew anxious. She swiftly reached out her pale hand but refrained from breaking the glass door. She understood that this was the most crucial moment for Kakuzu. Opening the door now would only make things worse. Her slender fingers brushed against her waist, where she always carried her weapon, a 3-meter-long whip. Despite being a ninja, Ni was never particularly skilled with kunai or blades. As a member of the Spirit Beast clan, she had been handling summoning creatures and wild beasts since childhood. The best tool for taming them was, of course, a whip. Wherever her whip landed, screams inevitably followed. Whoosh! Ugh! Ah! Hiroko's hands clamped desperately around the whip, tightening around his neck, his face turning a deep shade of red. He hadn't done anything, yet this woman had suddenly attacked him. Ni parted her crimson lips and provided the answer herself. "This is the answer you gave to Lord Kakuzu?" She was furious. If anything happened to Kakuzu today, Hiroko would accompany him in death. Choking, Hiroko raised his hands in surrender, prompting Ni to finally loosen her grip slightly. He coughed violently, his red-tinged face gradually regaining its color. Finally able to speak, he gasped out, "Cough. Cough. The experimental data, I have verified it 21 times. Kakuzu-sama even checked it himself several times. There's no way there's an error. Absolutely impossible." As he spoke those last words, Hiroko, who had been weak and subdued moments ago, suddenly seemed possessed. His eyes reddened, and he shouted with fervor, "The experiment is flawless. It cannot be wrong." His voice cracked with desperation. Once, he had been a shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. But in the realm of ninjutsu, Hidden Leaf Village had dismissed him as worthless. He was so weak that he wasn't even qualified to step onto the battlefield. His research in forbidden techniques was also scorned, no one acknowledged him. Meanwhile, his former comrades, like Jiraiya, had risen to fame as part of the legendary three. Yet he remained an obscure nobody. Until he met Kakuzu. Kakuzu had recognized his desire to become stronger. He had even patted Hiroko's shoulder and told him, "Your research is far more valuable to this world than any strength." Yes, far more valuable. The world would never lack powerful shinobi. But those devoted to science, those who sought the truth, were rare. That made them invaluable. Kakuzu wasn't just feeding him empty words. It was the truth. Hiroko took 2 steps back. His face, once flushed from suffocation, now turned slightly pale. He crouched down, gripping his hair with both hands. "It can't be. It can't be. Kakuzu-sama will be fine. He has to be fine. Because he's the only one who acknowledged me." Seeing Hiroko's dazed and frantic expression, Ni's anger softened. She no longer pressed him for answers and instead shifted her anxious gaze back to Kakuzu. The experiment Kakuzu was undergoing was, in essence, a tail-beast fusion. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had obtained samples from the One Tail and the Five Tails. However, he had yet to find a suitable host for the One Tail, as it had yet to fully earn his acknowledgement. Thus, he decided to first fuse with the Five Tails, Kakuo. But there was a significant challenge. The Three Tails was naturally aligned with water style, and the One Tail with wind style. The Five Tails, however, lacked a particularly dominant chakra attribute. No matter which host he sealed it into, it would be an imperfect match. Kakuo's defining feature was the massive horn on its head, capable of leveling a mountain with a single strike. If he could integrate that devastating power into his own body, wouldn't that be ideal? It was a simple thought, but once it took root in Kakuzu's mind, it ignited his deep-seated curiosity. Humans weren't born with wings, yet they had found a way to soar through the skies. Just because something didn't exist naturally didn't mean it was impossible, it simply hadn't been discovered yet. Especially in the shinobi world, where anything was possible. And so, Kakuzu and Hiroko began their experiment. While testing the fusion process, Kakuzu also used Earth Grudge Fear to gradually integrate Steel Style and Explosion Style into his arsenal. This accelerated his progress significantly. In the end, he chose to fuse Kakuo's horn into his right arm, merging it with his own flesh and blood. It sounded absurd. But Kakuzu knew it could work. In the future, someone else would successfully achieve a similar fusion, Kabuto Yakushi. He had combined Orochimaru's DNA with his own, evolving into a completely new being. The theory behind the fusion was solid. Now, all that remained was for Kakuzu to endure the process. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. The clock on the wall moved forward, second by second. At the same time, the changes in Kakuzu's body became more pronounced. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Rather than endure the pain, it was better to adapt, to feel it, accept it. Just like when he first fused with Hashirama's cells, which took him 3 whole days and nights and nearly cost him half his life. Thinking of this, Kakuzu felt a strange sense of calm. In the depths of his consciousness, he seemed to see a different world. That summoning beast. He wasn't entirely sure if what he was seeing was real. It was completely snow-white, its fur soft and smooth. 5 tails swayed gently behind it, giving it an almost adorable appearance. Its mouth was well-formed, lacking the underbite it would later develop. Hey! So Kakuzu looked like this when he was young? The deepest genetic memories of the tailed beasts surfaced in his mind. Kakuzu had never imagined that Kakuzu had been so cute as a child. There was no trace of the wide-mouthed, fierce appearance it had now. At the same time, he understood one thing: if he could glimpse the past through genetic memory, that meant he had passed the test. The genes from Kakuzu's horns had successfully integrated into his body. Of course, integration didn't mean complete fusion. There was still the issue of genetic rejection. He had discussed this with Hiruko many times before. For most people, merging with tail beast genes would lead to an inevitable death, unless they had a unique physique like the Gold and Silver brothers. Kakuzu didn't possess a Sage of 6 Paths level physique. However, he had something in his body that naturally countered the tailed beasts. Hashirama's cells. Slowly, Kakuzu opened his eyes and took a moment to assess his physical state. As expected of Hashirama's cells, they naturally suppress the tailed beasts. He could feel the chakra flow within his body had become much smoother, though it was still far from a natural balance. He knew the reason why. The concentration of Hashirama's cells in his body had been diluted roughly 70-fold. It seemed he needed to strengthen them further. Chapter 155, The Return of Black Zetsu's steam filled the bathhouse, curling into the air in soft, wispy tendrils. Sitting in the warm waters, Kakuzu leaned back, allowing himself a rare moment of relaxation. Draped in a thin bathrobe, a woman named Ni knelt beside him, her delicate hands pressing into his shoulders with practiced ease. Kakuzu-sama, does that feel better? Ni asked with a gentle smile. Kakuzu let out a small chuckle, lifting a hand to lightly pat her soft cheek. The process of integrating the Kakuzu's horned beast genes into his right arm had been painful and arduous. However, in the end, he had succeeded. Now, a thin, translucent membrane covered his right arm. It might not seem impressive at first glance, but within that layer resided the formidable power of the 5 tails. A rough estimate suggested that a single punch from his enhanced arm carried 40 times the destructive force of his previous Earth-style hardened fists. This was a massive boost to his taijutsu capabilities. Of course, the Kakuzu's genes weren't so easily tamed. Though he had absorbed its power, full assimilation had yet to be achieved. Every now and then, the beast's chakra would surge unpredictably, preventing him from wielding its power at will. But Kakuzu wasn't concerned. Given time, he would fully suppress the remnants of the Kakuzu's will. Once the concentration of Hashirama's cells in his body increased, any resistance from the beast would become negligible. Leaning his head against Ni's chest, he allowed himself to bask in the warmth and tenderness of the moment. It was a peaceful and serene scene, one that, inevitably, was about to be interrupted. As Ni continued her massage, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The pristine, white-tiled floor of the bathhouse now bore an unnatural shadow. That dark mass began to rise, stretching upward until it took on a vaguely human shape. Ah! Ni shrieked, instinctively retreating behind Kakuzu. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, being seen in such a state was utterly mortifying. Unlike Ni, Kakuzu barely spared the figure a glance. With calm indifference, he patted her bare back reassuringly. "There's no need to be so shy, Ni," he said with amusement. "You don't even have to consider him a man. Actually, you don't even have to consider him a person at all. I've confirmed this myself, he's entirely non-functional. So, relax." The shadowy figure that had emerged from the floor was none other than Black Zetsu. The first time Kakuzu had encountered him, his instinct had been to eliminate the creature before it could become a threat. He had thrown everything at him, ninjutsu, taijutsu, even ganjutsu, only to discover that Zetsu's body, though humanoid in some respects, was fundamentally different from that of a normal human. At the time, Kakuzu had realized something peculiar: Black Zetsu had no reproductive organs. That fact alone made him wonder just how the creature had survived for over 1,000 years. With that in mind, Ni really had nothing to worry about. Still, Kakuzu sat up slightly, his expression sharpening. Black Zetsu had been missing for 3 years, and his sudden reappearance was unlikely to be good news. Remaining in Ni's embrace, Kakuzu lazily opened his eyes and regarded the intruder. Speak. What do you want? He asked, his tone laced with indifference. Black Zetsu, undeterred by Kakuzu's lack of respect, chuckled darkly. Hey. Kakuzu-sama, I have some rather shocking news for you. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow but didn't react too much. Zetsu leaned in slightly before delivering his message. Madara Uchiha has awakened the Rinnegan. Oh? Is that so? Kakuzu's response was calm, almost indifferent. To him, this wasn't particularly surprising. Madara was older than him, after all. Kakuzu was already over 50, which meant Madara was likely well into his 60s. Even if the legendary Uchiha had returned to the world, he was hardly in his prime. The hidden wounds left by Hashirama in their legendary battle were probably still haunting him. If he were truly as powerful as he once was, he would have crawled out of his coffin long ago and gone after Tobirama first. Of course, just because Madara wasn't in his prime didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo were still formidable weapons. And with the Outer Paths Chido statue now under his control, he certainly wasn't someone to underestimate. However, Kakuzu saw no need to concern himself with the matter. If things continued according to the original timeline, there was no need to interfere. The last thing he wanted was to gamble on an uncertain outcome and end up making things worse for himself. Even so, Kakuzu understood the importance of maintaining appearances. He feigned mild surprise, his brow lifting slightly as he processed the news. His lack of reaction didn't go unnoticed. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a hint of suspicion. Hey. Kakuzu-sama, you don't seem all that shocked. Have you already forgotten? The Rinnegan belonged to the Sage of Six Paths. A second sage appearing, doesn't that concern you at all? Kakuzu let out a low chuckle, sinking further into Nia's embrace. All things in this world follow a cycle of cause and effect. If he's managed to awaken that power, I won't stand in his way. Besides, it's not like you'd tell me where he is, even if I wanted to find him. Black Zetsu's expression darkened. He remained silent for a long moment, as if weighing his next words carefully. It was clear he had no intention of revealing everything to Kakuzu. But Kakuzu could see through him. He knew Zetsu had his own agenda, one that he wasn't willing to share just yet. Speak. What advice do you have for me this time? Kakuzu's tone was already tinged with impatience. He had just finished his bath and was planning to have a good fight with Ni, 7 rounds, in and out, without even feeling weak the next day. And now, Black Zetsu had the audacity to interrupt him. If Kakuzu weren't certain that this bastard only ever appeared when something important was going on, he would have torn him apart on the spot. Black Zetsu let out a couple of eerie chuckles. Though his interactions with Kakuzu were far from pleasant, the plan still had to move forward. Your Little Tails project is moving too slowly. I can help speed things up. At its core, the Ten Tails plan was about fusing the power of all 9-tailed beasts to create something entirely new. However, since Kakuzu's Hashirama cells weren't at a high enough concentration yet, he wasn't sure if his partner could truly suppress a full-fledged tailed beast. For now, he could only extract portions of their power and seal them away. This was Kakuzu's private plan, one he hadn't shared with anyone. But was there any information in this world that Black Zetsu didn't know? The moment he started keeping an eye on Kakuzu, he had already pieced together the truth. Kakuzu was collecting the genetic material of tailed beasts. It didn't take a genius to figure out his endgame. Kakuzu, however, wasn't surprised. He simply responded, quit rumbling. Get to the point. I don't have patience for this. He. Lord Kakuzu is just as impatient as ever. Fine, I'll get straight to it. If you want to accelerate your plan, the best method is to make use of the wood style in your body, because, after all, that power once belonged to the divine tree. Chapter 156, The Restless Hidden Waterfall Village Wood Style, Wood Clone Jutsu. On the right side of Kakuzu's body, an earthen yellow hue spread across his skin. Tendrils of wood intertwined, forming a solid structure, which then forcefully separated from his body. The moment it broke free from the ground, a new life form took shape. The wood clone opened its eyes and gazed at Kakuzu. It said nothing, simply nodding in acknowledgement before closing its eyes and sitting cross-legged. Slowly, it attuned itself to the natural energy in the air, stimulating the vitality within. The wood-style genes within it stirred, while the tailed beast sealed in Kakuzu's body remained still. The clone had become a self-sustaining entity, operating as an extension of Kakuzu himself. Observing this, Black Zetsu gave a subtle nod and pulled a white Zetsu from the ground, placing it beside the wood clone to assist in its training. Kakuzu-sama, this is the best way to cultivate using the wood clone. With white Zetsu providing support, the dual effects of the divine tree will amplify the process. The Hashirama cells will be absorbed more efficiently, and the tailed beast's chakra will stabilize. Your 10 Tails project will soon come to fruition. Kakuzu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Black Zetsu. It was hard to read the expression of something so pitch black, but Kakuzu could guess. Black Zetsu was undoubtedly pleased that things were progressing according to plan. However, Kakuzu wasn't concerned about any schemes at this stage. He knew Black Zetsu wasn't foolish enough to try anything against him right now. Moreover, Black Zetsu's reasoning made sense. The wood clone and white Zetsu were both connected to the divine tree. Using a wood clone for this training accelerated the suppression of the tailed beast, enhanced the fusion of the KK Genkai, and facilitated the adaptation of Hashirama cells. Normally, this kind of absorption process would take 10 years. Now, it could be completed in 5. The time saved would be invaluable in executing the rest of Kakuzu's plans. The only downside was that training through the wood clone wasn't easy. To maximize the effect, half of Kakuzu's power had to be transferred into the clone. As a result, he was currently operating at only half his usual strength. He clenched his fist, feeling the residual power within. His conclusion? It would suffice. Even at half strength, he remained one of the strongest shinobi in the world. Rokuno, guard this place. Do not let anyone disrupt my clone's training and integration. Understood. Rokuno bowed in acknowledgement. Taking the coat from Ni's hands, Kakuzu draped it over his shoulders and strode toward the exit, Ni following closely behind. Seeing this, Black Zetsu hesitated. Kakuzu-sama, may I ask where you're headed? Kakuzu glanced sideways at him, then turned away with an indifferent response. To find Madara Uchiha. What? Black Zetsu flinched in shock. If Kakuzu sought out Madara Uchiha now, wouldn't that ruin everything? But upon closer thought, he calmed down. It had to be a joke. After all, Kakuzu had no idea where Madara was. Even if he turned the entire shinobi world upside down, he wouldn't find him. Lucky for him, Black Zetsu remained composed. Otherwise, he might have fallen right into Kakuzu's trap. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow, Black Zetsu initially intended to question Kakuzu further, but by the time he refocused, Kakuzu and Ni were already gone. Humphrey, no matter what you do, I'll always know, Kakuzu. Enjoy your little victories for now. Once Mother is revived, you won't be so arrogant. His gaze darkened as he sunk back into the earth. 3 years had passed since the Second Great Shinobi War. 3 years weren't enough for nations to recover fully, only to lick their wounds in silence. The shinobi world had once again entered a period of superficial peace. But such tranquility was always an illusion. The hatred and grudges left by war could never be erased. Even as villages clung to their rules, their treaties, and their fragile stability, conflicts still brewed beneath the surface. And as history dictated, the 5 great nations that suffered the most during the war would always be the ones entangled in political maneuvering. Yet, an unexpected piece of news was about to shake the entire shinobi world. Land of Waterfalls, a tea house. A group of shinobi, samurai, ronin, and merchants sat around a square table. Those strangers, they gathered in conversation, boasting and speculating about the latest developments in the world. Some discussed how the new leader of Hidden Waterfall Village, Shinosuke, had assassinated his predecessor to take the seat of power. Others debated the endless feuds between the 5 great nations. But one topic stood out above the rest. Hey, who would have thought that Kakuzu, the infamous warrior from the Second Shinobi War, was actually from our Land of Waterfalls? A shinobi downed his drink and grinned at the others. His words had the effect of a bombshell, drawing immediate interest. A ronin, lazily chewing on a straw, raised an eyebrow. No kidding? I heard he's a missing nin. Gasps spread across the group. Wait, if he really was a rogue ninja, why wasn't he marked as such by Hidden Waterfall Village before? A guy that strong has such a background? Damn. That's not even the biggest issue. If Hidden Waterfall Village officially declares him a rogue ninja, the entire shinobi world will hunt him down. According to the treaty between the great nations, they all agree to pursue each other's missing nin. So you're saying Kakuzu's about to go to war with the 5 great nations? This is gonna be interesting. Ha ha ha. Laughter and speculation filled the air. Following the White Tree Town incident, Kakuzu had gained immense notoriety. But now, just as his legend was rising, he faced a crisis that could exile him from the entire shinobi world. If the higher-ups of the Land of Waterfalls truly confirmed his missing nin status, then Kakuzu wouldn't be able to move freely anymore. He would be forced to live in the shadows. While the men continued their reckless gossip, a figure wearing a conical straw hat silently rose and exited the tea house. Back in his quarters, Kakuzu quietly sifted through the intelligence reports in his hands. The amount of information was vast. Clearly, this wasn't the work of just one person. Multiple factions had their hands in this. Closing the report, he laced his fingers together and rested his chin on them, his gaze calm yet unreadable. No matter who had started this mess, his immediate problem was the missing nin status. 30 years ago, When he left Hidden Waterfall Village, he had thoroughly erased all traces of his identity. That was the foundation for everything that followed. Now, someone wanted to stir things up again. If that was the case, Kakuzu had no problem crushing this threat before it even had a chance to grow. Chapter 157, Declaration of War. The Land of Waterfalls, a small country situated in the northwest of the Shinobi world, bordered by the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Iron. Despite its weak national power, it, like the 5 great shinobi villages, had its own leader and its own shinobi. However, due to its unstable political situation and the rampant presence of armed forces, Hidden Waterfall Village and the Land of Waterfalls had rarely known peace since their founding. Though the village had long struggled with financial difficulties, deep within its territory stood a grand palace, enclosed by towering walls. The palace had a long history. It was originally the residence of Hidden Waterfall Village's first leader, Goto Tsubasa, but was razed to the ground due to a series of incidents. Later, his successor, Kimu, preserved the vacant land and had it restored. When the Second Shinobi World War erupted, Hidden Waterfall Village was thrown into further turmoil. A shinobi named Shinosuke, a powerful elite, assassinated Kimu and seized control of the village through brute force. Upon becoming the third village leader, Shinosuke's first order was to renovate the palace, transforming it into the opulent structure it was today. Inside the palace, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows. The air was thick with a lingering scent of perfume, mingling with the sound of rhythmic breathing. On a lavish bed, Shinosuke lay fast asleep, his arms wrapped around 2 naked women. Suddenly, his shinobi instincts flared. His eyes snapped open. In an instant, he shoved the 2 women aside and quickly grabbed his robe, slipping his hand into his pocket to grip a kunai. The 2 women, startled by the sudden movement, tumbled onto the floor. They clung to each other, trembling with fear. But Shinosuke paid them no mind. His gaze was locked onto a figure sitting at a nearby table, casually sipping tea. "Who's there? You must have a death wish to break in here," Shinosuke barked. The figure, finally noticing Shinosuke's sluggish awakening, turned around slowly. She was strikingly beautiful, with long, wavy brown hair and 3 distinct markings on her face. Her attire was minimal, seemingly designed for ease of movement rather than modesty. Shinosuke's breath caught for a moment. He had nearly acted recklessly without realizing that his uninvited guest was such a stunning woman. Compared to the 2 he had just tossed aside, this woman was on an entirely different level. He quickly collected himself, narrowing his eyes. "Woman, how did you get in here? What do you want? You'd best answer honestly." A smirk tugged at the corners of the woman's lips, a mixture of disdain and amusement. Despite being only in her early 20s, she exuded a mature, confident aura. With her long, polished red nails, she lazily tapped the table. "Your position was taken by force. If you could seize it, so can someone else. It should belong to someone more capable. Under your rule, Hidden Waterfall Village remains as chaotic and pathetic as ever." Shinosuke's pupils contracted. The greedy glint in his eyes faded slightly. He wasn't stupid. If someone had came to challenge his authority, that meant others were eyeing his position as well. Slowly, he stepped down from the bed, one hand shielding his chest defensively while his other hand discreetly tugged at a thin steel wire hidden behind him. "Who are you, exactly?" he demanded. The woman's crimson lips curled into a smirk. "I am Kakuzu-sama's woman. Now do you understand why I'm here?" "Kakuzu?" The mere mention of that name sent a shiver down Shinosuke's spine. But he quickly reassured himself. He knew why Kakuzu had a grudge against him. The benefits had already been reaped, the deeds were done, there was no reason to be afraid now. Kakuzu had already turned his back on Hidden Waterfall Village. Let him come. Shinosuke wanted to see what he could do. Forcing himself to remain calm, Shinosuke scoffed. What does Kakuzu want here? He abandoned Hidden Waterfall Village long ago. He's not welcome. The woman rose gracefully to her feet. Under the glow of the candlelight, her flawless figure cast elegant shadows across the walls. Kakuzu-sama has seen the world outside for decades. And upon returning to his homeland, he finds it just as war-torn as before. She said. Then, she gestured to herself. I, too, am a survivor of Hidden Waterfall Village's endless strife. You cannot bring peace to this village. You cannot lead it to prosperity. So step down. Shinosuke's expression darkened. So it really was about forcing him to give up his position. But he caught something in her words, an important detail. If Kakuzu truly intended to take back Hidden Waterfall Village, why hadn't he come himself? Why send a woman in his place? There could only be one reason, Kakuzu had his own limitations. Maybe he wasn't strong enough yet. Maybe he had other constraints. Either way, this meant Kakuzu had a weakness. A small smirk appeared on Shinosuke's lips. Why isn't Kakuzu here in person? At this, the woman chuckled softly, her voice carrying a hint of mockery. Because Kakuzu-sama is making an official declaration to the entire shinobi world, Hidden Waterfall Village in the Land of Waterfalls will be under his leadership, not yours, you worthless fool. She was making it clear. This wasn't just a power grab. This was a declaration of war. If it were Kakuzu standing here today, Shinosuke would probably already be crying to the Sage of Six Paths for help. However, things gained through assassination, trickery, and brute force were inherently unstable. Take Hidden Waterfall Village, for example. After 3 generations of village leaders, it remained impoverished and weak. At its core, too many unstable factors were at play. Kakuzu's task was to eliminate every single one of them. Oh? Kakuzu sure talks big. Shinosuke fell silent for a moment. Then, suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Ni. He is that arrogant, huh? Kakuzu is nothing but a relic of the past. And as for you, his woman, you're staying right here today. As soon as Shinosuke finished speaking, the 2 massive doors at the back of the palace crashed to the ground with a thunderous bang. Dozens of shinobi stormed in from outside, surrounding Ni in an instant. Hey! You've got quite the mouth on you too. Shinosuke sneered, his gaze turning lecherous once again. Let's see if your dear Kakuzu will come to save you now. Ni merely shook her head. Idiot. You're being used, and you don't even realize it. She had no interest in wasting words on a dead man walking. Since Shinosuke refused to back down, negotiations were officially over. At his last remark, Ni's striking eyes widened slightly. Then, with an air of absolute confidence, she stepped forward, her high-heeled shinobi boots clicking against the floor. Her gaze swept over Shinosuke and the Hidden Waterfall Village ninja with nothing but disdain. Kakuzu-sama is giving you 3 days to decide. If you don't, then prepare for annihilation. Crack. The sharp snap of a whip echoed through the hall as Ni struck the ground, exuding pure dominance. As for dealing with you all, I can handle that myself. Chapter 158, One Man, One Army. Ni pressed both hands against the ground, her fingers forming seals with precision. Black and intricate summoning symbols spread rapidly across the floor. Watching her movements, Shinosuke scoffed, his face full of disdain. Summoning a creature to fight for you? Are you overestimating your own strength? Summoned beasts were battle partners for shinobi, but Ni was far from the only one who could use them. The hall was packed with dozens of elite Hidden Waterfall shinobi, many of whom had their own summons. More were on their way. In total, Ni would soon be facing hundreds of enemies, each accompanied by formidable summoning beasts. Yet, she merely smirked at Shinosuke's arrogance. There was no need to waste words on a frog at the bottom of a well. What Shinosuke failed to understand was that her bloodline limit made her the undisputed queen of summoning. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions erupted as thick white smoke engulfed the room. The shinobi barely had time to register the noise before they felt the entire structure tilt beneath them. The ground trembled violently. A monstrous turtle, its massive shell large enough to shatter the palace walls, materialized in the center of the hall. As it shifted its weight slightly, the floor cracked beneath it, and the entire palace groaned in protest. Many of the Hidden Waterfall shinobi stumbled, struggling to maintain their footing amidst the tremors. Then, another beast emerged, this time, a giant 2-headed dog. As soon as it appeared, both heads snapped forward, their jaws crushing several unfortunate shinobi who had been too slow to escape. Blood splattered as bodies were torn apart in an instant. From beneath the ground, a gigantic pangolin burst forth, its armored body tearing through the earth, catching its enemies completely off guard. Chaos erupted as the battlefield turned into a slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, Ni stood gracefully atop the back of a massive hawk, soaring high above the destruction. From the sky, she looked down upon the Hidden Waterfall Village, her expression calm and commanding. This should be enough, she murmured. Consider this my greeting gift. With one hand on her hip and the other holding a whip, Ni exuded an air of effortless dominance. She was not a mere warrior, her strength lay in coordination, in controlling the battlefield through her summons. As the summoned beasts wreaked havoc below, she swiftly formed another hand seal. Release. Boom. 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 More explosions rang out as the giant beasts vanished one after another in bursts of smoke. Then, without a second glance, Ni turned her hawk and soared into the distance, leaving only one final message for Shinosuke and his men. In 3 days, Lord Kakuzu will arrive in person. Damn it. Shinosuke clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration as he watched her retreating figure. The destruction was too severe to cover up. There was no way to keep this a secret anymore. Kakuzu's ultimatum had been delivered. Now, Shinosuke had no choice but to respond. There was no sleep for him that night. He immediately gathered his subordinates for an emergency meeting. Inside the dimly lit war room, One of his men hesitated before offering a suggestion. Lord Shinosuke. We should fight him head-on. It was an obvious statement, but it resonated with Shinosuke's own thoughts. He had no intention of relinquishing his position as village leader. If Kakuzu wanted to take over, it would be a fight to the death. However, another advisor spoke up, his tone more measured. Lord Shinosuke, you are still the official head of Hidden Waterfall Village. We should use that status to our advantage. Shinosuke furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Kakuzu is notorious throughout the ninja world. He is strong, but his arrogance has made him many enemies. If we appeal to the 5 great nations, we may be able to rally support. With their help, Kakuzu would be forced into a defensive position. Though the man had spoken cautiously, the meaning was clear. Kakuzu was simply too powerful to fight alone. If Hidden Waterfall Village stood no chance against him, then their best option was to involve the greater shinobi world. Shinosuke knew this was a gamble. The 5 great nations had little reason to care about a small village's internal struggles. However, given Kakuzu's reputation and his strained relationships with multiple factions, there was a slim chance that at least one of the great nations would see him as a threat worth neutralizing. Taking a deep breath, Shinosuke made his decision. Prepare the letters. Send envoys immediately. Use carrier pigeons to ensure swift delivery. I want messages sent to all 5 Kage. As the night stretched on, Hidden Waterfall Village prepared for war. 3 days later, on a narrow forest path outside the village, 2 figures walked side by side. Kakuzu led the way, his imposing presence exuding an aura of cold determination. Ni followed slightly behind, the wind tugging at the long coat draped over her shoulders. The forest around them was eerily silent. No bird sang. No insects buzzed. Even the trees themselves seemed to sense the impending storm. Ni glanced up at Kakuzu. Kakuzu-sama, are you sure we don't need reinforcements? She was referring to their allies. With their added forces, their strength would be undeniable. At her question, Kakuzu's piercing gaze shifted toward her. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The others are needed elsewhere, he said. As for whether we have enough strength, he turned his eyes toward the Hidden Waterfall Village, his expression unwavering. The words in his mind were simple, yet absolute. If they can attack, so can I. She had never even heard of this place. Kakuzu's goal in coming here had nothing to do with him. Hearing Kakuzu's decisive words, the trace of worry on Ni's face gradually disappeared. The confidence in Kakuzu's demeanor brought out dimples on her cheeks. She wasn't entirely sure if Kakuzu could take on an entire village by himself, even if it was just a small one. But as long as Kakuzu believed he could, she was willing to trust him. After all, from the moment she and Kakuzu had met, their fates had been tightly intertwined. Ni wrapped her coat around herself a little tighter and quickened her pace to match Kakuzu's. To be honest, Hidden Waterfall Village was quite an interesting place. Unlike other villages that needed to build walls for protection, Hidden Waterfall Village had a natural barrier. One had to pass through a waterfall to enter the village. If Hidden Waterfall Village were stronger and stationed guards here, it could become an even more formidable force. But for now, the lack of guards worked in their favor. Kakuzu and Ni crossed the waterfall effortlessly, eventually reaching the outskirts of the village. This was the very edge of Hidden Waterfall Village's territory. The scene before Kakuzu was quite a sight to behold. Outside the village, not a single civilian was in sight, yet the area was packed with shinobi. A rough estimate put their numbers at over 1,000, likely the entirety of the Land of Waterfall's fighting force. The stakes were high. Whether Shinosuke could maintain his rule over the village depended on this battle, and he was prepared to risk everything. Kakuzu gazed at the 1,000 unfamiliar faces before him, a smirk appearing at the corner of his lips. I haven't set foot here in 30 years. Looks like most of them don't even recognize me anymore. But that's fine. Let me help this place come back to life. Chapter 159, 1,000 soldiers fall, a single head taken. Kakuzu, you bastard. We have no grudge against each other, yet you attack Hidden Waterfall Village? Unforgivable. As long as I stand, the village stands. You won't set foot in Hidden Waterfall Village. Standing at the center of a 1,000-man force, Shinosuke roared furiously at Kakuzu as soon as he arrived. However, Kakuzu simply scoffed. No grudge? He kept harping on Hidden Waterfall Village like it was some sacred ground. What a joke. If Kakuzu hadn't come today, it wouldn't have been long before the village branded him a rogue ninja. But that was never going to happen. He would never wear the title of a missing nin. That was what separated him from the Kakuzu of the original timeline, the one who perished under a wind-style-infused protagonist's plot armor. Now that he was here, there was no need for words. Whoosh! Kakuzu shrugged off his cloak, letting it drift through the air. The wind slowed its descent, but his intentions were clear. Hidden Waterfall Village was his for the taking today. Not even the Sage of Six Paths himself could stop him. His body blurred like the wind, moving with lightning speed. In an instant, he was at the heart of the battlefield. Fire style, intelligent hard work. A ferocious blaze erupted, engulfing the battlefield in flames that stretched for hundreds of meters. Wind style, pressure damage. A raging tempest followed, sharp as a blade, slicing through everything in its path. The moment the fire and wind combined, boom. A sea of flames surged skyward, roaring like a lion about to devour its prey. Ah! What is this? This isn't real. No. Impossible. Hidden Waterfall Village had existed for decades, and war was no stranger to its lands. But had they ever witnessed the true might of the battlefield? Had they ever stood against the 5 great nations? No. And today, Kakuzu would make them realize just how small their world was. The inferno spread, its searing heat licking at the bodies of countless Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi. Those who knew water style desperately conjured jutsu to douse the flames, while others scrambled for any means to put out the fire consuming their comrades. As the chaos unfolded, a figure stormed through the flames. Kakuzu? The mere sight of him sent a chill down the spines of the already burning shinobi. It was as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had been placed at their throats. But Kakuzu didn't even spare them a glance. The rumors were true, fire style alone wasn't usually enough to kill. But that only applied to ordinary shinobi. For those unfortunate enough to cross his path today, death was a certainty. Like a lightning bolt, he shot forward, his momentum unstoppable. As his feet ground to a halt, the sheer force carved deep trenches into the earth beneath him. He had found his target. Shinosuke stared at Kakuzu in horror, his mind struggling to process reality. He shook his head, trying to convince himself this wasn't a nightmare. A single fire-style technique had shattered an entire 1,000-man force. This wasn't just an insult to him, it was an insult to all of Hidden Waterfall Village. Unbelievable. Absolutely. A shiver ran down Shinosuke's spine as he realized he was face to face with Kakuzu. He was just a merely jonin, barely considered strong by any standard. What was he supposed to do against a monster like this? In his panic, he resorted to the only thing he could. You idiots, hurry and help me. Most of the Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi were still struggling against the flames, but a small group who had avoided the worst of the fire immediately regrouped. A few dozen rushed forward to rescue their village leader. Unfortunately for them, they never even got halfway. A pair of long, slender legs stepped into their path, their owner clad in a crimson split dress. A woman smiled at them, her expression laced with an eerie, dominant air. You damn woman. Get out of the way. Move, or we'll tear you apart. It's just a single woman. She's nothing to charge. With battle cries, they lunged forward, only for the woman to gracefully lift the whip in her hand above her head. Boom. A massive, armored turtle materialized before them. The beast swung its enormous tail in a sweeping arc, striking down every shinobi in its path like a tide washing away fallen leaves. Standing atop the turtle's shell, the woman's crimson dress fluttered around her legs as she pressed a foot down onto the throat of a half-conscious Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi. You pathetic fools. She sneered. So quick to judge by appearances. A glint of amusement flashed in her eyes before it was quickly replaced by a predatory gleam. Her beauty was reserved for one person alone. Kakuzu? As for everyone else? They were beneath her. Stay out of Lord Kakuzu's way. Understood? Her voice was calm, but the overwhelming aura she exuded sent shivers through every Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi present. They wanted to save their leader, truly they did. But could they really win against this woman? Perhaps it was best if Shinosuke prayed for his own survival. Meanwhile, Shinosuke was internally cursing his subordinates to the depths of hell. Useless. Every last one of them, utterly useless. But curses wouldn't change the fact that Kakuzu stood before him. Kakuzu's voice was indifferent as he asked, "Do you have anything that might entertain me?" Shinosuke clenched his teeth. He wanted to scream that he did, he really did. But did it even matter? Kakuzu, don't get too cocky. There's no way I'll just hand over my position. Hey. Kakuzu chuckled, unimpressed. Even at this point, Shinosuke was still talking tough. Fine, so be it. No one could say Kakuzu bullied the weak, he'd give Shinosuke a chance. Seeing Kakuzu give him a slight nod, silently acknowledging that he could make his move, Shinosuke hesitated for a moment. His mind was racing through the possibilities, but soon, he made his decision, he would fight Kakuzu with everything he had. Reaching behind him, Shinosuke pulled out a small flask, swiftly uncorking it. The reflection in his eyes showed the vibrant green liquid inside. Without a second thought, he shut his eyes and chugged it down in one gulp. Gulp, 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 the liquid flowed down his throat, and as soon as the flask was empty, he tossed it aside. Crash. The sound of shattering ceramic echoed through the air, but Shinosuke didn't care. His entire body trembled for a moment before his chakra surged explosively. Kakuzu, I admit you're strong, but you're far too arrogant. A ninja who misjudges information will pay the price with his life. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, now somewhat intrigued. And what, exactly, gives you this sudden burst of confidence? Hero water. Shinosuke wiped the remaining liquid from his lips. There was no need to keep it a secret anymore, Kakuzu deserved to know before he died. At the mention of hero water, Kakuzu fell silent for a brief moment. As a former ninja of Hidden Waterfall Village, he naturally knew what it was. Deep in the heart of Hidden Waterfall Village stood an ancient tree that, once every 100 years, produced a small reservoir of mystical water. Drinking it would instantly amplify one's chakra tenfold. That was hero water. Chapter 160, The 5 Great Nations Won't Let You Go. Years ago, there was a simple reason why Kakuzu didn't take the hero water. Known in Hidden Waterfall Village as the sacred water, drinking it would grant a tenfold increase in chakra for a short period. However, power never comes without a price. The cost of using the hero water was one's very life. Even in the direst situations, as long as there was the slightest hope of survival, no one would take it lightly. Interesting. Let's see how you plan to make me dance. Kakuzu smirked, standing firm like an immovable mountain. Kakuzu, go to hell. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Shinosuke's forehead and arms bulged with throbbing veins. He stomped the ground, leaving behind a deep footprint as he propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His fists, cloaked in a dense, powerful blue chakra, whipped up a violent storm with sheer force. Boom. His heavy punch landed squarely on Kakuzu's face, sending the tall man hurtling backward over 100 meters before he crashed into a rocky wall, leaving behind a massive crater. The surviving Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi perked up at the sight, their eyes brimming with hope. Their village leader had taken the hero water, he had to succeed. At the very least, Kakuzu should have been gravely injured. Yet reality had a way of shattering expectations. As the dust settled, a tall and unyielding figure emerged from the smoke. Kakuzu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "So this is the power of the hero water?" It was hard to tell whether his words were admiration or mockery. But when Kakuzu finally stepped into full view, the Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi trembled. That fearsome punch, which seemed so devastating, had done nothing. He was completely unscathed. A faint smirk played on Kakuzu's lips. Folding his arms, he stood unfazed against the wind. To say the attack had no effect at all wasn't entirely accurate. The truth was, Kakuzu had already used his Earth Grudge Fear technique to stitch up his wounds before stepping out of the rubble. However, "You're still a bit short of entertaining me." At those words, the remaining Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi felt a crushing sense of despair. So this was the pressure of a Kage-level powerhouse. Just what kind of monster were they up against? Kakuzu, however, paid them no mind. He simply rolled his tongue inside his mouth, savoring the sensation of the punch. A tenfold chakra boost. Not bad. But with such side effects, it's not something an ordinary person can afford to use. I should have Hiroko analyze it thoroughly later. In his mind, Kakuzu had already classified the hero water, not a divine artifact, but still a potential tool. Every ability had its limits. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could cast powerful illusions, wasn't absolute. Elite shinobi like the 4th Raikage and Obirama Senju could break free in an instant. Likewise, no matter how potent the hero water's chakra boost was, it had to have an upper bound. Otherwise, during the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Hashirama would have simply downed a bottle, summoned 10,000 Buddha statues, and called it a day. The hero water had its uses, but it needed further refinement. Just as Kakuzu came to this conclusion, a frenzied figure lunged at him once more. Shinosuke's bloodshot eyes blazed with fury, his veins bulging as though they would burst through his skin at any moment. "Kakuzu? I will kill you." "Oh?" Kakuzu chuckled. At this point, Shinosuke had already gambled everything on this fight. There was no debate, he had no choice but to go all out. However, this stage isn't just for you. Kakuzu lowered his stance, spreading his palms over his knees. Initially, he had intended to unleash the ultimate form of his Earth Grudge Fear technique, but then he decided against it. Never mind. Let's try this instead. His left hand extended forward while his right hand rested against his chest. His stance solidified into a textbook horse stance. His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst, he thrust his right fist forward. Boom. 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 The air trembled with a thunderous force. The impact not only sent Shinosuke flying backward but also carved out a massive crater where the remaining Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi stood. 7 or 8 of them collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back in shock. A powerful shockwave rippled through the battlefield, not a jutsu, but a technique fueled purely by physical prowess. Wait. Could it be? Hidden Leaf Village. Hyuga. Gentle Fist? Some of the more knowledgeable Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi were left speechless. The Hyuga clan's bloodline limit? How was this possible? Kakuzu remained silent, stepping toward Shinosuke, who now lay sprawled over 100 meters away. It had been over 20 years since he acquired the Hyuga bloodline. Awakening the Byakugan had proven just as difficult as mastering Hashirama's cells, but he had ultimately succeeded. Over time, his ability to use the Byakugan's insight and gentle fist techniques had steadily improved. Science was the ultimate truth of the world. Only those who embraced it, like him and Orochimaru, deserved to live forever. As for Dobirama Senshu, the so-called pioneer of ninja science? Forget him. He was nothing but a copyright ninja. Kakuzu finally stopped when he reached Shinosuke's motionless body. It seemed he had already stopped breathing. Just 1/8 trigrams vacuum pump and he's off to the Pure Land? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the corpse exploded into a cloud of smoke. In the next instant, a hand shot out from the ground, gripping Kakuzu's ankle tightly. Kakuzu? This is for you. Die, explosive tag burial. Hundreds of explosive tags surged up from the ground, wrapping around Kakuzu's body in an instant. With a sharp cry, ha! Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, forming a towering mushroom cloud. The power of 100 explosive tags was no joke. A single tag could severely injure an average shinobi, let alone 100. Shinosuke gasped for breath as he crawled out from underground. The nearby Hidden Waterfall Village ninja rushed over to support their village leader, but before he could even catch his breath, clang! 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 This sound! What the hell is that? Following the startled cries of the other shinobi, Shinosuke turned his gaze forward, his face paling in horror. At the very center of the explosion, the nightmare-like figure reappeared. Kakuzu? Step by step, he emerged from the destruction, each movement accompanied by an unnatural sound, a sharp, grating noise, like metal scraping against the earth. As he fully stepped into view, his entire body had undergone a shocking transformation. His flesh gleamed under the sunlight, as if he had been reforged from pure steel. No way. Could it be steel style? Kakuzu smirked. Though the land of waterfalls was small, it wasn't lacking in those who had seen the world. Once upon a time, Hidden Stone's village had a frontline commander named Gari, a shinobi who possessed the rare steel-style KK Genkai. And now, thanks to Kakuzu, that bloodline had not been lost. He hadn't had it for long, but thanks to his wood clones accelerating his training, it didn't take long for him to awaken steel style. Kakuzu speculated that it had something to do with the nature of his chakra. His signature Earth-style jutsu, Earth Spear, already pushed his physical reinforcement to the extreme, making steel style a natural extension. But compared to Earth Spear, steel style was on an entirely different level. Before, his reinforced body was 10 times tougher than normal, strong enough to withstand 20 explosive tags without injury. And now? Kakuzu smacked his arm with his palm. Clang! A crisp metallic ring echoed through the battlefield. His body's durability had increased 30-fold. Chapter 161, Onoki's lingering grievance. The activation of steel style made Shinosuke feel as though an insurmountable mountain had appeared before him, even after drinking the so-called hero water, which claimed to boost chakra tenfold. What could he possibly do? In the end, he was still just a mere mortal. How could he stand against Kakuzu? Storm style, thunderclap spear. A piercing, bird-like screech resounded across the battlefield. Where the lightning passed, corpses littered the ground. The surrounding Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi trembled, wanting to rush forward but too afraid to make a move. Kakuzu didn't even spare them a glance. Instead, he spoke in an indifferent tone. I was born here too. If you don't want to die in your own homeland, then stay out of my way. His words fell like a heavy hammer, shattering the psychological defenses of many Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi. The man before them was a monster. He had mastered Gentle Fist, Steel Style, and Storm Style. How could they possibly fight against such a being? And yet, Kakuzu's words also felt like an act of mercy. As long as they didn't interfere, he would spare their lives. Relief washed over many of them as their legs gave out, causing them to collapse onto the ground. At this moment, fear and reverence took root in their hearts. And that was exactly why Kakuzu was willing to let them live. Only fear and awe could truly silence them. Unlike Hashirama Senshu, Kakuzu knew he couldn't win people over with benevolence. He had his own methods. Endless generosity wouldn't achieve his goals. Compared to Hashirama, Kakuzu had chosen an entirely different path. His gaze shifted to the distant Shinosuke. There was no longer any need for Kakuzu to make a move. After the intense battle, Shinosuke was utterly drained. The effects of the hero water had already begun to wane, leaving him to suffer the inevitable backlash. Most of his subordinates had fled in scattered groups. Now, only Shinosuke remained, powerless and slumped on the ground, awaiting his fate. Perhaps, knowing that his death was inevitable, Shinosuke raised his head one last time, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he stared at Kakuzu. He resented him for interfering. But after today's battle, he also realized that this man was far more terrifying than he had imagined, far beyond his ability to oppose. Yet, even now, he refused to accept this outcome. He couldn't accept that the village he had just seized would slip through his fingers so easily. Kakuzu? Don't think this is over just because you defeated me. The 5 great nations won't let you off. With nothing left but curses, Shinosuke spat his final defiance. Kakuzu, hearing this, smirked and glanced at his own arm. A faint sneer played on his lips. If I could fully master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I wouldn't mind taking you on a little trip to see the current state of the 5 great nations. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office, a heated argument was taking place. Koharu Utatane grabbed Denzo's arm. Denzo, enough. Stop arguing over something so trivial. No. Denzo roared, shaking off her grip and glaring at Hiruzen Sarutobi with fury. His hand slashed through the air as he practically spat his words. Hiruzen, you regret this. Across from him, Hamura Midikoto didn't intervene physically, but his expression was equally displeased. Hiruzen, however, merely pointed at himself and retorted coldly. Denzo. Hokage. And just like that, this high-stakes political clash ended with an absurdly childish exchange. It might seem ridiculous, but people often forgot that these men had once been just kids fighting their way through the wars. Their conflicts had shaped a unique understanding between them over the years. In the end, Denzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him in frustration. But the moment he stepped into the shadows beneath the trees outside, his expression returned to its usual calm. A soft breeze passed through as several masked figures, clad in battle gear, emerged from the darkness. They stood behind him, silently awaiting his orders. These were the operatives of Root. After a long silence, Denzo finally spoke. Hiruzen is preparing to send envoys to Hidden Waterfall Village to negotiate a settlement. He paused, then continued coldly, follow the envoys. If the Hidden Waterfall Village leadership truly seeks their help. Denzo made a slicing gesture across his throat. The Root operatives bowed in understanding before vanishing into the shadows. A sinister smile crept onto Denzo's lips. That fool Shinosuke really thought Hidden Leaf Village would come to his rescue? The moment Kakuzu set foot in Hidden Waterfall Village, our intelligence network knew about it. Shinosuke should have realized, he was just a pawn in our deal. Did he honestly believe that forming an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village meant anything? Denzo continued walking deeper into the shadows, his mind filled with schemes. The reason he had set up Hidden Waterfall Village was for security. Last time, when Kakuzu came for Hashirama's cells, they had struck a deal. Denzo wanted Kakuzu to apply pressure on Hidden Stones Village to ease Hidden Leaf Village's burden. After all, during the Second Shinobi World War, the death of Senju Momoko had completely severed relations between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, making them bitter enemies. The Rock Village had remained a constant threat. Kakuzu had kept his word. He was doing exactly what had been agreed upon. Yet, as Denzo reflected on this, he involuntarily came to a halt. He stared into the distance, his thoughts momentarily shaken. For the first time since taking his position, an eerie tremor flickered through his eyes. Lord Kakuzu? You are still as terrifying as ever. Perhaps even Denzo hadn't expected that Kakuzu's way of helping would be to outright declare war on Takikagure. While it was just a small nation, a single man waging war against an entire country was nothing short of historic. Hidden Stones Village, Tsuchikage's office. Onoki stared at the intelligence report in his hands. To say he wasn't shaken would be a lie. If Kakuzu truly conquered Takikagure, wouldn't that mean their borders would now be directly connected to Hidden Stones Village? That was not a good sign. Keep using sensory techniques to monitor the situation. Report any updates immediately. Understood. On Hidden Stones Village Shinobi responded and turned to leave. However, he hesitated for a moment before turning back to Onoki. Tsuchikage-sama, the envoy from Hidden Waterfall Village should already be on the way with an official request for aid. Should we consider sending reinforcements? What are you thinking? The envoy hasn't even arrived yet. If we mobilize our forces now, it would be a direct violation of protocol. Onoki floated into the air, waving a hand dismissively at the shinobi as if shooing away an annoying pest. Go on, get back to your duties. Stop wasting time with nonsense. The shinobi could only nod and withdraw. Once everyone had left the office, Onoki finally let out a long sigh, grabbing the teacup on his desk and downing its contents in one gulp. The truth was, he had no intention of aiding Shinosuke. There was an important reason for that. The intelligence about Kakuzu's Ronin status, the very piece of information that had sparked this war, had Onoki's fingerprints all over it. Ever since Kakuzu had assisted Hidden Leaf Village in repelling Hidden Stone's village's forces and even killed Gari, Onoki had harbored resentment. This time, he had simply wanted to make things difficult for Kakuzu, to throw a wrench in his plans. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect Kakuzu to be so brazen, to immediately launch an attack without hesitation. This outcome had exceeded even Onoki's expectations. Floating toward his bed, he gazed out at the vast, blackened lands beneath Hidden Stone's village. As far as he was concerned, as long as Kakuzu didn't march into the land of Earth, it wasn't really his problem. But then he thought of Kakuzu's terrifying strength. Ah! His body hovered as he clutched his old waist, a pained expression flashing across his face. This lower back injury was Madara's doing, and Onoki had never truly recovered. After finally rising to the rank of Sushi Kage, he had hoped to enjoy the many pleasures Hidden Stone's village had to offer. Yet, on his very first visit to one such establishment, his back had nearly given out before he had even started. The young lady attending to him had struggled to contain her laughter, barely managing to keep a straight face. It was as if she had the word Sushi Kage-sama is a cripple written all over her expression. That humiliation still haunted him to this day. Fortunately, he had fathered children early. Otherwise, he might have been completely wiped out by Madara's handiwork. But even now, whenever he saw the vibrant nightlife and the graceful figures dancing under the lanterns, he couldn't help but curse Madara in the darkness of his mind. Yet, ironically, Madara had actually died. And not just him, Hashirama Senju had gone with him. 2 Hidden Leaf Village powerhouses, gone. Despite his lingering back pain, Onoki had made a point to celebrate their demise more than once. But now, standing at his window, a shiver ran down his spine. Senju Hashirama was dead. Madara Uchiha was dead. Who in this world could stop Kakuzu now? The thought sent chills through him. For the first time in years, Onoki almost wished Madara were still alive. Chapter 162, Release the Seven Tails Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. The village, perpetually shrouded in mist, was unusually clear today. A faint red glow from the setting sun, something rarely seen, spread across the sky, casting a blood-like reflection on the land below. Somewhere in the village, the air was filled with wails and screams. The Hidden Mist Village forces, swords in hand, moved methodically, delivering final blows to those already lying on the ground. No one was spared, whether an 80-year-old elder or a 3-year-old child. In stark contrast, inside the Mizukage's office, a man sat beneath the dim glow of the ceiling light. His eyes, unnervingly narrow and elongated, sat oddly on his otherwise handsome face. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Sensei, I have fulfilled your wish. Can you see it? The bloodline limit shinobi are groveling at my feet, begging for mercy. Just as you commanded, I will erase every last one of them from this world. Ha 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 ha. The crazed laughter echoed through the room, illuminating the sinister nature of the third Mizukage, Mufu. After years of careful maneuvering, he had finally solidified his rule, and the first thing on his agenda was the complete extermination of Hidden Mist Village's bloodline clans. Each time he saw their blood merge with the thin mist, a surge of exhilaration rushed through him. The people of Hidden Mist Village would come to remember this era as the Blood Mist. His hatred for the Bloodline Limit clan stemmed from his master, the first Mizukage, Byakuran. Byakuran had once tried to suppress and control them, hoping they would eventually unite under Hidden Mist Village's banner. But Mufu saw it differently. To him, Bloodline Shinobi were nothing but vermin, incapable of integration, deserving only of death. It was eerily reminiscent of another ideology, one that had emerged in Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Senju Dobirama had once sought to guide the Uchiha toward the right path, only for his policies to spiral in a different direction over time. Mufu had become the Hidden Mist Village version of Denzo. Denzo suddenly jolted awake from his sleep, his breathing heavy. He sat up abruptly, eyes scanning the dimly lit room, confusion evident on his face. Why did he suddenly feel like he'd found a kindred spirit? Hiruzen. Could it be that you've finally seen the truth? With newfound urgency, Denzo leapt from his bed, grabbed the cloak hanging beside him, and stormed out the door. He had to confront Hiruzen immediately. Hidden Clouds Village. The towering figure of the third Raikage stood on the training grounds, his golden blonde hair and beard catching the light as he observed the young academy students. His frame was as broad and imposing as an ox, his mere presence exuding power. Unlike the children of Hidden Leaf Village, who enjoyed structured training and proper facilities, these Hidden Clouds Village children had no such luxury. Their classroom was the rugged, unforgiving terrain of a natural mining site. Paired in twos, they engaged in fierce shuriken duels, their sweat mixing with the dust of the earth. The Raikage watched them with a trace of satisfaction, though his expression remained troubled. A young man hurried toward him, his newly appointed secretary, Dodai. Originally a civilian-born ninja, Dodai had earned this position through the Raikage's policy of nurturing young talent. Raikage-sama, the village's finances are running dangerously low. The funds for the new training facility, should we? Dodai hesitated. The Raikage waved a hand, and a burst of lightning crackled through the air, narrowly missing Dodai's feet. The young man swallowed his words immediately, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Money. If we don't have it, then borrow it. Find Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Sand Village, I don't care. We'll repay them in due time, but right now, we need it. Understood? His thunderous voice sent a chill down Dodai's spine, forcing him into rigid attention. He internally sighed. Of course, this was exactly what he had expected. The third Raikage, despite his terrifying appearance, genuinely cared about his people. His belief that education must never be neglected, and children must never be deprived made him an admirable leader, at least, for Hidden Cloud's village. The problem was, every Raikage before him had been just as reckless. Each one was the embodiment of brute force. Money wasn't something that just magically appeared. Hidden Cloud's village lacked fertile land, and even the feudal lord's allocated budget had already reached its limit. And sustainable economic growth? That concept didn't exist in the Raikage's vocabulary. Dodai felt a headache coming on. But orders were orders. Flipping through his daily briefing, the first report that caught his eye was about a war breaking out in the Land of Waterfalls. Dodai frowned as he recalled details about the country. The Land of Waterfalls was insignificant, an economically weak nation with little influence. Borrowing money from them would be laughable. They'd be better off asking Hidden Sand Village for some desert sand to sell. As for the war? Small nations were always at war. This particular conflict wasn't worth Hidden Cloud's village's attention. Better to look toward more reliable sources, like Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Stones Village. Land of Wind. The relentless desert wind howled, sweeping across the barren landscape. Standing atop a rooftop, third Kazekage Saburo gazed over the desolate land before him, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Kazekage-sama, have you made your decision? A bald man, nearing 50, spoke from behind. He was none other than Ebizo, who would later become a legendary figure in Hidden Sand Village. Ebizo remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. There's news from Hidden Waterfall Village. I know. Before Ebizo could finish his sentence, Saburo had already anticipated what he was about to say. He raised an eyebrow. He had been involved in that matter as well. However, he hadn't expected Kakuzu to truly go as far as declaring war on Hidden Waterfall Village. The war hadn't yet reached his doorstep, but Saburo was already on high alert. Hidden Sand Village was poor, lagging behind in development, and surrounded by enemies. He couldn't afford to sit idly by, he had to act. Turning away, he walked past Ebizo, his voice calm yet resolute. I'll leave the village in your and Chio's hands. Ebizo let out a hopeless sigh, worry filling his eyes. What did Hidden Waterfall Village matter right now? The real concern was the crisis at their doorstep. Lord Kazekage, allow me to send a few men to accompany you. Rest assured, they are elite shinobi who have risen through the ranks during this war. The reality was undeniable. Every major nation had already caught wind of the events in Hidden Waterfall Village. Yet none of them had the time or inclination to intervene. Now, back to the battlefield on the outskirts of Hidden Waterfall Village. The ground was still smoldering, embers flickering in the aftermath of battle. Wisps of smoke curled into the sky, the air thick with the scent of burning. In the distance, Shinozu leaned against a tree, one hand clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. Even after drinking the hero water, he was no match for Kakuzu. Perhaps Kakuzu was still far from attaining true godlike power, but he was already standing at the threshold of that realm. Sweat dripped down Shinozu's forehead in large beads. Today, even if he risked his life, he wouldn't be able to lay a single scratch on Kakuzu. But Shinozu clenched his teeth. Kakuzu? If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Chapter 163, Unexpectedly Submissive. What could possibly threaten Kakuzu in the Land of Waterfalls besides the hero water? Without a doubt, it was the Seven Tails. Outside of the five great nations, this was the only small country that possessed a tailed beast. To be honest, when Shinozu used the last of his strength to summon a summoning scroll onto the ground, Kakuzu was a little surprised. The large summoning scroll had several reinforcement runes on it, essentially seals that strengthened the original sealing technique. Open. Shinozu used every ounce of his remaining strength, forming the ram hand seal with one hand. The reinforcement runes on the scroll ignited with tiny sparks. As the runes completely burned away, the sealing scroll seemed to lose its power, splitting open from top to bottom in an instant. The sealing symbols spread out completely, revealing intricate, mysterious black markings. A red light appeared in the center of the scroll, rapidly expanding outward. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke surged into the sky, stretching over 100 meters high. When the smoke dissipated, a towering figure dozens of meters tall emerged. Its blue exoskeleton gleamed under the light, 6 orange-yellow wings flapped behind it, and its golden tail swayed in the air. Frankly, this beetle-like creature had a rather unique appearance. Shinosuke struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with desperation as he gazed up at the enormous 7 tails. Kill him. He gasped hoarsely. But before he could finish speaking, a whip-like appendage suddenly coiled tightly around his neck. Ni stepped forward from behind, pressing her foot down on him, pinning him firmly to the ground. If you don't want to die right now, just watch. Otherwise, you'll only regret it later. The 7 tails did not immediately attack or even speak. Instead, it simply stood there in silence, observing Kakuzu. From inside the seal, it had been able to perceive the outside world. And perhaps because of that, it did not immediately lash out upon being released. It was Kakuzu who eventually broke the silence. He pointed at the sealing scroll lying on the ground. 7 tails, this is pretty pathetic. A mere sealing scroll managed to trap you for 20 years. As one of the top 3-tailed beasts in terms of tails, don't you think that's a bit disgraceful? The reason the 7 tails had been sealed for 20 years was largely due to those reinforcement runes, which contained traces of Hashirama Senju's wood-style power. With such seals in place, even if another 20 years had passed, as long as there were people eager to harvest pieces of Hashirama's body, the 7 tails wouldn't have been able to break free. Kakuzu's words were meant to provoke it. Yet, to his surprise, the 7 tails didn't seem particularly bothered. You must be Kakuzu? It said, its voice carrying a distinctly feminine quality. That was unexpected. We have no quarrel. I only wish to leave this place. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as intrigue flickered in his gaze. If he had said the same thing to the 8 tails, the 9 tails, or even Shukaku, they would have exploded with rage. To them, a tail beast could not tolerate such disrespect. You want to leave? That's simple, just wait until I'm dead. Then no one will be able to stop you. He stepped forward, his pace gradually accelerating until, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the 7 tails. The 7 tails let out a long sigh. Humans. Why must you always push us to the brink? Perhaps this is simply the fate of tailed beasts. With a powerful beat of its wings, it shot into the air. But before it could gain enough altitude, Kakuzu leaped up and landed right on its head. He had learned his lesson, he would not let it escape like Kanoki had once done. The 7 tails frantically shook its head, trying to throw him off, but it was futile. Can't we just talk this through? It pleaded. Kakuzu chuckled. 7 tails Chomai, when you say things like that, I start to doubt whether you're really one of the 9-tailed beasts. There was even a trace of submission in its tone. How interesting. No need for pointless chatter. If you can entertain me, I might consider letting you go. Hearing this, the 7 tails stopped talking. Instead, it exhaled a fine golden powder from its mouth. The shimmering dust drifted in the wind, reaching Kakuzu's face. His nose twitched slightly as he inhaled the particles, his expression briefly tightening. Paralysis? Hey. So this is your way of surviving, huh, 7 tails? Given that Kakuzu possessed earth-grud fear and still had a real body, it was natural for him to feel some numbness after inhaling the pollen. But within moments, he regained his usual composed demeanor. Is that all? For a tailed beast, your power is rather unimpressive. You. The 7 tails faltered. Kakuzu's relentless taunts were clearly getting to it. It wanted freedom, but the overwhelming sense of danger emanating from him was paralyzing. But there was no other choice. If it wanted to escape, it had to fight with everything it had. Still, the outcome of this battle was never in question. After all, in the original timeline, the 7 tails had been captured by Kakuzu and Hidan. And compared to that version of himself, how much stronger was Kakuzu now? 20 minutes later, Kakuzu stood atop the 7 tails, having thoroughly tested its capabilities. The 7 tails had an enormous reserve of chakra, enough to rival a mid-sized nation. With its 7 tails, it likely possessed nearly 50% more chakra than the 3 tails. But the most unexpected thing about it was its submissiveness. Humans. Why do they always refuse to leave us alone? There was deep anger in the 7 tails' voice, resentment that had been building for a long time before it finally erupted into this question. But Kakuzu had no obligation to answer. Steel style. Crack. Kakuzu's right hand was instantly covered in hardened steel, enhanced 30-fold. His lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke. Your friend left something for you. As he raised his reinforced fist, a horn unexpectedly sprouted from it. Though small, a closer look revealed its striking resemblance to the horns of the 5 tails. Carrying both the genetic traits of the 5 tails and the power of his 30-fold reinforcement, Kakuzu's fist came crashing down onto the 7 tails' head. Boom! A sharp cry of pain tore through the air as the 7 tails' 6 wings faltered, unable to function. Its massive body plummeted to the ground. The moment the beast crashed down, Kakuzu landed alongside it. And just like that, the battle was over. Shaking out his arm, Kakuzu let his body return to its normal state. The 7 tails had never been a particularly aggressive tailed beast, it was even somewhat submissive. Just imagine if the 9 tails had been sealed in Hidden Waterfall Village without a proper Jinchuriki to suppress it. Even without Hashirama Senju's wood style keeping it in check, the 9 tails would have done everything in its power to break free. But the 7 tails? It had obediently remained sealed in a scroll for 20 years. That alone spoke volumes. Get back in and take a nap. We'll figure things out later. Kakuzu picked up the sealing scroll, gazing down at the fallen beast. A tailed beast, one of the most fearsome creatures in the world, was now his prey. With the 7 tails securely sealed away, Ni approached, carrying Shinosuke. But by now, Shinosuke had already lost all signs of life, the side effects of the hero water had taken their toll. Now, Kakuzu only had one last thing left to do. And once that was done, Hidden Waterfall Village would be his. Chapter 164, The Well-Educated Daimyo. A daimyo, a unique existence in this world and a symbol of a nation. In an era where ninjutsu reigns supreme, you might not use one, but you certainly can't do without one. White Tree Town's busiest district was a long street filled with extravagant flower houses. The largest tea house was bustling with people, and at its entrance stood a line of elegantly dressed women, welcoming and bidding farewell to guests. Before long, the crowd at the tea house's entrance instinctively parted to create a pathway. A group of fierce-looking samurai, each with a katana at their waist, strode forward, clearing the way. At the center of this formation was a middle-aged man clad in a refined kimono, his face lean and sharp, holding a folding fan in one hand. Even if he wasn't obscenely wealthy, he was undoubtedly someone of high status. The women's eyes sparkled with excitement as they watched him approach. A plump middle-aged woman, her face thick with powder and rouge, bustled forward, her expression a flowery smile. "Honored guest, are you here to enjoy a performance or perhaps partake in some leisure? Our establishment offers full-service entertainment," ensuring. Before she could finish, one of the samurai grabbed her and pulled her away from the man. "Step aside. Our lord isn't here to indulge. If you don't want to die, stay out of the way." The samurai's fierce glare sent shivers down the woman's spine, and the surrounding hostesses quickly backed off. If they weren't here to spend money, then they were likely here to cause trouble. Best to steer clear. The middle-aged man adjusted his slightly disheveled kimono, tidied by the madam's hands, and glanced at the tea house's sign. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes before he shook his head. "Rest assured, ladies. I'm merely here to find someone. I was raised with a proper education, I wouldn't do anything discourteous." With those words, he straightened his posture, keeping his gaze level as he stepped inside. Without delay, he located the designated room. The leading samurai slid the door open, revealing a towering figure leisurely sipping tea. With a wave of the man's hand, his samurai remained outside while he, accompanied by his aides, entered and sat across from Kakuzu. "Daimyo, traveling such a long distance must have been quite the burden," Kakuzu remarked calmly, setting his teacup down. The daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls snorted heavily at those words. "Kakuzu, I know you're strong, and I acknowledge you as the next leader of Hidden Waterfall Village. However," his expression darkened as he continued, "what you're proposing blatantly violates the rules set by our ancestors. My education does not allow me to accept such an unreasonable agreement." As he spoke, his aides placed a document on the table, the conditions Kakuzu had presented to the daimyo. Clearly, the daimyo was not in agreement. That was why he had come to negotiate face to face. Kakuzu cast a glance at the document, his voice unhurried. "What's the issue?" The daimyo let out a sharp exhale, anger evident in his gaze. He hadn't expected Kakuzu to ask something so ridiculous. "Kakuzu, you've been a shinobi your entire life, perhaps you've never received a proper education. The name Land of Waterfalls carries profound meaning, it was earned through the blood of our ancestors. Changing the country's name is blasphemous. It violates tradition and goes against everything our forebears fought for." The issue at hand was simple. Kakuzu, having seized control of the Land of Waterfalls, wanted a new beginning. He had no desire to be merely recognized as the 4th Hidden Waterfall Village leader. He needed a fresh title. Kakuzu reflected on his turning point in life, the moment he mastered the Earth Grudge Fear technique. That technique had been pioneered by the monks of Nanji Temple. From this day forth, the Land of Waterfalls would be known as the Land of Dragons, and Hidden Waterfall Village would be renamed Ridden Hot Water Village. As for the daimyo's so-called education and accusations of blasphemy, Kakuzu's eyes darkened slightly. The sliding door behind him opened with a faint swish. A woman named Ai entered, carrying an enormous suitcase, which she placed atop the table. "Daimyo, I heard your palace hasn't been renovated in decades. This here is 200 million ryo, consider it funding for a much-needed reconstruction." Ai unclasped the suitcase, revealing stacks upon stacks of neatly bundled bills. The daimyo's throat tightened involuntarily at the sight. However, it was his aides who truly lost their composure. 200 million? In larger nations like Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Stones Village, such a sum might not be particularly impressive. But the Land of Waterfalls was only a tenth of their size and severely lacking in resources. The annual tax revenue amounted to only a few times this amount, and after essential expenditures, the daimyo had little left for himself. If the daimyo could barely afford to eat, his aides fared even worse. 200 million ryo, this could keep the daimyo well fed for a long time. Before the daimyo could respond, one of his aides spoke up eagerly. "Daimyo-sama, according to our ancestors' decrees, it isn't impossible to change the country's name when necessary." Yes. Land of Waterfalls and Land of Dragons sound quite similar, don't they? This isn't an unreasonable proposal. In fact, Daimyo-sama, your palace could be twice as large as before. The aides' chatter filled the room as they rationalized the change. For a long moment, the daimyo remained silent, his expression dark. Then, with a sudden movement, he slammed his palm onto the table, silencing the room instantly. He shot a glare at his aides, his meaning clear: useless ingrates. Finally, the daimyo turned back to Kakuzu, his expression grave. "Kakuzu, as the leader of a village, it has always been your duty to protect both the village and myself. Meanwhile, I govern the nation's tax revenue. And now, you're demanding control over taxation as well?" His voice grew colder. "Tell me, Kakuzu, are you planning to rebel?" Kakuzu remained silent as he watched the enraged daimyo. Standing beside him, Ni understood immediately, forming a simple hand seal. Tap. 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 Outside, the guards stationed around the residence collapsed one by one. The daimyo and his many retainers recoiled in fear, jumping nearly 3 feet into the air. Then, pointing at Kakuzu, they cursed at him in panic. "Kakuzu, don't act recklessly. Let me remind you, he is the daimyo. He represents the entire nation. If you harm him, the other daimyos won't let you off. Absolute power can solve many problems. That much is true, but only from a micro perspective. From a broader standpoint, ruling a nation isn't something you can do alone while everyone else stands by, cheering you on. Madara was the most profound lesson in that regard. You can't keep fighting forever. Eventually, when the time comes to rest, you'll have to integrate into society's fabric, or you'll end up completely isolated." In the end, Madara's ultimate goal was the infinite Tsukuyomi, a false world where everyone could find true happiness. But let's not forget, falsehoods are always false. At times, Kakuzu even suspected that Madara's obsession with that illusion stemmed from his realization that he could no longer fit into reality. When he left, not a single Uchiha followed him. So yes, a strong fist can resolve many things, but it cannot solve everything. Kakuzu's sharp gaze locked onto the trembling daimyo, who was drenched in cold sweat. Then, bang. Another suitcase was placed on the table by Ai, filled to the brim with 1 billion ryo. The daimyo choked on his breath. The world of men was not the same for everyone. The daimyo of great nations could never understand the struggles of those in smaller countries. For the leaders of small nations, life was far from comfortable. They had to live frugally while constantly fearing for their lives. Coup d'états could happen at any moment. For the daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls, a bag of rice was a fortune incomprehensible to the 5 great nations. This matter is not up for discussion. From now on, I will control the ninja affairs and the tax system. Kakuzu's gaze deepened as he stared into the daimyo's eyes. "Take the money. You will receive this amount every month from now on. Besides, haven't you already taken 2 billion from me? You've touched my money, whether you accept it or not is no longer your decision. Say no, and your samurai will share the same fate as the ones outside." The daimyo felt a chill crawl up his spine. His instinct drove him to look down at his hands. In his panic earlier, he had stood up, only to realize that he was still clutching the 2 billion ryo he had received before. Now, some things were simply beyond his control. 1 billion ryo every month for personal expenses, enough to renovate his palace. Sweat trickled down the daimyo's forehead. "Kakuzu? About that. You still want me to maintain ties with the other daimyo and try to persuade them?" Bang. Kakuzu slammed his palm onto the table, making it tremble slightly. He had already spoken enough today. Since a figurehead was still necessary, he decided to exercise patience one last time. Daimyo, have you made up your mind? The daimyo stood frozen in place, while his attendants hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Kakuzu wasn't trying to depose the daimyo, he simply wanted him to stay in his lane as a mere symbol of power and not interfere with real governance. When the daimyo saw Heisei Rokuno enter the room and place another stack of money on the table, his body finally relaxed, as if he had found a form of release. Without another word, Kakuzu stood up and gave a few instructions before leaving. Their mission for the day was complete. Now, it was up to Heisei Rokuno to entertain the daimyo properly. Heisei Rokuno nodded. Now that Kakuzu's task was finished, there was no need to keep things tense any longer. He clapped his hands. Ladies, come in. A group of young women quickly entered, surrounding the daimyo and his attendants. Seeing the daimyo still frozen in place, Heisei Rokuno chuckled. Daimyo, do these ladies suit your tastes? The daimyo turned his gaze toward Heisei Rokuno. Memories of his life, impoverished despite his status, flashed through his mind, as did the image of his aging, nagging wife back home. His expression suddenly changed. Rokuno-san, you have an excellent eye. I'm very satisfied. As long as that old brothel madam from earlier isn't here, everything's perfect? I see. Heisei Rokuno laughed as well. Daimyo, then you can relax and enjoy yourself here. Everything will be covered by Lord Kakuzu? Ha 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 ha. Kakuzu, I owe you big time. The daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls, no, the daimyo of the newly named Land of Dragons, fully immersed himself in the pleasures before him. Chapter 165, If you love him, tattoo him on your chest. Deep within the Land of Dragons stood a newly constructed palace, built just a year after the country's founding. It was grand, luxurious, and occupied a vast area. Upon seeing it, even the daimyo of the Land of Dragons felt that his own palace paled in comparison. Yet, despite its enormous size, only 2 people resided within this palace. At this moment, Ni was reporting to Kakuzu. She stood before the man, his breath slightly uneven, then straightened up and wiped the blood from the corner of her lips with a red handkerchief. Flashing a charming smile, she asked, Kakuzu-sama, have I improved? Kakuzu glanced at the report in his hands. Over the past year, the Land of Dragons had developed steadily. Under his management, the country's tourism industry had flourished. Furthermore, the Land of Dragons shared borders with the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Iron, 3 wealthy nations. As long as stability was maintained, the country's future looked promising. Rising to his feet, Kakuzu patted Ni's delicate face. You've done well. When I'm not around, I'll leave these matters to you. Thank you for your praise, Kakuzu-sama. Lowering the handkerchief, Ni bowed respectfully, clearly pleased. By the way, how are things on Rokuno's side? Kakuzu-sama, Rokuno has divided the ninja forces under his command into several smaller squads. The total number is around 200, with 10 jonin among them. They handle the village's daily patrols. Not bad. Tell Rokuno to focus on security and regular training. 200 ninja didn't seem like much, especially when at least 80% of them were genin, but to Kakuzu, this was sufficient. The key wasn't numbers but efficiency. As long as they were used properly, even a small force could be formidable. After confirming the country's security matters, Kakuzu made his way to the underground research facility of Ridden Hotwater Village. The laboratory was spacious and well-equipped, but the number of researchers was limited. Only a few assistants worked on the outskirts, while the only person granted access to the core research was Hiruko. And Hiruko? Well, he looked absolutely deranged. Much like his appearance in the movie after his defeat, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. But there was a reason for his madness. He had found something here. Ha 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 ha. Kakuzu-sama. The biological fusion theory you provided me has finally yielded results. With my initial experiments, I've created the foundation for a whole new kind of life. Before long, I will bring forth an entirely new species with my own hands. Is that so? Well then, congratulations. Kakuzu chuckled, slipping on a pair of white gloves before stepping forward to the experiment table with Hiruko. Hiruko still hadn't let go of his resentment over his past, his weak talent as a ninja. He continued to chase after power, seeking to transform himself through experimentation. In a way, this was his way of making peace with his past. Kakuzu had no objections to this. In the world of shinobi, even medical ninja needed formidable strength to survive. Besides, once his own Earth Grudge Fear technique stabilized further, he wouldn't mind experimenting with grafting a KK Genkai onto Hiruko as well. After chatting for a while about the latest experimental results, Kakuzu brought the conversation back to the main topic. How's the research on Hashirama cells coming along? At the mention of this, the blood vessels in Hiruko's eyes seemed to darken, and his already manic expression grew even more frenzied. Kakuzu-sama. After dissecting so many test subjects, I have never seen cells this tenacious. They seem capable of infinite survival and can even adjust their size at will. Following the fall of the Land of Dragons, Kakuzu had finalized his deal with Tenzo, who had provided him with a fresh batch of Hashirama cells. Kakuzu had already injected these cells into his wood clones, and within a few years, he would fully integrate them. By then, the dilution rate of the Hashirama cells in his body would be reduced to about 30 times. However, Kakuzu-sama, I made another discovery while studying the Hashirama cells. When their concentration drops below 60 times dilution, they become so agitated that they can rupture the blood vessels of an ordinary person. And when the dilution falls below 20 times, even an elite ninja would likely be unable to withstand them. As he spoke, the madness on Hiroko's face finally subsided a little. His words carried weight, as they directly concerned Kakuzu's survival. When Kakuzu had first injected the Hashirama cells, their dilution had been several hundred times. But as the concentration decreased over time, they would become increasingly volatile. Eventually, his body would reach its limit. If he pushed the assimilation any further, the side effects would be catastrophic. After all, Hashirama cells weren't like ordinary KK Genkai, they exceeded the limits of what Earth Grudge Fear could control. Kakuzu-sama, there's something else, perhaps not a problem, but I feel I should mention it. What is it? Since the Hashirama cells contain the genetic lineage of the first Hokage, when they become highly agitated, they tend to undergo recombination. I suspect that at a certain threshold, your body may develop traits similar to Hashirama himself. Kakuzu's eyebrow twitched. He had spent all these years focused on strengthening himself with Hashirama cells, but he had overlooked an important factor. There was an old saying, if you love someone, tattoo them on your chest so you can remember them always. Kakuzu had no intention of commemorating Hashirama in such a manner. He'd leave that kind of devotion to someone else. Thinking carefully, Hashirama cells originated from the divine tree. If he could find the divine tree itself, he might be able to obtain a pure sample of its cells, perhaps that would eliminate the side effects. Alternatively, he could extract only the wood-style genes from the Hashirama cells, avoiding the unwanted traits entirely. Both methods seemed viable, but Kakuzu had a more pressing concern. The Hashirama cells will only become more aggressive over time. Is there any way to suppress them? Hiroko pondered for a moment before answering. Kakuzu-sama, if your body possesses an immense amount of chakra, you could continuously use it to suppress the agitation of the cells. However, this would require constant chakra expenditure, and if you resist them too much, you'll never fully integrate with the cells. That's the theoretical approach. Kakuzu nodded in understanding. Every day that the Hashirama cells remained in his body, they continued to alter him. Yin and Yang combined could create all things, but if he wanted to awaken the Rinnegan, he wouldn't take that route. Kakuzu lacked the Uchiha lineage, and even if he acquired their blood now, it wouldn't contain Indra's chakra. He needed to use a more primal approach. But abandoning the Hashirama cells wasn't an option either. They were the fastest path to godlike power. Hey. Seems like I'll need to use a more direct method to adapt to them. With that, Kakuzu decided, it was time to take a trip. Chapter 166, not necessary, but indispensable. The lower the concentration of Hashirama cells, the more active they become. If these autonomous cells start running wild inside your body, it could be disastrous. Kakuzu sat in place, his gaze distant as he looked out toward the horizon. You must neither reject nor suppress the Hashirama cells, instead, you must try to fully integrate with them. However, before attempting fusion, you must ensure your body is strong enough to withstand the cells' devouring nature. To put it plainly, it's like two people sitting at a table, the foundation of them playing nicely together is that both have the strength to flip the table and the discipline not to. Only when both sides are evenly matched can they truly cooperate and merge. Denzo simply lacked the power to flip the table and the discipline not to. With both conditions missing, he still dared to play around with Hashirama cells. No wonder he was doomed to turn into a tree. Take Obito and Yamato, for example, the concentration of Hashirama cells in their bodies wasn't excessively high. Rough estimates placed Obito's cell concentration at about 50 times the normal level. Yamato, the lucky one, likely had a slightly higher concentration, around 25 times. For an ordinary person, playing with Hashirama cells would end at this level. Only Madara was able to achieve full integration. His success wasn't just because he was Indra's reincarnation, his body's sheer strength must have also played a crucial role, allowing him to perfectly merge with Hashirama cells. Kakuzu clapped his hands against the armrests and slowly stood up. It was time to strengthen his own body. As for how he planned to do it, Kakuzu already had an idea in mind. With everything in Ridden Hotwater Village running smoothly, he could set out immediately. However, there were still a few hidden threats that hadn't been dealt with yet. Outside, Kakuzu unfurled a sealing scroll on the ground. Forming several hand seals, he undid the 8 trigram seal. Boom! A towering column of smoke erupted into the sky as the 7 tails appeared. Chomai, you wanted freedom, didn't you? I can give it to you. Initially wary and prepared to fight, the 7 tails froze upon hearing those words. For a moment, she was at a loss. Even more puzzling was how Kakuzu had called her by name the moment he arrived. However, that detail wasn't the most pressing concern. Human, what's your scheme? The 7 tails asked suspiciously. For centuries, shinobi had sought to either conquer or exploit the power of the tailed beasts. Naturally, this made the tailed beasts highly distrustful of humans, who excelled in deception and manipulation. Kakuzu smirked. Your suspicion isn't entirely misplaced. But do you think it applies to me? He raised a clenched fist and casually waved it before Chomai's eyes. The 7 tails fell silent, contemplating his words for a long time before finally speaking. What do you want from me? Nothing in the world came without a price, especially from a businessman like Kakuzu. Even a tailed beast like Chomai understood that. When I need you, you must answer my call. I don't intend to harm you, but don't think about resisting me. So, you want me to become your summoning beast? Chomai asked uncertainly. Kakuzu chuckled. Let's call it that. Is it really that shameful to be my summon? The 7 tails remained silent. She could sense the power of the 3 tails, the 5 tails, and even the 9 tails within Kakuzu. He also had traces of the 1 tail's chakra, though he hadn't yet sealed Shukaku within himself. After a long silence, Chomai finally made her decision. I will help you in battle. But don't ask me to do anything too excessive. Kakuzu straightened from where he had been, leaning against a tree. His expression remained unreadable. This outcome was exactly what he had expected. You may fly freely within the land of dragons. However, you must never cross the borders, nor should you interact with shinobi from other nations. This is the greatest freedom I can offer you. If you break our agreement, I will have no choice but to imprison you for the rest of your life. Understood? The 7 tails flapped her 6 wings lightly, signaling her acceptance. Kakuzu placed a sealing technique on the 7 tails. This technique was something he had learned from Senju Dobirama. In simple terms, it allowed him to sense immediately if anything happened to the tailed beast. It was an extra layer of insurance, ensuring he could keep track of it. Afterward, he met with Nii to handle the few remaining matters. With that, this task was essentially complete. The 7 tails flapped its 6 wings at high speed, lifting itself into the night sky. It wasn't planning to fly too far, just enough to enjoy the freedom of soaring through the vast, dark heavens. During the day, it would rest in its cavern, enjoying peaceful naps and feasting on delicious foliage. With the 7 tails taken care of, Kakuzu crossed the waterfall, leaving the village behind as he set out on his journey. His destination lay to the east. The first country he would pass through was the Land of Iron, followed by the Land of Sound. Nearly a month later, Kakuzu finally arrived at his intended location. Standing at the edge of a bustling street, he watched as pedestrians moved in groups, their voices blending into the lively atmosphere. There was no doubt, this was another prosperous town. It reminded him of the first time he had set foot in White Tree Town. Finding the person he was looking for in a place like this would be no easy task. However, there was one place that might be able to help. Pulling his cloak tighter around him, Kakuzu lowered the brim of his straw hat. The wide fabric of his robes cast a deep shadow over his entire form. Before long, he was descending a flight of stairs, one step at a time. As he entered the underground world hidden beneath the town, his gaze swept forward. Lining the walls in front of him were rows of bounty posters. Hey! I've missed this scent of money. Chapter 167, The AB Combo make their debut. The newer generation always replaces the old, the waves of time wash over everything. Throughout the years, the shinobi world has seen countless talents emerge. And now, Kakuzu could confidently say that someone was about to surpass both Madara and Hashirama. The first bounty on the list, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Identity, Hokage of the Land of Fire Age, 33 bounty, 1,690,000,000 ryo. The amount made Kakuzu pause. It had been a long time, but his memory, especially when it came to money, was flawless. If he recalled correctly, even at his peak, Senju Hashirama's bounty had only been around 1.7 billion. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is he really that powerful now? Kakuzu muttered. After thinking about it, he realized it wasn't entirely surprising. Having lived in this world for 30 years and witnessed 2 shinobi world wars, he understood how economies fluctuated. The daimyo of the 5 great nations had undoubtedly devalued their currency to ease financial strain. So, Hiruzen's bounty being so high made sense. Money simply wasn't worth as much anymore. If Obirama could see this from the afterlife, he would probably laugh in disbelief. His student had truly outdone him, not only surpassing his teacher but also closing in on his elder brother's level. A blessing for Hidden Leaf Village, a blessing for the shinobi world. Kakuzu shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. Hiruzen's bounty had little to do with him right now. His focus was on his true target. He continued scanning the list. Second bounty, Mizukage Mufu of the Land of Water bounty, 1,620,000,000 ryo. Why is this guy's bounty so high? Kakuzu pondered for a moment before understanding. It had to be the notorious Blood Mist policy. The prominent KK Genkai clans of Hidden Mist Village probably hated Mufu to the core, which explained his high bounty ranking. He continued down the list. Third bounty, Raikage of Hidden Clouds Village bounty, 1,492,000,000 ryo. Fourth bounty, Sushi Kage Anoki of Hidden Stones Village bounty, 1,457,000,000 ryo. By the time he reached the 8th and 9th positions, Kakuzu suddenly froze. 8th bounty, Kakuzu, leader of the Land of Dragons bounty, 1,200,000,000 ryo. His emerald green eyes twitched slightly. Being a third-party observer made it easy to be indifferent about these things. It was different, however, when he was on the receiving end. Seeing his own name on the list triggered a wave of irritation. Reaching out, he ripped the first bounty poster from the board. He stared at Sarutobe Hiruzen's face, the face of an upstanding, righteous shinobi, and felt a surge of annoyance. Has this monkey been drinking too much sake? Or did he print this bounty himself? Maybe the textbooks in Hidden Leaf Village now declare the third Hokage as the strongest Hokage in history. Kakuzu felt his breath grow heavy. This was pointless. He had no business with Hiruzen for now. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Wait. Sir, are you accepting this bounty? A bald worker hurried over to ask. Kakuzu ignored him and continued walking. Seeing that he wasn't responding, the worker tried to grab his arm. Get lost. With a single shove, Kakuzu sent the man stumbling back. He had no time for trivial matters. Right now, he had only one goal, to meet this so-called strongest Hokage. As night fell, Kakuzu perched on the rooftop of an inn, his cloak billowing in the evening wind. He let out a chuckle, mocking himself. Hey. Got a little too worked up today. He hadn't expected a simple bounty poster to stir his emotions like this. As a transmigrator, he knew Hiruzen was officially recognized as the strongest Hokage. Yet, the thought of challenging him still riled him up. He's just a brat compared to me, and I actually let this get under my skin. Ridiculous. Perhaps this was what Madara Uchiha had felt when he used to compete with Hashirama. After spending 30 years in this world, Kakuzu had unconsciously been swept up in its ways. He glanced at the bounty poster beside him. His mind was calm now, but that didn't mean he couldn't use this for some fun. Taking this poster to Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't do much. The brainwashed believers of the Will of Fire would only see it as proof of their leader's greatness. But if I hand this to Black Zetsu and have him deliver it to Madara Uchiha, would he be able to resist breaking out of his hideout? A smirk crept onto Kakuzu's face. Now that would be an interesting experiment. It was time to see just how much patience Madara had developed over the years. Putting those thoughts aside, Kakuzu refocused on his own objective. He mentally reviewed the timeline of this world. The person he was looking for should already be born by now. However, there was no record of them in the underground black markets, which was strange. Maybe it was time to change his approach. As he pondered his next steps, a gentle breeze brushed against his collar. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the darkness. The wind had come from that direction. And hidden within it, was killing intent. Kakuzu didn't get up immediately. Instead, he waited for a while, letting those approaching figures draw closer. Only then did he rise unhurriedly, rolling his neck with a slight crack. One couldn't help but marvel at the irony of the world, once a hunter, now seemingly someone else's prey. A bounty of 120 million ryo, just sitting here in the open. Let's see who exactly has the guts to come for it. As his words fell, the bushes remained silent. TCH. Kakuzu leaped down from the rooftop in one fluid motion. Thieves with ambition but no courage, just a bunch of nobodies. Running into him here was either their misfortune or their sheer bad luck. If it were just a few small-time rogues, he wouldn't even bother making a move. However, after a brief moment of sensing their chakra, he paused. Hidden Clouds Village Shinobi, huh? Your chakra is interesting. Rustle. Rustle. Faint movements echoed from the darkness of the undergrowth. Kakuzu had already called them out, continuing to hide at this point would be meaningless. The first to step out was a young man with golden hair, a rugged face, and a body packed with explosive muscles. Behind him followed several other Hidden Clouds Village shinobi. Judging from their chakra, they were all at least mid to high-ranking jonin. The youngest of the group stood at the center, wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 swords on his back. The moment he laid eyes on Kakuzu, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he crossed his arms under his waistband, shifted his right shoulder back, and struck a bizarre stance with his back partially turned. The golden-haired man at the front spoke up. "Kakuzu-san, I apologize for disturbing your rest. We are shinobi of Hidden Clouds Village, merely passing through on a mission. I am the son of the current Raikage. This is my younger brother, Killer B." Chapter 168, Becoming Hokage? "Kakuzu-san, I didn't expect to run into you here. What an honor. On behalf of Hidden Clouds Village and the Yatsuki clan, I greet you with respect." The rough and straightforward warrior wasn't skilled with words, but at this moment, he racked his brain to come up with a plausible reason for their presence. However, behind him, something inside you stirs, yearning to learn the ways of rap, since you, smack. A's forehead veins bulged in frustration. He turned and delivered a heavy punch, sending B tumbling to the ground. "B, you idiot. How many times do I have to tell you not to say such ridiculous things? And especially not while we're talking to Kakuzu-sama." Although Killer B's bizarre way of speaking was out of place, Kakuzu didn't seem to mind. "Hey, do all your Raikage come from the Yatsuki clan?" Yatsuki stopped reprimanding Killer B and turned back to face Kakuzu. "Kakuzu-sama, that's not exactly the case. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like our Yatsuki clan is the largest in Hidden Clouds Village and has held the Raikage position for generations, leading to misunderstandings. But in truth, Hidden Clouds Village has always adhered to the principle that the strongest should lead. Whoever proves their strength and earns the village's recognition is the one qualified to become Raikage. For example, the second Raikage was not from the Yatsuki clan." Hearing this explanation, Kakuzu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a village leader should be determined by strength, not shady backdoor dealings. Just like Hidden Lee Village's Hokage, first, the position went to the older brother. Then, to the younger brother. Next, to the student. After that, the student's student. Then, the student's granddaughter. And then, the student's student's student. And after that, let's not even go there. At this moment, Yatsuki A, the future fourth Raikage, swallowed hard as sweat slid down his cheek. "Kakuzu-sama, we've already met now. Can we leave?" "Hey." A cold chuckle escaped Kakuzu's lips. "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." He raised a finger and pointed at A. "You." Then, he pointed at Killer B. "And your brother. Let me see for myself, how capable are the sons and disciples personally trained by the third Raikage." The sweat on A's forehead finally dripped down. His jaw clenched so tightly that his teeth audibly ground together. His powerful hands twitched, he felt the urge to slap himself. Why had he been so foolish? Why had he insisted on passing through Kakuzu's path? But now that there was no choice left, he had only one option. B. Show him the might of Hidden Clouds Village. "Got it, big bro." With a quick sidestep, Killer B widened the distance between them. The two positioned themselves in a pincer formation around Kakuzu. Kakuzu's gaze swept over them. He raised his hand and casually beckoned them forward with his fingers, a calm smirk playing at his lips. "Come. Show me if you're worth my time. B. Now. Use that move." A firmly planted his stance. His muscles bulged as if ignited, his entire body crackling with wild lightning chakra. His golden hair, normally slicked back, now stood on end like a bed of steel needles. "Understood, bro. Time to show him our strength, oh yeah. Lariat, double lariat." Yatsuki raised his right arm. Killer B raised his left. Both their arms surged with razor-sharp chakra as they charged toward Kakuzu from opposite sides. Their coordinated footwork propelled them forward at breakneck speed. The moment they reached Kakuzu, their arms slashed across in a scissor-like motion, a direct strike to Kakuzu's head. Boom. The moment their attack landed, the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi in the background clenched their fists in anticipation. Did they get him? Don't underestimate A-sama and B-sama. We of Hidden Clouds Village are strong. The supporting shinobi were shouting encouragement, but standing in the eye of the storm, Yatsuki wasn't as optimistic. A brute? That was merely an external label others gave him. A true warrior who fought with his life on the line needed more than just brute strength. He had to be capable of decisive sacrifices, of going all in for victory. But whether he could truly take his opponent down with him, that required a sharp battle sense, honed through experience. Even as he executed the double lariat, A kept his eyes fixed on Kakuzu, scrutinizing every detail. B. Keep up the pressure. Don't stop. This is our one and only chance. Understood, big bro. For once, Killer B's usual playfulness vanished from his face. The moment he struck Kakuzu, he understood why his brother, normally reckless and aggressive, was being so cautious. Because Kakuzu's strength. was beyond anything they were prepared to handle. Enough. A calm voice slipped from Kakuzu's lips. That single word struck like a dagger, sending shivers through the Hidden Clouds village shinobi watching from a distance. This is your limit. If you keep attacking, it won't make much of a difference. That was Kakuzu's final judgment. No. Kakuzu-sama, we can still. Before I could finish his sentence, Kakuzu's hand had already seized his face. This wasn't an ordinary hand. It was an arm hardened to 30 times its original strength through the steel style. The sheer force in that palm alone felt as heavy as 1,000 tons. It felt like a mountain had crashed down on his face. Boom. A powerful fist, wrapped in the violent energy of steel style, slammed into A's face, sending him flying backward. At the same time, Kakuzu's other hand wasn't idle, it reached out and grabbed Killer Bee's arm. Dark style. Ugh. My chakra, it's draining so fast. Killer Bee collapsed to the ground, his body limp and powerless. Kakuzu followed up with a swift kick, sending him flying as well. The gray-toned steel covering Kakuzu's neck began to recede, returning to its normal color. He rolled his neck slightly, glancing down at the two fallen brothers. Overall, the AB brothers were quite formidable. That double lariat, even most Kage-level shinobi wouldn't be able to withstand it. And considering their current stage of growth, their potential was still immense. A looked to be around 24 or 25, while Killer Bee was about 18 or 19. This was far from their peak. However, at that moment, Night Moon A, who had barely managed to climb back to his feet, suddenly froze in terror. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. "B. Are you okay? Snap out of it." His hoarse voice echoed as all eyes turned toward Killer Bee. The younger brother was already on his feet, but his body was trembling, weak and unsteady. A dark red chakra began to seep from his skin, flickering ominously. "Oh? You're already forcing out the 8 tails?" Kakuzu smirked. "That makes things much easier for me." Chapter 169, A Gamble with the 8 Tails. B. Snap out of it. Don't let that thing control you. A's fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. If the 8 Tails lost control here, things would become a real mess. Wrapped in a crimson cloak, Killer Bee slowly straightened his posture. "Big bro, it's fine. Me and the 8 Tails are tight now. We've been working together and developed a brand new state. Let me test it out." I wanted to say more, but a large hand suddenly blocked his path. It was Kakuzu. "Leave the rest to me. Kakuzu-sama, that's the 8 Tails. I know. But your brother isn't lying. Your job is to stay out of this. Understood?" As they spoke, the 8 Tails' full form emerged before them, a towering figure, several dozen meters tall, with the upper body of a bull and a lower body covered in octopus tentacles. It was an odd fusion of forms, but its explosive muscles and fierce gaze made it clear, this was no opponent to be trifled with. The 8 Tails. "Juki, right? Hey, so you even know my name? I can sense the aura of Isabu and Kakuo on you. Looks like they've had their run-ins with you. You're certainly not an ordinary guy." A smirk curled at the corner of the 8 Tails' mouth, revealing rows of sharp white teeth. "But let me make something clear, I ain't like them." The beast stood with its arms crossed, its chakra flaring with a violent surge. A raging windstorm erupted, sweeping across the battlefield, making Kakuzu's cloak billow wildly. The nearby Hidden Clouds village nin shielded their faces, struggling to hold their ground against the sheer pressure of the 8 Tails' presence. Stronger bloodlust than the 1 Tail, more ferocious attacks than the 5 Tails, and at least twice the chakra reserves of the 7 Tails. "No wonder you're the 8 Tails." Hearing Kakuzu's assessment, the beast puffed out its chest proudly. Unlike the other tailed beasts, it knew its own worth. "Even the 3rd Raikage had to take me seriously. But you? You look pretty calm for someone facing me. Tell me, what's your goal?" Kakuzu raised a single finger. "I need some of your chakra." "Huh? You want a piece of my power? You got some nerve. How about you try beating me first?" Kakuzu had anticipated this. He was more than ready for a fight. But before he could act, the 8 Tails continued, "Oh, I should mention, B and I are using the perfect Jinchuriki state. But this is only our 2nd time fusing. So it's still not perfect? We can only maintain it for about 5 minutes. If you can't give me a satisfactory reason before time's up, then sorry, my power ain't for loan." Hearing this, Kakuzu abruptly halted mid-step. "What's the matter, human? Giving up already, you idiot ox." "Nani? Only 5 minutes? Why the hell didn't you say that sooner?" They had already wasted a full minute just talking. That was beyond frustrating. Kakuzu kicked off the ground, launching himself like an arrow. As he soared through the air, the black threads covering his body burst apart. Dark, solid masses shot out from his back, spreading like enormous black wings. Earth Grudge Fear, final form. His hands came together in a rapid sequence of seals. Fire style, head incineration. Wind style, pressure blast. Water style, whirlpool execution. Storm style, thunder sphere. Earth style, seismic core. 5 different chakra natures erupted simultaneously, forming a storm of elemental destruction. The attacks converged on the 8 tails, bombarding its massive body with deafening explosions. Smoke and debris filled the air, the ground scorched black from the sheer intensity of the assault. Standing at a distance, and the Hidden Clouds villagemen were left speechless by the devastation. Lord A, what should we do? A's face twisted in hesitation. For now. Prioritize evacuating the civilians. Understood. Wait. The Hidden Clouds villagemen turned back, puzzled. After 2 seconds of inner conflict, A clenched his fists. Take off our Hidden Clouds village headbands. This must not get back to my father. If he finds out, we're done for. Because you made sure to keep the battle away from the civilian areas. The 5-element bombardment landed directly on the 8 tails, causing it to stagger. However, Kakuzu's sharp eyes caught something. Despite the impact, the beast was moving in sync with him. Through the haze of dust, a massive black sphere emerged, a tail beast bomb. If you can't handle this, don't blame me. The enormous dark sphere shot toward him, pulsing with catastrophic energy. But Kakuzu didn't budge. He extended his left hand, dark style activated. 2 minutes later, Kakuzu stood, his body emitting wisps of smoke. The 8 tails, still shrouded in residual dust, slowly became visible again. Huh? The beast's eyes widened in genuine surprise. You actually took my tailed beast bomb head on. Guess I underestimated you. If I had more time, I'd charge up an even bigger one. Kakuzu shook out his slightly numb hand, unfazed. So, do we have a deal? The 8 tails chakra was so immense that even a casually formed tailed beast ball contained an overwhelming amount of energy. Just as you said, there's no time to gather an even larger tailed beast ball. Human, are you admitting defeat? What a shame. I estimate I can maintain this state for another minute or so. Otherwise, I would have enjoyed a proper fight with you. A flicker of hesitation flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by steely resolve. Indecision only led to missed opportunities. Some things simply had to be done. He raised 3 fingers. Give me 30 seconds. The 8 tails narrowed its eyes in confusion. 30 seconds? Enough time to prepare a large-scale jutsu? What, do you expect me to just let you have it? Kakuzu shook his head. 30 seconds is more than enough to make you wish for death. And the remaining 30 seconds you can use to crawl back inside your Jinchuriki. The 8 tails froze for a moment before baring its fangs in laughter. You must be joking. Defeating me, the mighty 8 tails, in 30 seconds? Impossible. Unless. Ignoring the beast's mocking laughter, Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, pressing both palms against the ground just a second later. This jutsu was somewhat unstable, and he hadn't fully mastered it, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to try. Wood style, 4-pillar bind. Rumble. 4 massive wooden pillars erupted from the earth, encircling the 8 tails from all sides. At their sharp, spear-like tips, twisted growths rapidly extended, piercing deep into the beast's flesh. The 8 tails roared, but Kakuzu remained unfazed. Whether this technique would be enough, he would soon find out. Chapter 170, Kakuzu's lesson. The most embarrassing aspect of this jutsu is that future generations of internet users mockingly referred to it as the wood-style, 3-bedroom apartment jutsu. Kakuzu had no intention of recreating such a meme-worthy moment, so he modified the technique slightly. The final result, you bastard. How do you know wood-style? It wasn't just that wooden spikes were piercing his flesh, the real issue was that his chakra was being drained at an alarming rate. A flood of unpleasant memories surged into the 8 tails' mind as he recalled a certain man from the past. The dual torment of physical pain and mental anguish left him momentarily dazed. When he regained his focus, Kakuzu was already standing on top of the 8 tails' massive head. Your good friend the 5 tails asked me to say hello. His right hand had transformed into a gleaming silver steel-style arm, and a sharp horn had formed on his hand, an exact replica of the 5 tails' horn. Symmetry is a fundamental aspect of beauty in this world. 8 tails, your lopsided look is just too hideous. Allow me to fix it. Kakuzu's eyes locked onto the 2 horns on the 8 tails' head. One was broken, while the other remained intact. The imbalance was truly unsightly. With a powerful shout, Kakuzu swung his steel-style enhanced fist, imbued with the genetic traits of the 5 tails, directly at the 8 tails' remaining horn. Just as the 5 tails' power was about to clash with the 8 tails, whoosh! Kakuzu's punch struck nothing but air. Looking down, he saw the Eight Tails' massive body twisting and rapidly retreating into Killer Bee's form. You bastard, I'll remember this. My horn isn't a renewable resource. If you think you can take my power, keep dreaming. In the blink of an eye, the Eight Tails completely merged back into Killer Bee. A moment later, dark red chakra flickered around him before vanishing completely. Kakuzu leaped lightly through the air and landed in front of Killer Bee. He nudged Bee's body with his foot. You're not dead, are you? A few days later, in a small inn in the land of hot water. Sunlight streamed into the room as Kakuzu slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his neck from side to side, got out of bed, and began his morning routine. Once he was ready, he slid open the door and stepped outside. The courtyard was spacious and empty, except for one tall figure in the center. The man was rapping strange lyrics while making odd hand gestures. Bee, feeling better? Hearing Kakuzu's voice, Killer Bee turned around. Oh. It's Kakuzu-sama. Bee quickly jogged over. You've got plenty of injuries yourself. You're not holding a grudge against me, are you? Kakuzu asked with a smirk. Don't say that. It's normal for a ninja to get injured in battle. Besides, my brother rented out the whole inn so I could recover properly. I'll be fine in a few days. That's good. By the way, where's your brother, eh? I haven't seen him around. Hey, our father found out about what happened here, and he was furious. He ordered my brother to handle the situation personally and make sure there's no diplomatic incident between Hidden Clouds Village and the Land of Hot Water. Kakuzu nodded in understanding. Causing damage meant paying compensation. As a major village, Hidden Clouds Village had the sense to take responsibility for its actions. As for Kakuzu's involvement, well, it didn't really matter. With Hidden Clouds Village taking the lead, he was content to let them deal with the fallout. As Kakuzu and Killer Bee chatted, the atmosphere was light-hearted. But then, Killer Bee's expression grew noticeably serious. What's wrong? Kakuzu asked. Bee lowered his head, as if hesitating. After a few seconds, he looked up again, the lenses of his sunglasses unable to hide the determination in his eyes. For once, he wasn't speaking in rhymes. Instead, he spoke in a solemn tone. I have a request. You're incredibly powerful. Even my father has never truly subdued the Eight Tails in direct combat, but you managed to do it. Would you be willing to take me as your student? Kakuzu's expression turned strange at the request. It wasn't entirely unexpected. People tend to think of Hidden Clouds Village as a village full of muscle-headed brawlers, but they weren't just mindless brutes. Their warrior culture emphasized respect for strength, and Killer Bee had undoubtedly been shocked by the sight of Kakuzu besting the Eight Tails. Moreover, Kakuzu's status as a leader of Hidden Hot Water Village gave him a unique position. Forming a connection with the AB brothers could be advantageous for Hidden Clouds Village. Kakuzu studied Killer Bee for a moment and quickly made up his mind. I've never considered taking on a student before. But, Killer Bee, I have to admit, you have talent. I'll teach you a technique. Bee's face lit up with excitement. Kakuzu-senpai. Will this technique help me defeat the Eight Tails? No. But it'll help you beat your brother. Oh yeah. Bee clenched his fists in excitement. Having endured his brother's iron-fisted training for years, the thought of finally getting one over on A was thrilling. Kakuzu-senpai, when can we start? No rush. Kakuzu's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He lifted a finger and pointed at Killer Bee. The reason I say you have exceptional talent is because your rap skills are truly surprising. Now, give me another verse. Killer Bee didn't quite understand what Kakuzu meant, but he still followed his instructions. Another round of rap burst forth, though to anyone listening, it might have sounded more like incomprehensible gibberish. Kakuzu chuckled. He had no clue what Killer Bee was saying, but that didn't stop him from offering some guidance. Killer Bee, listen up. There's a taijutsu style that can be incorporated into your rap, making you unbelievably powerful. I'll teach it to you now. Turn your back to me, then shrug your left shoulder. No, that's not right. You need to bend your knees slightly, keep your hands in front of you, then shrug your left shoulder. Yes, just like that. Now, when you finish, jump into the air and spin around. By the time Killer Bee completed the entire routine, he was visibly exhausted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Kakuzu-senpai, I've never seen this taijutsu before. What's it called? Kakuzu stroked his chin, gazing up at the sky in thought. Acrobat. Huh? Acrobat? Killer Bee quickly pulled out a notepad and jotted down the name. But he couldn't help voicing his doubts. Is this acrobat really that powerful? Kakuzu merely smiled. Bee, remember this, 100 refinements forge steel. A man who knows 10,000 martial arts isn't as terrifying as the one who has mastered a single technique 10,000 times. As long as you practice this routine every day, over and over, one day, it will unleash power as unstoppable as a tidal wave. Killer B nodded solemnly, taking Kakuzu's words to heart. He adjusted the black-framed sunglasses resting on his nose. Kakuzu-senpai, I understand now. I'll integrate this taijutsu into my rap. I'll make it my signature style, never stopping, never backing down. Seeing this, Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. One day, Killer B would become a true master. Chapter 171, Kakuzu's reverse scale, damn it. Just my luck. At the dining table, A tore off a chunk of pork elbow with a savage bite, chewing furiously as he cursed. Big brother, what happened? B asked, puzzled. A ripped off another large piece of meat, barely chewing before swallowing it down. Then, with a scowl, he growled, that useless daimyo of the land of hot water, his pretentious, scholarly demeanor makes me want to tear him apart. I had gone to negotiate war reparations on behalf of Hidden Cloud's village. Straightforward as he was, he had simply asked the daimyo to name a number, with no intention of bargaining. But the daimyo had put on a show, acting troubled and dragging out the discussion, testing A's patience to its limits. Right now, I wished he were tearing into the daimyo's elbow instead of the one on his plate. Across the table, Kakuzu took a sip of tea, his expression unreadable. The future fourth Raikage was still too naive. Why had the daimyo stalled? It was obvious, he was trying to wear down A's patience and squeeze out a bigger compensation. Sure enough, when A finally gritted his teeth and named a sum, Killer B and the other Hidden Clouds village shinobi gasped in shock. This compensation is outrageous. That's at least 3 times the normal amount. Lord A, you're not actually going to agree to this, are you? If he does, Hidden Clouds village will have no choice but to accept it. As the murmurs spread, A's face darkened further. None of that matters. Kakuzu said indifferently, taking another sip of tea. The real question is, what does your third Raikage think? Hearing this, A let out a weary sigh, setting his pork elbow down with a frown. That's the problem. When my old man heard about it, he didn't say a word. But according to Dodai, that silence means trouble. It's the calm before the storm. If I go back like this, my old man will definitely break my legs. The third Raikage's wrath was no joke. He was, after all, known as the strongest Raikage. Unless what? Killer B prompted as A hesitated. Unless I can find a way to recover the losses. That's easy. Lord A, just take on a few black market missions, you'll make the money back in no time. Suggested one of the Hidden Clouds village shinobi. I had been thinking the same thing. But just as he was about to voice his thoughts, his gaze landed on Kakuzu sitting across from him. Kakuzu-sama, you. I knew a thing or two about the man. The current leader of Ridden Hotwater Village was once a legendary bounty hunter in the black market. Kakuzu chuckled. Good eyes, A. Since you're requesting my services, I guarantee satisfaction. Just name your target, the Hokage? The Mizukage? Or maybe the Sushi Kage? No success, no charge. Though he was famous across the shinobi world, Kakuzu never forgot his roots. After all, his first fortune had been made in the black market. Wait. Kakuzu-sama, you mean you're charging a fee? What, you think Hidden Clouds village gets free service? No. Kakuzu-sama, you misunderstand. A waved his hands hastily. I think I'll pass on hiring you for this job. Crash. A heavy thud echoed as Kakuzu slammed his teacup onto the table. A chilling aura erupted from him, freezing A and his men in place. Kakuzu-sama, did I say something wrong? A stammered. Kakuzu's gaze swept over them like a predator eyeing its prey. Don't joke about principles. Seeing their bewildered faces, he added with an icy smirk, my policy is simple. If you ask me to do a job, you pay, whether I take it or not. Short 1 coin, and I'll gut you. There was no exaggeration in his tone. Kakuzu was dead serious. I was just kidding. A stammered, sweat forming on his brow. Kakuzu's killing intent left no room for argument. If A said one more wrong word, he might never make it back to Hidden Clouds village. Just as the tension reached its peak, crash. The ceiling suddenly shattered, debris raining down. A figure clad in black descended swiftly, a kunai gleaming in his grip. This bounty is mine. The assassin's kunai streaked toward Kakuzu's head. But in the next instant, he froze in midair. Kakuzu's hand had already clamped around his throat. With a casual squeeze, a sickening crack echoed through the room. The assassin's body went limp, and Kakuzu tossed him aside like garbage before turning back to A and the others. Are you all idiots? Someone just tried to kill me, and you're still sitting there dumbfounded. Ah. And the others finally snapped out of their shock. They had been so rattled by Kakuzu's killing intent that their reflexes had dulled. Now fully alert, A activated his lightning-style chakra mode, his body crackling with electricity as he shot out like an arrow. Killer B and the others wasted no time, drawing their weapons and charging into battle. You reckless fools! Who sent you? With a fist crackling with lightning, a knocked down an assassin in a single punch. His voice thundered as he questioned the remaining killers. Their answer was simple. So many high-priced bounties are right in front of us, why waste the opportunity? Brothers, let's go all in. The assassins charged forward, clashing with the Hidden Clouds village nin in a chaotic battle. The sound of weapons clashing echoed non-stop. Meanwhile, Kakuzu remained seated at the table, completely unfazed. He calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip. These assassins were after both him and A. Kakuzu's bounty was the highest at 120 million, but A, as the eldest son of the third Raikage, was also worth a hefty sum. Capturing him and exchanging him for ransom with the Raikage would be a fortune. Some might think these assassins were downright foolish. But to Kakuzu, this was nothing surprising. When the reward is high enough, there will always be those willing to risk their lives. Money can make even the dead move. Anyone who found this situation unexpected simply didn't understand the importance of wealth. In this world, as long as the price was right, even missions against the so-called god of shinobi would find willing takers. Kakuzu let out a dry chuckle and stood up, adjusting his clothes. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for something, or someone. Unfortunately, his target was nowhere to be found. TCH. Is my bounty still not high enough, or is that guy just too stupid? Ignoring a fortune like this. Worthless. Frustration flashed across his face, and in the next moment, Kakuzu threw a punch. Boom. Half the inn collapsed in an instant. Chapter 172, Comrades, just a bunch of black market ninja who don't even understand their own place. Your failure to recognize your limits has sealed your tragic fate today. A stepped on the body of a fallen assassin, delivering his final verdict on the ambush. 2 minutes later. B. What the hell is going on with you? Taking half an hour to deal with a third-rate ninja. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? You're making Hidden Clouds village look bad. A's forehead veins bulged, his fury evident as he practically exploded in anger. Killer B slid back to create some distance between himself and his opponent. Holding 7 blades, he was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Bah, bastard, why don't you try it yourself? Before Killer B could finish his sentence, a sudden exclamation came from the other side. Yo-ho! A man with slick-back gray hair and light purple eyes swung a massive red scythe through the air. The force of his strike was immense. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Damn it! Killer B barely managed to block the scythe's attack with his 7 swords, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. The blade was only inches away from his face. Hey, I heard the people from your village are all strong. Offering your blood to Lord Jashin should make him very pleased. I don't even understand what you're saying. Gritting his teeth, Killer B pushed away Hidan's scythe with great effort. A saw this and was about to step in, but a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. A towering figure moved past him. Kakuzu? Kakuzu unleashed his full aura, his chakra surging across the battlefield. Even Hidan, who had been mid-swing, paused slightly in response. Who the hell are you? Hidan demanded. Your savior. You're coming with me. Huh? And why would I do that? I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. I bet Lord Jashin would despise you. Kakuzu chuckled. He had encountered his fair share of arrogant individuals blessed with immortality. He took slow, deliberate steps forward, his fists gradually hardening. B, step back. I'll handle this. Killer B obediently retreated, though Hidan wasn't too happy about it. What a conceited bastard. Who gave you the audacity to talk to me like that? I'll take your head as an offering to Lord Jashin. Ah! Hidan leaped high into the air, bringing his massive red scythe down in a vicious arc. Kakuzu didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his hardened arm to block the attack head-on. Clang! Another metallic clang rang out. Kakuzu's steel-style-enhanced arm remained unscathed. But what happened next took him by surprise. TCH. You're a real pain. Not even a single drop of blood? How unlucky. If this keeps up, Lord Jashin will be displeased. Hey! Stop dodging and let me cut you once. Kakuzu dodged while carefully observing Hidan. He had a rough understanding of Hidan's abilities from his past life, but his knowledge came from anime, which might not have portrayed the full extent of Hidan's strength. Only after clashing with him did Kakuzu realize what had been previously unknown. Don't you ever get tired? He asked. Intense battles were physically and mentally draining. Even someone as powerful as Hashirama would be panting heavily after an intense fight with Madara. Yet here they were, 20 minutes in, and Hidan was still launching full-force attacks without breaking a sweat. You just don't get it. I am the most faithful servant of Lord Jashin. He has granted me unparalleled strength. If you know what's good for you, just stand there and let me cut you once. I promise Lord Jashin will personally welcome you. Listening to Hidan's endless chatter, Kakuzu smirked. Alright. I'll take your power for myself. What? Are you delusional? Lord Jashin will, swish. In an instant, Kakuzu appeared right in front of Hidan. With one hand, he grabbed Hidan's head. Crack. The sound of bone snapping filled the air. Kakuzu had crushed Hidan's cervical spine. Then, with a flourish of his kunai, he spun it once before slicing cleanly through Hidan's neck. And Killer B, who had been watching, were just about to cheer Kakuzu on when, you bastard. That hurt like hell. Let go of me right now. Blood dripped from Hidan's mouth, but his severed head was still shouting, his face twisted in pain and rage. The sudden turn of events left Killer B, and the rest of the Hidden Clouds village ninja utterly stunned. This is insane. One of the Hidden Clouds village shinobi muttered, why died? A severed head shouldn't be able to talk. How was this even possible? Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone, head back and rest. Kakuzu retrieved a sealing scroll, placing Hidan's body inside. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seal the head. Forget it. In the end, Kakuzu just grabbed Hidan by the hair and casually walked away, leaving behind only Hidan's screams and curses. 2 days later. Kakuzu-senpai, this is from the 8 Tails. Killer B respectfully handed over a scroll. Kakuzu nodded and accepted it. Good. Remember, when you get back, practice the martial arts techniques I taught you. Before long, you'll be famous across the shinobi world, not for fighting, but for your rap. Got it. Without hesitation, Killer B did a quick fist pump with one hand while stretching the other forward, his right shoulder bouncing in his signature move. Oh, and don't forget, the 1 billion ryo you owe me. Nani? A's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a complete disaster. Kakuzu-sama, this isn't, but Kakuzu wasn't interested in hearing his excuses. Now that he had accomplished what he came for in the land of hot water, he simply turned and left, leaving the AB brothers and the rest of Hidden Clouds village's ninja to stew in their confusion. Kakuzu had spent a month leisurely traveling to this place. Even rushing back, it still took him a full 3 months to return. Would you shut up already? Pa. You're dragging my head around like a sack of potatoes. This is an absolute disgrace. I swear I'm reporting you to Lord Jashin. Every time Hidan opened his eyes, he would start another rant. He was beyond furious. This was the most humiliating thing he had ever experienced. Chapter 173, Preliminary Research on Hidan, September 14th. After leaving the land of hot water, I used my earth grudge fear technique. What surprised me was that no matter the condition, this heart kept beating persistently. Eventually, something I hadn't anticipated happened. It refused to integrate with my technique. The constant pulsation seemed to be telling me that this thing belonged solely to Hidan. When I returned the container to his body and simply pressed it against his blood vessels, the wound sealed itself in under a minute, without even requiring the assistance of my earth grudge fear threads, September 15th. This guy wouldn't stop cursing at me. Annoyed, I used fire style on him. Even though his skin was burned beyond recognition, after a short period of air exposure, the flesh on his head started regenerating, September 16th. I attacked with fire style, water style, lightning style, and various other techniques. As long as his skin wasn't completely sliced off, it would regrow rapidly. His cells seemed endless, regenerating infinitely. Hey, are you done playing around yet? You're just like those bastards who captured me before, trying to dig something out of my body. But in the end, they all failed, didn't they? Ahahaha. I'm telling you, if you ever give me the chance, I'll bite you to death piece by piece and offer your flesh and blood to my revered Jashin-sama. Think about it, how do you think Jashin-sama will respond when I tell him about you? Wahahahaha. Enough with the chatter. Chatter? Hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan frowned, visibly displeased. Talking too much is still better than being a money-grubbing miser like you. You keep going on about time is money and complaining about how this whole trip has yielded no experimental results, just a waste of time and money. You're the real disgrace here. At that, Kakuzu sat down on a nearby rock and placed Hidan's severed head beside him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. On one hand, he knew he couldn't outtalk this loudmouth, but on the other, Hidan did have a point. Rather than carrying him around and listening to his endless ranting, it was better to sit down and have a proper conversation. After a moment's thought, Kakuzu changed tactics. So, from what you're saying, there were people who experimented on you before? Did they succeed? Ha. Do you think they could succeed against someone like me? I told you, I'm immortal. Oh? Is that so? I don't believe you. Kakuzu's lips curled slightly. Hidan was indeed a talker, but he wasn't particularly bright. Kakuzu planned to extract some useful information from him. Before long, Kakuzu got what he wanted. Hidan was born near the end of the First Great Ninja War. His parents were shinobi from the land of hot water. The country, similar to the land of waterfalls, had its own daimyo and ninja forces. At the age of 10, Hidan joined the ranks of the land of hot water's shinobi. During the chaos of the Second Great Ninja War, when the 5 great nations were at war, the land of hot water also sent its forces to invade other territories. It was during these battles that Hidan experienced the exhilaration of killing. However, the good times didn't last. When the war ended, the land of hot water faced severe consequences for its actions. Other nations imposed sanctions on it, and even the land of lightning began showing hostility toward it. Given this situation, it was no surprise that the land of hot water's daimyo demanded exorbitant compensation from of Hidden Cloud's village. Afterward, the land of hot water realized its own limitations. Without the power and resources of a great nation, it was unwise to meddle in large-scale wars. The country decided to reduce its shinobi forces and focus on economic development instead. With this shift in policy, the nation would no longer engage in warfare. But for Hidan, who had just discovered his thirst for battle, this was unacceptable. His parents had died in the war, and his growing bloodlust was becoming harder to control. Eventually, he defected from the land of hot water, only to be captured by another group on his way out. Hidan didn't provide too many details about these captors, only mentioning that they wore strange clothing. After capturing him, they locked him in a facility where numerous shinobi and civilians were imprisoned. All of them were subjected to experiments by these cultists. Without exception, the test subjects either died or went insane, except for Hidan. He was the sole survivor. One day, after being beheaded and realizing he was still alive, Hidan had a revelation: Jashin was real. With his newfound power, he went berserk, slaughtering every last one of the cultists who had captured him. After absorbing all this information, Kakuzu nodded. "How old are you?" Hidan's severed head frowned as he thought about it. "How the hell should I know? I just know I've been a devout follower of Jashin for 5 years now." "You want to join the faith too?" Kakuzu fell into silence. Forget it. No point in dwelling on this any further, asking him was useless anyway. "Where is this so-called Jashin-sama of yours? I'd like to meet him." Every scientist in the ninja world knew that Hashirama cells were the ultimate research material, invaluable for their regenerative properties. If Jashin's so-called blessings were real, Kakuzu figured they might be worth investigating as well. However, in Kakuzu's eyes, Hidan's cellular structure was just as valuable for research. For a proper study, they would have to return to the land of dragons. But for now, what he wanted to know was, did the so-called Jashin actually exist? If not, then how could Hidan's body be explained? Hey, you must be joking. Lord Jashin isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. Kakuzu stared at Hidan for 2 seconds. Even though your brain is clearly messed up, you don't seem to be lacking intelligence. Of course. Lord Jashin often praises me for being smart. At this point, Kakuzu stood up, pulled a sealing scroll from his robe, and summoned Hidan's lower half. Then, with a casual toss, he threw Hidan's severed head forward. Thud, 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 ow! Damn it, can't you be a little gentler? Hidan's head rolled across the ground like a soccer ball until it reached his severed neck. A minute later, he stood up with a pained expression, adjusting his head as the cells at the wound site finally reconnected. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Hidan was about to attack when he instinctively reached for his waist, only to realize that his scythe and spear were missing. "You bastard. Give me back my weapons." He stretched out his hand toward Kakuzu without hesitation. But Kakuzu ignored him and simply said, "I'll make this simple. Let's make a trade. You tell me one wish, and I'll fulfill it. In return, you let me meet your Lord Jashin. If I can't meet him in person, then you'll have to come with me obediently." "Idiot, why would I?" Hidan started, but Kakuzu took a step forward, his towering frame closing in menacingly. He didn't mind tearing Hidan's head off again and preserving it in formaldehyde. Drowning him over and over again, watching him die and revive repeatedly, he had 100 ways to make Hidan suffer. Hidan swallowed nervously. Fine, he'd concede for now, better to live and fight another day. But deep down, he made up his mind, the moment he got his hands on Kakuzu's blood, he'd stab his own heart and let Kakuzu experience the agony of 1,000 blades piercing his soul. "So, have you decided on your condition?" "Let me think." Hidan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Yeah, Lord Jashin loves the blood of the strong. Aren't the strongest in the shinobi world those so-called 5 Kage? Just bring me one of them." "All right. Since you're making a request." Kakuzu started, but then trailed off. Old habits kicked in. He took a couple of steps forward, gazing at the forest ahead, and formed 2 quick hand seals. Fire style, intelligent hard work. Whoosh. A wave of flame surged forward, engulfing the forest like the maw of a massive beast, reducing everything in its path to ash. Oi? What the hell are you doing? I asked you to help me kill the Hokage, not burn trees. Kakuzu ignored him. Sometimes, even speaking an extra sentence to Hidan felt like a waste of time. The forest was soon reduced to charred remains and swirling black smoke. Kakuzu stomped on the ground and spoke coldly, Black Zetsu. Get out here. Black Zetsu was intrinsically connected to the land and vegetation. Besides, that sneaky bastard was always keeping an eye on him. There was no way he wouldn't have noticed the commotion. 10 minutes later, a soot-covered Black Zetsu reluctantly emerged from the ground. Lord Kakuzu, what can I do for you? Before we get to that. Why did you take so long? You know I hate waiting. Without warning, Kakuzu smacked Black Zetsu twice across the face, sending him spinning. Against a tool like Black Zetsu, Kakuzu saw no need for politeness. Alright. Lord Kakuzu, I was wrong. Let's get to business. Black Zetsu's frustration simmered beneath the surface, but he swallowed his pride for now. After all, Kakuzu was useful. The abuse he had suffered at Kakuzu's hands in the past few years might have been worse than anything in his entire 1,000-year existence, but he endured. He, too, had made up his mind. Once Mother was resurrected, Kakuzu would pay. Kakuzu flexed his fingers, loosening his joints. You keep tabs on more than just me in the shinobi world. Tell me, where's the nearest Kage that would be easy to capture? Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment, then cast a fleeting glance at Hidan. Though he quickly masked his expression, Kakuzu still caught the subtle shift in his gaze. Hey. So that's how it is? Kakuzu chuckled. I thought it'd be something complicated. Turns out, you just happened to notice something interesting in Hidden Sand Village. Chapter 174, The Ancient Kingdom of Ur. And a gentle breeze stirred, carrying waves of yellow sand through the air. Inside an abandoned, ancient structure somewhere in the land of wind, Hidan was crouched down, poking at a small hole in the ground with his black spear. Kakuzu stood nearby with his arms crossed, offering technical guidance. White Zetsu sat leisurely atop the rock, one leg crossed over the other, watching the two of them work with a laid-back expression. Ugh, why the hell is this thing so damn hard to push through? This is exhausting. Hidan grumbled in frustration as he struggled with the task. Hey, I already knew your brain didn't work well, but are your hands and feet useless too? Kakuzu mocked. Hidan immediately snapped his head up, glaring at Kakuzu. Oi, what the hell did you just say? I'm doing this for you, you bastard. And this white-skinned guy over there is just sitting like some kind of noble, watching us work. What's with you two? Do you actually think I'm your damn errand boy? Let me tell you, I'm the top disciple of Lord Jashin. Ignoring Hidan's rambling, Kakuzu glanced at White Zetsu with a sidelong look. White Zetsu, created from Hashirama's cells, or rather, a being born from the divine tree, had its own thoughts and consciousness. The one before them was particularly smug, acting as if he were their superior while Hidan and Kakuzu were the ones doing the hard labor. But Kakuzu didn't comment further. White Zetsu's primary function was to facilitate communication between him and Black Zetsu, so he wasn't worth arguing with. You bastards. Eating human food but not doing human work. I swear, I'm going to report you all to Lord Jashin. Before Hidan could finish his rant, there was a sudden thunk. His black spear had finally pierced through the hole. A strange, deep sound echoed from below. Huh? Confused, Hidan leaned down, squinting into the hole to see what was inside. And then, what the hell? A surge of dazzling purple light erupted, engulfing the entire ancient building. Kakuzu, run! Panic flashed across Hidan's face as he instinctively tried to retreat, only to be yanked back by Kakuzu, who grabbed him by the collar. Kakuzu's gaze remained fixed on the mysterious purple energy. It wasn't an attack, but rather a strange and unfamiliar force, something that stirred a vague sense of recognition deep within him, though he couldn't quite place it. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar, yet I can't recall why? While Kakuzu was lost in thought, the purple energy expanded, swallowing them completely. Whoosh! The next moment, the energy vanished. Along with it, Kakuzu, Hidan, White Zetsu, and the entire ancient ruin, disappeared without a trace. When their vision cleared, Hidan's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell? It wasn't that Hidan was ignorant, rather, the scene before them was simply beyond anything he had ever encountered. Towering skyscrapers stretched toward the sky, their glass windows reflecting the sun's light. Streets bustled with people, laughter and chatter filling the air. It was an advanced civilization unlike anything seen in the shinobi world. Even Kakuzu, usually calm and composed, was momentarily taken aback. The sight before him didn't match anything he knew of the shinobi world. Even if he compared it to the future, assuming a scenario where the world advanced after the Fourth Great Ninja War, This level of prosperity would still take at least another 50 years to achieve. Where the hell are we? Hey, Kakuzu, I'm talking to you, shut up. Ignoring Hidan's whining, Kakuzu strode forward. Something in the distance was drawing him in. Below one of the towering buildings, a massive crowd had gathered, cheering with excitement. People waved their arms and chanted as they welcomed their queen. On an elevated stage, a striking woman with fiery red hair stood proudly. A golden crown sat atop her head, a symbol of supreme authority. She smiled and waved at her subjects, her expression warm yet laced with a trace of bitterness. Though her people celebrated, the queen's heart was heavy. She didn't know what the future held. She didn't know how to face her citizens. And yet, all she could do was force a smile and continue waving. As she struggled with these thoughts, a hand suddenly appeared behind her, shoving her forward with force. Ah! Caught off guard, she stumbled past the protective railing and plummeted from the 100-meter-high platform. The queen's eyes widened in terror. But then, her fear faded. She closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Is this the end? Will my life end here? Will my kingdom fall along with me? Countless questions swirled in her mind, questions that would never be answered. But then, she felt something. Instead of free-falling, her body suddenly stopped, as if caught in midair. Slowly, she opened her eyes. What she saw was a tall, imposing figure, a hardened face, slicked back hair, and an unwavering presence. With a few swift jumps, Kakuzu landed safely on a stone ledge, still holding the queen in his arms. Gently, he set her down. The queen knew he had saved her, but she remained wary. As the ruler of this kingdom, she had never seen this man before. His attire was completely foreign, nothing like the style of her people. Who are you? She raised a trembling hand to cover her mouth, her voice uncertain. Kakuzu reached out, and placed his hand on her cheek. In that instant, the queen's face flushed red. In all her years, she had never been in such close proximity to a man before, let alone experienced such bold behavior. Yet this man before her had no hesitation, he simply reached out and grabbed her. The moment the queen realized what was happening and attempted to retreat, Kakuzu's lips curled into a faint smirk. Without warning, he pinched her soft, delicate cheek. Ah, the queen let out a sharp cry. But in this tunnel, no matter how loudly she screamed, no one would come to her aid. Seeing that she had no chance of breaking free from Kakuzu's grasp, the queen decided against struggling any further. Instead, she fixed her gaze on him, mind racing as she tried to come up with a plan. Then, Kakuzu finally spoke. You look a lot like someone I used to know. Really? The queen asked, half doubting his words. Kakuzu let go of her and gave a firm nod. In his eyes, the queen's image overlapped with that of an old acquaintance. Where is this place? Kakuzu snapped himself out of his thoughts and questioned her again. This is the land of Uran. The ancient land of Uran? Kakuzu pondered, deep in thought. He was trying to figure out what kind of force existed in this so-called ancient Uran that could have pulled him into this space. After a moment, he turned back to the queen. My name is Kakuzu. I mean you no harm, at the very least, I won't kill you. What's your name? Hearing his way of introducing himself, the queen seemed somewhat annoyed. She stomped her foot lightly, as if reluctant to answer. She had no intention of telling him her name, but in this desolate place, she figured it was best not to be too stubborn. I'm Sarah. Chapter 175, Another Kind of Power. Do you have a daughter? Hearing Kakuzu's question, Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief. She stomped her foot, turned her head away, and refused to acknowledge him any further. Not long after, another crazed voice rang out. Yoho Hidan arrived, glancing at Kakuzu and then at Sarah. Finally, his gaze settled on her. Are there any living people around here? I need to kill a couple as an offering to my Jashin-sama. A vein popped on Sarah's forehead, a sign of her growing fury. Perverts. That was her final assessment of Kakuzu and Hidan before she quickly ran off. After escaping from the underground drainage system and returning to her palace, Sarah felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She had barely survived a life-or-death situation, only to run into two lunatics. Seriously, who else would understand this kind of experience? Before she even had time to properly process everything, a minister suddenly reported from outside. Your Majesty, Lord Anrakusen requests an audience. Hearing that name, Sarah's heart tightened. She bit her lip but quickly composed herself. Let him in. Although she tried to maintain a calm facade, when Anrakusen entered, his tall, imposing figure and solemn expression made her instinctively clench her small fists. To be honest, she was terrified. Anrakusen glanced at her before letting out a cold snort. Your Majesty, where were you today? Let's not talk about that right now. When I fell from the high platform earlier, someone deliberately pushed me. Did you see who tried to harm me? Sara attempted to steer the conversation away, but the cunning Anrakusen wasn't going to let her off so easily. Your Majesty, answer my question directly. Where exactly were you today? Seeing Sara struggle to answer, Anrakusen's lips curled into a sinister smirk. He took a step forward, gradually closing the distance between them, his eyes flickering with an unreadable glint. Sara clenched her fists, a drop of sweat sliding down the back of her neck. Ever since she became aware of Anrakusen's ambitions, she felt her throne becoming increasingly precarious. More importantly, in this world, she had discovered a hidden power, one that Anrakusen coveted above all else. Anrakusen, what are you trying to do? I am the Queen of Reborn. Why do you keep acting on your own, ignoring my orders? Despite her fear, Sara mustered the courage to speak up. But she knew that at this point, her authority likely meant nothing to Anrakusen. Hey, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I merely wish to examine you, to see if there's anything unusual about your condition. It will be quick. As he spoke, Anrakusen reached out towards Sara, who let out a terrified scream. At that moment, a pair of iron fists descended from above, slamming into Anrakusen's head with devastating force. His body shattered into countless wooden fragments, scattering across the floor. Crack, the remains looked like nothing more than a pile of broken puppets. Kakuzu? Have you been following me this whole time? Sara, still seated, looked up at Kakuzu's impassive eyes, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This was the second time today that he had saved her. Kakuzu simply smirked and said, have you finally seen your enemy clearly? Sara bit her lip and nodded. Anrakusen came here for the power of the Rumyaku. The Rumyaku flows beneath our city's depths. If he manages to harness it, it could grant him unimaginable strength. Now that Sara understood Anrakusen's motives, Kakuzu saw no need to press further. Just then, Hidan jumped down from the rooftop, clicking his tongue in irritation as he tossed a few wooden chunks onto the ground. Oi, oi, oi! Is your entire kingdom just you? I went through the streets and didn't find a single living person. Everything is just a bunch of wooden puppets. Kakuzu remained silent. These so-called wooden chunks were, of course, the remnants of puppetry techniques. But Sara, upon seeing them, abruptly shot up from her seat, eyes wide with shock. Among those scattered puppet fragments, she recognized one that had been specially grafted in her likeness. It was clear now, Anrakusen's true intention was to turn Sara into a puppet, seizing control of the entire ancient kingdom of Reborn. Sara slumped back into her seat, her expression uncertain. If that was truly the case, the disaster wouldn't just befall her alone. The entire Reborn kingdom would be doomed. Kakuzu's voice broke the silence. Alright, now tell us everything you know. Sara hesitated, glancing at him. He was an outsider, and under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have placed her trust in him so easily. But right now, she had no other choice. After a brief moment of contemplation, she finally nodded, her gaze firming with determination. Once she had finished explaining everything, she looked at Kakuzu with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Kakuzu, I know this might be a lot to ask, but can I request your help? Before Kakuzu could respond, Hidan waved his scythe excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Now that you mention it, I'm actually curious about what Anrakusen's blood tastes like. Do you think Jashin-sama would appreciate such an offering? As he spoke, Hidan licked his dry lips with an unsettling smile. Kakuzu, however, simply shook his head. No. Why? Sara stood up in disbelief, but her expression soon dimmed. She realized that Kakuzu and Hidan were outsiders. Why would they have any obligation to help her? I understand. She sat back down in disappointment. Kakuzu, however, stared at her intently and continued, you haven't told us everything. Until you do, we won't help. Oi, Kakuzu, I haven't killed anyone in months. You can't just, shut up. Sara hesitated, uncertainty flashing in her eyes. She had already revealed everything she knew, hadn't she? The Reborn kingdom was built upon a single source of power, the Rumyaku. It was the foundation of the nation and the source of all strength. Once, she had overheard Anrakusen muttering to himself, boasting that the Rumyaku's power was limitless. He planned to use it to dominate the world. But Sara couldn't understand. She had already told them about the Rumyaku. Why did Kakuzu still think she was withholding something? Chapter 176, The Power of Space-Time. Several days later, within a vast underground palace, the air was filled with the sounds of laboring citizens. The echo of lifeless puppets cracking whips across the backs of men reverberated through the space. Every male laborer from the kingdom of Reborn had been forced into servitude, extracting the power of the Rumyaku under the threat of violence. When Sara saw this horrifying scene, she froze, her whole body rigid with shock. She couldn't believe that such a nightmarish reality existed beneath the kingdom's glamorous surface. Kakuzu and Hidan, however, remained as composed as ever, standing on a high platform, calmly smoking. They were only waiting for Anraku's, no, for Makade, to show up so they could kill him. "Hey, what's with you lately?" Hidan finally asked, furrowing his brow at Kakuzu. "You've been brooding for days. Did you find something suspicious? If you did, you should have told me earlier. I'd have killed them for you." Kakuzu shot Hidan a disinterested glance. "Shut up. There's no point explaining to someone with your level of intelligence." "What? You bastard, I'm going to kill you," Hidan shouted, raising his scythe. Before he could rant further, a loud rumble echoed from the distance. Makade had arrived. Makade's eyes burned with hatred as he locked onto Kakuzu and Hidan. He knew they had come to disrupt his plans, and now that things had escalated this far, there was no need for pretenses. Most of the Ramyaku's power was already his. "You fools want to die? I'll grant your wish," Makade roared. His hands rapidly formed seals, activating his most formidable puppet technique. A towering, 10-meter metal colossus appeared behind him. Kakuzu remained motionless, but Hidan immediately drew his massive scythe with a manic grin. "You who?" he howled in excitement as he charged at Makade. "Kakuzu, you good here?" Sara called out anxiously from below. Kakuzu gave her a small, reassuring wave. "Go. Take your remaining people and free the captives. Don't worry about things here." His calm yet firm tone was like an anchor in Sara's storm of fear. She nodded and led her group to rescue the enslaved men being whipped by the puppets. Meanwhile, Kakuzu turned his attention back to the battlefield. Makade's puppet technique might be considered high-level by shinobi standards, but it was far from the best. However, the fact that Makade could hold his own against Hidan suggested he had absorbed a significant amount of power from the Ramyaku. The Ramyaku was similar to the hero's water, a limitless source of energy with no apparent side effects. That made it all the more desirable for Makade. True to his nature, Kakuzu had no intention of teaming up. He turned his gaze to other parts of the underground space. Is the Ramyaku the only power in this place? The thought nagged at him. In the original timeline, Makade had entered first, followed by Minato Namikaze and his team. Eventually, Naruto, Yamato, and others arrived, all converging in this strange timeline. When they left, Naruto encountered Sara's descendant in the present timeline. This tangled web of timelines and people was perplexing. What force could unify these distortions into a single timeline? Space-time power. Perhaps those living in this timeline couldn't sense the distortions, but every outsider who entered caused shifts in time and space. This realization sparked a sudden epiphany in Kakuzu. "Hidan, come back!" Kakuzu called out. Before Hidan could respond, a figure appeared behind Kakuzu. The man's hands were clasped in a seal, and a cruel smile stretched across his face. It was a smile of revenge, excitement, and malicious satisfaction. Magnet style, iron sand drizzle. Countless sharp iron sand particles materialized behind Kakuzu and shot toward him at blinding speed. Kakuzu glanced back with a calm smile as the iron sand collided against his hardened steel body, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. Seeing his attack fail, Saburo quickly retreated, putting several meters between himself and Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned slowly, his eyes gleaming with interest. "So, you've entered this timeline as well, disrupting the course of events." As Kakuzu suspected, Saburo had arrived before them and altered the timeline's flow. "What are you doing here?" Kakuzu asked. Saburo's expression darkened. "What else? To gain strength." During the Second Shinobi War, Kakuzu had ravaged Hidden Sand Village. Now, with Kakuzu targeting the kingdom of Ruin, Saburo felt an even greater sense of impending doom. Desperate for power, he had entered this secret realm despite the risks. "Enough talk, Kakuzu. Now that we've met here, I won't let you leave alive," Saburo declared. Kakuzu chuckled. Brave words, coming from a former Kage. But a defeated opponent has no right to challenge me. With a flick of his wrist, Kakuzu extended a thread-bound hand backward, yanking Hidan out of his battle with Makade. "Kakuzu? What the hell?" Hidan growled, furious at being interrupted. Kakuzu pointed to Saburo. "There. A Kage-level opponent. You wanted one, didn't you? Use his blood to appease your god." Hidan's eyes lit up with glee. "Hey, are you really a Kage? What are you, the Hokage? Mizukage? Or maybe the Raikage?" Chapter 177, When Beliefs Collide. Hidan suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Saburo felt a surge of wariness rise in his chest, but he answered the stranger regardless. "I am the third Kazekage, Saburo." "Kazekage?" Hidan scratched the back of his head, looking genuinely confused. "Is there such a thing as a Kazekage?" Kakuzu, standing to the side, fought hard not to laugh at Hidan's clueless expression. He was a trained professional, after all. Meanwhile, Saburo's face twitched as his fury threatened to explode. Kakuzu wanted to offer a word of comfort to the Kazekage. Don't mind him. Hidan's not the brightest, and to be fair, Hidden Sand Village is pretty far from the land of hot water. It's not surprising he's clueless. However, Saburo had already reached his limit. His eyes burned with murderous intent, and without another word, he unleashed his magnet-style technique. Seeing the imminent battle, Kakuzu knew better than to intervene. He shifted in an instant, leaving the battlefield to Hidan and Saburo. His gaze shifted to Mikade across the field. Mikade, hidden within his puppet mechanism, wore a dark, menacing expression. You fools keep interfering with my plans. Today, I'll show you the power of the Rumyaku. He roared. As an exiled shinobi, Mikade had stumbled upon the secrets of space-time manipulation here and the immense power of the underground Rumyaku. Before he could claim it, these nuisances had appeared. Kakuzu merely gave him a condescending smirk. Desiring power isn't inherently wrong, but remember, if it's not your own strength, you'll never truly feel secure using it. For Kakuzu, this battle didn't even warrant removing his cloak. He casually stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him and revealing a hidden white zetsu. You idiot. That hurts. Let go of me. The zetsu screeched. Kakuzu chuckled darkly. He'd never seen such a brazen white zetsu before. You've been a nuisance long enough. Now, it's time for you to prove useful. With one powerful punch, Kakuzu knocked white zetsu flat. Swiftly, he etched strange summoning symbols into the ground and placed Zetsu's body atop them. Forming hand seals with practiced precision, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, he finished with both hands pressed together. Zetsu's body began to convulse as layers of earth enveloped him, shifting and reforming in waves. When the dirt fully covered his head, a new figure emerged. This figure opened his eyes, revealing the unmistakable gaze of Edo Tensei. Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction. He had successfully wrested control over the time and space of this battlefield. You, Kakuzu? And over there? Saburo? The reanimated man not only recognized Kakuzu but also the third Kazekage. Moreover, he possessed Kage-level strength. His identity was unmistakable, the second Kazekage, Shaman. Now isn't the time for reminiscing. Your enemy is ahead. Eliminate him for me. You bastard. Shaman growled. What nonsense are you spewing? Though filled with anger, Shaman's attempt to resist was futile. Kakuzu activated his control, and Shaman's body moved against his will. Damn you, Kakuzu! Uncontrollably, Shaman charged toward Mikade. His hands wove signs as he ran, summoning a massive scroll. From it, he unleashed hundreds of puppets. 100 puppet performance. As the original puppet master, Shaman prepared to make Mikade regret every decision he'd ever made. Meanwhile, Kakuzu leaned back and lit a cigarette. Watching others fight for him, there was nothing quite like it. 1 hour later, he. This feels incredible. Hidan muttered, lying within the ritual circle of cursed seals. A black spear was lodged in his abdomen, and his face radiated bliss. He pulled the spear free and aimed it at his heart, ready to drive it home. Kakuzu's foot lashed out, knocking the spear aside. What the hell, Kakuzu? Hidan snarled. That guy has something I need. If he dies completely, I won't be able to harvest it. Saburo lay on the ground, barely breathing after Hidan's assault. If he expired completely, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear would be useless. You bastard. If I don't kill him myself, Lord Jashin won't recognize my devotion. Kakuzu paused, glancing back at Hidan. This wasn't just about killing someone, it was about Hidan's faith. And if his faith was threatened, things would only escalate. After a moment of contemplation, Kakuzu slowly turned to face Hidan. To break someone's belief, there was only one option, present them with a stronger one. Hidan. Kakuzu began, his gaze unwavering. He admitted that his previous words might have been a little problematic. He shouldn't have used his own power growth to provoke Hidan's faith in the Jashin religion. So Kakuzu had to change his approach. He pointed at the man lying on the ground. Saburo. This guy has a black market bounty of 135 million ryo. If I can capture him alive, it'll go up to at least 160 million. Kakuzu extended his hand toward Hidan. Hand him over. You bastard. Hidan gritted his teeth in fury as he glared at Kakuzu. But Kakuzu wasn't budging. It was now a contest of whose faith was more resolute. After a few moments, Hidan finally slammed his side into the ground. Fine. Just this once. Next time, I'm not giving in. Kakuzu gave a calm smile. Jashin, religion, faith, what a joke. With the power of money, he dared to challenge even Hashirama Senju, so what was a minor god to him? Satisfied, Kakuzu walked over and took the container holding Saburo. He sealed the man's corpse away and turned to handle something else. He made a series of hand signs in reverse, and the second Kazekage's body slowly disintegrated into dust, scattering into the sky. His soul would soon return to the Pure Land. In that final moment before passing on, the second Kazekage, shaman, regained absolute clarity. He realized that Kakuzu had not only used him but also controlled him. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. By the end, his mindset had undergone a drastic shift. Kakuzu, what are you planning to do with Hidden Sand Village? Even in his last moments, this former Kazekage's greatest concern was still his village. It showed how dedicated he had been to his role. Kakuzu's response was simple. Though it's nothing but endless sand and not worth much, it's still part of the shinobi world. Rest easy. Chapter 178, The Evil God. The moment Saburo breathed his last, a rune etched into the wall of Ebizo's room in Hidden Sand Village began to fade. Ebizo slowly opened his half-lidded eyes and sat upright, his fists clenched and his expression tense. This rune was part of a sensory barrier ninjutsu with a simple purpose, to detect whether its caster was alive or dead. If the caster perished, the rune would vanish along with their life. A bead of cold sweat slid down Ebizo's forehead. The death of Saburo, the third Kazekage, would plunge Hidden Sand Village into chaos. In the ancient land of Urin, Kakuzu sat in a dimly lit room with two massive scrolls unfurled before him. He placed his hands on the center of each scroll and channeled chakra into them. Poof! Poof! Two clouds of white smoke erupted from the scrolls, revealing two tails. One was yellow with black streaks, and the other was a crimson, octopus-like appendage. The remnants of chakra clinging to them represented Shukaku and Shuki. The dark lines of Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear technique began to strain and split. Two of his partners emerged from his back. With precision, Kakuzu sealed the two tails into each partner using the 8-trigram seal. Once the sealing ritual was complete, the two partners returned to his body. Stretching his limbs, Kakuzu's face twitched slightly as he felt the volatile power of the tailed beasts stirring within him. It seems you're eager for a demonstration. Kakuzu muttered. Without further ado, Kakuzu stepped out of the room and walked to another chamber. He pushed the door open to find Hidan sprawled on the floor, relishing in some twisted ritual. The instant the door creaked, Hidan bolted upright, yanking a black iron spear from his chest. Oi, Kakuzu, you bastard. Don't you know how to knock? Hidan growled. I was in the middle of communing with Lord Jashin. Do you have any idea what it means to interrupt my conversation with a god? Hidan's irritation was palpable, but Kakuzu remained unfazed. I've granted your wish. Now introduce me to your so-called evil god. Kakuzu's voice was flat and commanding. Though Hidan's power was useful, Kakuzu needed to confirm the legitimacy of this evil god. Blindly using powers he did not fully understand was not Kakuzu's style. You've got some nerve. You stole my chance to kill the third Kazekage, and now you want me to summon Lord Jashin? Keep dreaming. Hidan snapped. Kakuzu sighed, already losing patience. You owe me money. What? Hidan's eyes widened in confusion. The third Kazekage was supposed to fetch a high bounty at the black market. Instead of selling him, I let you tag along to kill him. That cost me a fortune. You either repay me, or you know the consequences. Hidan scratched the back of his head. Kakuzu's logic, though infuriating, was sound. By taking part in the kill, Hidan had technically cost Kakuzu a lucrative payday. Fine, fine. I'll do it. Hidan grumbled. He lay down within the blood-drawn symbol of his cursed jutsu, death-controlling possessed blood. Watch closely, Kakuzu. Don't show any disrespect to Lord Jashin, or you'll pay for it. Kakuzu crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, watching Hidan with cold detachment. He had already prepared himself for any surprises. As Hidan completed the ritual, Kakuzu stepped into the circle. The atmosphere shifted. The room, once dimly lit, grew darker. Wisps of black mist began to rise from Hidan's body and hovered in the air like sentient shadows. Who are you? Kakuzu demanded, his hands transforming into steel shields. The dark mist didn't respond. Kakuzu reached out to grasp it, but his hands met nothing but air. No chakra. And no discernible source. Kakuzu muttered, narrowing his eyes. A memory stirred within him, a research paper he had once seen in Hidden Leaf Village. This world was not limited to chakra alone. According to the ancient texts, chakra had originated from the Otsutsuki clan's fruit, making it a foreign power to this world. Whatever this dark force was, it did not belong to the realm of chakra. In this world, the original sources of power should have been the sage jutsus of the three great sacred grounds, Hidan's immortality, and the prophecies of the witches. However, once chakra was introduced, it could be combined with various other forces, creating the current shinobi world. The wisp of black energy before them was something that required a special ritual to summon, reminding Kakuzu of the curses recorded in ancient texts. Curses were mysterious things. Even Obirama Senju, known for his research prowess, could not confirm their existence. Yet Obirama had never seen the entire picture of this world. Perhaps the organization that modified Hidan had managed to invoke some kind of curse, resulting in his immortality. According to what Kakuzu knew, these curses could grant power but often at a cost to the body. For example, if the curse's power invaded the brain, it could cause mental degeneration. "Alright, pack it up," Kakuzu ordered. Hidan grimaced in pain but stood up, grumbling under his breath. "You disrespectful jerk. I swear, if you've insulted my Jashin-sama, I'll..." Kakuzu didn't wait for him to finish. He walked out of the room, deep in thought. Curses that led to a significant drop in intelligence were strictly off-limits in his book. In the shinobi world, immortality without the corresponding mental capacity would eventually lead to being buried alive. That said, curses ultimately modified the body, causing cellular changes that were distinct from those of others. If it were possible to extract and purify the essence of this cellular power without retaining any harmful impurities, perhaps the mind could be spared. Take, for example, certain individuals who had implanted Hashirama cells but learned nothing of Hashirama's ideals of peace and love. If they had even a tenth of Hashirama's enlightenment, the shinobi world would be much more peaceful. Chapter 179, A Strange Occurrence. "Sara, thank you so much." Kakuzu turned to Sara with a rare smile, his gaze shifting from the steady flow of water beneath the Ramyaku. Sara brushed a lock of hair behind her ear and smiled back. "Kakuzu, no need to be polite. We have plenty of Ramyaku in our country. Feel free to take what you need."